Chapter 9:17. Donis opened his mouth and subconsciously spat out a word in Intis. Hotel. The air seemed to instantly freeze. Donis looked at the carriage driver's dark brown skin, coarse and messy black hair, relatively soft facial features, and the same blank expression. He silently exhaled, resigned to his bad luck, carried his luggage, and walked to the other end of the street. Dogsh *T. I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't he know a few words from the northern continent if he's ferrying passengers near the dock? There are so many Intis, Rouen, and Faysation people coming and going here. As Donis mumbled, he looked ahead, searching for passers-by who looked like they came from the northern continent or had the corresponding bloodline. He could then successfully check into the hotel and fill his stomach. According to what he knew, there were quite a number of Intis immigrants in Barons Harbor. There were also some Rouen, Faysation, and Fainapotter people. As long as he encountered one or two, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, Donis felt that all of this was under the premise that he didn't faint from heat stroke during his search. This dogsh *T weather. He looked up at the blue sky, the white clouds, and the not-so-blazing sun. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and cursed with a slightly warped expression. Despite cursing, Donis knew very well that the temperature in the southern continent was moderate in this season, even a little on the low side. The reason why he was feeling so hot was because he was wearing the sun brooch. However, having just arrived here, he didn't dare take off the brooch and stuff it into his luggage. If he were to accidentally lose this item, he could imagine the cold and crazy look in German Sparrow's eyes. A few people from the northern continent, any country would do. I'm a great pirate who knows many languages. Donis kept muttering as his mind was filled with iced beer and the icebergs floating in the ocean. As he muttered, he suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyes. He finally saw a fellow who was clearly of northern continent descent. Moreover, it seemed like it was someone he knew. Diagonally in front of Danitz, at the end of the street illuminated by the warm sunlight, a young man with short blonde hair was leaning against the wall, playing a silver harmonica. He had a pair of green eyes, and he wore a white shirt with the top two buttons unbuttoned, a completely open black vest, and dark-colored trousers. He wore a lone black glove. He was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson Hood. What a coincidence! This fellow actually came to West Balham. Donis was delighted, feeling as though he had finally found a piece of driftwood in a sea of people. Without the time to recall Anderson's performance on the Golden Dream, he went over and greeted him with the standard tone of a hunter. What? You can't continue being a treasure hunter anymore, so you've started performing on the streets? He noticed that there was an upside-down hat in front of Anderson. There were 20 to 30 brass coins inside, a small number of which belonged to the Intis Cop, and most of which belonged to the local trace. Trace meant copper in Intis language. Anderson stopped playing and shot a glance at Donis. That's not my hat. I happened to be passing by and saw a hat on the ground without anyone noticing. I felt a little wistful, so I took out the harmonica and played it. To my surprise, quite a number of people were listening and threw some money into it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the charm of music. It has no boundaries. Let me tell you, your captain especially likes it. Stop. Donna's forehead pricked up as he stopped Anderson's stray words and asked, Why are you here? Anderson held the harmonica in his hand and thought about it seriously. That's a good question. I don't know how I ended up in West Balham either. I can't remember what happened in the past 2 months. Donis originally wanted to tell him to stop joking, but Anderson's serious expression made him believe him. He deliberated and asked, You can't remember anything? Anderson put away the silver harmonica and bent down to pick up the hat that had quite a number of coins on it. He flicked the dust and said, My last memory is that I was in Byam. After I parted ways with German Sparrow, I seemed to be going to a prearranged place to meet someone. But when I woke up, I was in West Balham. Haha, don't worry about such things. It's good that I'm still alive. Ah, it's almost noon. Let's go find a place to eat. I heard that Baron's pork knuckles are especially famous. As he spoke, Anderson placed the hat and the coins inside beside the homeless man next door. Danitz was hot, hungry, and tired. When he heard that, he perked up. Upon hearing that, he said with a jolt, "You know Dittonese?" Anderson immediately scoffed. "Haven't you heard of the many adventures a treasure hunter like me has in West Balham?" "That's right. I was planning on asking you about West Balham. The situation here is chaotic and dangerous. If I could pull Anderson along, it would definitely be a lot safer. Furthermore, I would have an interpreter. I can't say that I hired him. I can't afford to pay him." Donna smiled. "Then I'm relieved. Let's go." He carried his luggage and went around to the side of the street with Anderson. They found a nearby restaurant and went in. Hearing the waiters babbling in the indigenous language and seeing the menu filled with unknown words, Donna's felt a headache coming on. "Come and see." As he spoke, he passed the menu to the Fog Sea's strongest hunter. Anderson didn't extend his hand and replied with a calm expression, "I don't understand either. Didn't you say you know Dittonese?" Donna's blurted out in surprise. Anderson spread his hands. "I never said that. Does coming to West Balham in search of treasure have anything to do with knowing Dittonese? You don't know Dittonese, so how can you understand the words in the ancient temples and castles? How are we going to find the treasure?" Donna's expression became a little twisted again, and he couldn't help but speak faster. Anderson picked up the cup that the waiter had just set up and gulped down the water. "A problem that can be solved with a dictionary isn't considered a problem. Besides, can't I communicate with people from the southern continent just because I don't know Dittonese?" With that said, he turned to look at the waiter and said in Intis, "2 specialty pork knuckles." The waiter wore a blank look as he kept pointing at the menu. Anderson wasn't flustered at all. He calmly pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked a pig's snort. The waiter was first taken aback before he revealed a look of enlightenment. Then Anderson pointed at his knuckles and the Baron's icon on the menu, using his finger to gesture the number 2. *%yen hashtag. The waiter spoke in accented Dittonese as he nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. As for Donna's, he was dumbfounded by the side. The waiter was first taken aback before he revealed a look of enlightenment. Then Anderson pointed at his knuckles and the Baron's icon on the menu, using his finger to gesture the number 2. Anderson gestured with a few simple Dittonese words before finally completing his order. He turned to smile at Donna's. "Do you understand? In this world, the real universal language is body language." Donna's watched in a daze as the corners of his mouth twitched in response. The carriage drove out of Westboro and headed south at a fork in the road. Soon, it arrived at a military base. With Colonel Calvin's letter and a lieutenant leading the way, Klein successfully entered and arrived at a square paved with rammed earth. Parked, there was a behemoth that was a combination of dark blue and pure white. The airship was dozens of meters long, and a sturdy and light alloy skeleton extended out from its body. It spread out and intersected with each other, supporting an airtight and waterproof cloth with an airbag. Below it were machine gun muzzles, projectile ports, and cannon ports. At this moment, the high-combustion steam engine had yet to hum, and the corresponding propellers had yet to spin. Everything appeared extremely silent. Klein handed his documents and identification to the officer, standing guard by the gangway. After receiving permission, he carried his suitcase and boarded the airship. It was like a ship's cabin divided into 3 levels. The top level had complicated machinery and a warehouse for storing goods. In the middle was a hall where buffets and dances could be held. Around the hall and on both sides of the passageway that led to the upper and lower levels were lounges. As for the lowest level, it was a machine gun room, ammunition room, cannons, and rooms for the soldiers. Passing by the guards with rifles, Klein followed the officer's instructions and found the corresponding lounge. He placed his luggage beside a sofa-like chair. Then he picked up a glass of water on the table, walked to the window and looked out at the scenery. Frankly speaking, although he knew a little about everything, he only knew a little. Therefore, he didn't understand the design principles of this latest model of airship. He didn't know how high it could fly or how much turbulence it would experience in midair. This made him a little uneasy. Before he set off, he had done a divination above the gray fog and received a revelation that he could arrive at his destination relatively smoothly. There seems to be a seatbelt. This world has been in the airship industry for many years, and it's relatively experienced in all aspects. Klein was just about to retract his gaze from the outside and admire the decorations in the room and the candlelight behind the hard glass cover when he suddenly saw a group of people approaching the airship numbered 1345. There were men and women, and they were basically wearing thin, black windbreakers and red gloves. They carried suitcases of different sizes. Only one of them was wearing a mysterious spiritualist robe. She wore blue eyeshadow and blush. It was none other than Daly Simone. And behind this lady was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Without anyone noticing, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Following that, he raised his head and looked at the second level of the airship. His eyes reflected Don Dante's, who had white sideburns and deep blue eyes. He was wearing a formal suit and a bow tie. This gentleman stood behind a window and revealed a genial smile as he raised the cup in his hand. Chapter 918. Leonard's expression froze for a moment before he returned to normal. He had already recalled that Don Dantes was working with the military, preparing to sell a batch of guns and cannons to West Balham. Therefore, although this gentleman's appearance on a military airship was surprising, it didn't seem out of place. The only problem was he was heading to West Balham so soon. Amon's arrival had also given him a certain level of pressure. With a thought, Leonard turned his gaze level. Then, together with his teammates, they walked up the gangway to the second floor and entered a large lounge that belonged to them. Not long after the Red Gloves found their seats and sat down. A deep rumble, the whirring of the blades, and all kinds of scraping sounds sounded, causing the floor and walls to tremble slightly. The tremors gradually intensified and turned into a rocking motion. The airship rose up while swaying. Bit by bit it stabilized. Klein had already sat down and buckled his seatbelt. He looked around curiously, experiencing the feeling of flying that was different from the past. The takeoff wasn't very stable, and the altitude was rather low. But without encountering a hurricane, the turbulence was still fine. I wonder how it's done. Klein looked diagonally at the window in front of him. He had no intention of unbuckling his seatbelt or walking around. This wasn't a fear of heights, although he was a little afraid. He was temporarily wearing creeping hunger, allowing him to fly short distances and directly teleport, so he wasn't that afraid. He was only seriously acting as a Desi tycoon who was riding an airship for the first time. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his molars and quickly activated his spirit vision. He then saw the colors around him intensify as they stacked together. He saw white bones spewing out from the ground like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton's eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames as it held a folded letter in its dangling hand. Mr. Aztec's messenger. He has finally recovered from his transformed state. Klein was pleasantly surprised as he stood up to receive the letter, but only when he felt the obstruction in his abdomen did he remember that he was buckling his seatbelt. When he reached out to undo it, the skeleton messenger crouched down and stuffed the paper into his palm. Klein was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the black flames burning in the other's eye sockets. He nodded slightly as a form of greeting. He could understand why the messenger didn't appear on the next level, only allowing the top half to penetrate the ground. This was because this was a military airship. Apart from the Red Gloves from before, there was a high chance that there were other Beyonders. They also had spiritual perception and a certain level of spirit vision, allowing them to barely sense the messenger's existence. However, I don't think it's polite to deliver a letter while squatting. I'd rather do what I did in the past. Klein muttered as he watched the messenger disintegrate into illusory bones that fell to the ground like a waterfall. In the large lounge, Daily Simone, who still liked to call herself a shaman, suddenly turned her head and looked at another room across the hall. She furrowed her brows slightly and narrowed her eyes. Daly retracted her gaze and said to the low-ranking officer, who was serving as a waiter in the corner of the lounge, "Give me a cocktail, black rand and champagne, half and half." "This formula is very strange, ma. As the officer unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the wine cabinet welded to the ground, he attempted to give a suggestion. Daly, who was wearing blue eyeshadow and blush, smiled. "I like to taste unique things." Having said that, she changed the topic and asked casually, "Apart from you and us, there seems to be someone else on this airship?" As the officer opened the wine cabinet, he replied, "Yes, a merchant. I think his name is Don Dantes. He has some cooperation with the Department of Defense." Don Dantes. Daly was taken aback as her eyes darted around. What kind of cooperation? To her right, Leonard Mitchell subconsciously adjusted his sitting posture. He switched from placing his right foot on his left leg to placing his left foot on his right leg. "I'm not sure," the officer replied with a shake of his head. "It seems to be using that gentleman's experience in the southern continent." Southern continent. Daly repeated the term in thought and didn't ask further. In the small lounge opposite, Klein had already unfolded the letter and was reading it seriously. It was indeed from Aztec Eggers. He indicated that his previous experience had allowed him to recover more of his memories. He had no choice but to sleep to digest and recover, so he wasn't able to reply in time. Klein truly relaxed as he shifted his gaze to the content at the back in a good mood. Aztec's description of the spirit world plunderer was, "This is a rather cunning and rare creature. It's very good at disguising itself, and it's not easy to find. One thing that can be used is that it's very aggressive. However, it's also very dangerous. Even if one has strength close to sequence 4, one has to be sufficiently careful. Otherwise, one might accidentally become its sole avatar. Its specific characteristics are, I'm not too sure, or perhaps I haven't recalled the areas where spirit world plunderers frequent. I suggest you pray to Red Light Ire Moria. He is very friendly to humans and is willing to answer similar questions. He also wields the corresponding authority. The key to the ritual is the correct honorific name and symbol. When you have clues to the spirit world plunder, you can wait for a while. I might be able to provide some help. How can I do that?" Klein raised his right hand and pinched the sides of his mouth. He then flipped the paper and looked at the last page. "Similarly, I'll help you seal that glove again. It's not that I don't want to teach you the sealing method, but you probably won't be able to complete it. This requires the power of the underworld. At the very least, you need an undying to do it. All right, I should be free soon. I remember you talking about the Death God's ring. Mr. Aztec doesn't seem to have changed much. At least, I can't tell from the letter." Klein slowly exhaled. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the paper in his hand, reducing it to ashes that fell into the dustbin welded to the ground. Although Aztec wasn't aware of the places where spirit world plunderers frequented, he could roughly determine that this descendant of death similarly didn't remember Calderon City. He could also vaguely guess that the mysterious spirit world city likely had nothing to do with the underworld. Otherwise, Mr. Aztec, who had long recovered his connection with the underworld, would have recalled certain details. However, he still planned on asking about Calderon City in his reply. No matter what, one should always have hope. Also, I should inform Mr. Aztec that I've arrived in the southern continent. Klein seriously considered how he should reply to him. However, he didn't immediately take action, afraid that summoning the messenger would trigger the spiritual perception of the other Beyonders on the airship. As his eyes darted around, Klein looked out the window once again. He saw that the sky outside was dark and silent. Looking at the dark sky where the crimson moon was obscured by the clouds, Admiral of Stars Catlia retracted her gaze, raised her pen, and deliberated over her words. The answer to that question is that neither of the choices is right. She was a little puzzled at first. Why didn't the Queen directly ask what home referred to? Instead, she added two guesses. Wouldn't this easily result in the question not receiving an effective answer? Later, after some thought, she believed that the Queen was indeed more thoughtful than she was, as she was facing a secret existence suspected to be an ancient god. And as the number of diary pages she had provided added up to about 20 pages, with the corresponding answer being exchanged every time, just 3 diary pages, even if they were of high value, were unable to match the critical question of Roselle the Great's mind and spiritual home. The secret hidden within might be more important than a card of blasphemy. And Queen Mystic seems to be very persistent about this question. She isn't willing to switch to anything else. Therefore, she deliberately added 2 options, hoping to get an answer that could be eliminated or confirmed. In contrast, this lowers the value of the question. It happens to be in line with the principle of equivalent exchange. As Catlia's thoughts wandered, she recalled certain matters from the past. Back then, she was still young and was receiving instruction in various aspects. Queen Mystic would occasionally test her and tell her that during the process of answering, there were 3 opportunities to lower the difficulty. The first was to request to eliminate a wrong option. The second was to seek help from a designated person on the ship. And the third was to pray to one of the 7 lights in the spirit world to obtain the answer. Of course, the prerequisite was that she could complete the ritual herself. Clearly, Queen Mystic had chosen the first method to lower the difficulty. Did Queen Mystic have a similar experience when she was young? After eliminating the 2 wrong options, it's unknown how far she's from the correct answer. Catlia's expression unconsciously softened as she wrote. According to the intelligence I've received, there's a storm brewing in Bakeland. I hope you're well. She didn't directly mention the deputy director of MI9 and the royal family's consultant. After all, this was information shared on the tarot. It wasn't like her own question, which had Mr. Fool's tacit approval, allowing her to directly inform Queen Mystic. After folding the letter, Catlia summoned Queen Mystic Bernadette's messenger, Baron's Harbor. Night had just fallen. Doniz and Anderson found a hotel run by Intis immigrants and experienced the convenience of language communication. After putting down his luggage, Doniz, who was wearing a cloak and boxing gloves, immediately went out and headed for the staircase. Anderson leaned against the opposite door and asked in amusement, "Is there anything else? Is there anything else?" Doniz immediately scoffed. "To buy a dictionary. This is much more reliable than your body language. In a few days, I might be able to grasp a few commonly used words." Anderson stroked his chin with his black-gloved left hand. "Your boxing glove was left behind by that giant, right? What are the negative effects?" Doniz blurted out, becoming rash in action. "My actions have become reckless. I always act first before thinking about problems." As he spoke, he fell silent. Chapter 919. Frankly speaking, I was a little surprised to see the evaluation of tarot. I had thought that there would be people who would say that tarot had become repetitive and not interesting enough, but I didn't expect so many people to say it so vehemently. I had summarized the problem of tarot a long time ago, probably at the end of Book 2 and at the end of Book 3. Why not? Firstly, because it would cause time to be divided into small units of weeks, and the development of events would be fragmented, fixed, and programmed. Secondly, as an organization with weak members and a lack of cooperation, it would be an organization that could only hide on the surface. The communication between members would not be close enough, and the information that could be exchanged would gradually become insufficient. With Klein as the main body, unless most of the members' stories and experiences were turned into side stories within a week, instead of rotating them daily. But I believe I don't need to say more about what kind of reading experience this would create. Thirdly, as a conference with deities, any comical or funny things on the surface could be vetoed with a single vote. it wouldn't be considered. Tarot didn't in the past, doesn't in the present, and won't in the future. Therefore, interesting points and reactions could only be concentrated in the mind. When the information content was insufficient, the program became more and more fixed, and there were no new members joining. Repetition and a certain degree of tedium were unavoidable. But wasn't this the normal state of a conference? Laugh if there was no communication in the mind, and it was all simple questions and answers and body movements. Trust me, the conference would be 100 times more boring. That was why I had always said that most of the time I would skip over tarot and would omit it. That was the reason. Then why should I write? When the information involves the growth of the members' mentality, changes in their thinking, and the shaping of their personalities, I had to write. If I added it after encountering a corresponding situation, it would definitely seem abrupt and not gentle enough, and the readers would be mentally unprepared. Actually, when I wrote the terms island and the depths of the stars, I was very satisfied and felt that it was very interesting. This was because it wasn't just from the perspective of personality. It also involved different experiences, knowledge, and emotional inclinations. It was very interesting. Furthermore, when a normal person knew that this was an important issue involving Roselle the Great and heard the corresponding content, how could they not try to understand and guess? It would be abnormal if they didn't do it. Derek was abnormal because he couldn't understand how important Roselle the Great was to outsiders. Also, starting from the tarot a long time ago, other than the most important information, I would try my best to only write 1 or 2 details at a time. At most, I would write 3 details at a time. I would skim over the rest. But no matter what, I still had to skim over it. Otherwise, the characters would fade away. As for whether or not their imaginations were exaggerated, the magicians were afraid because they had met Don Dantes and talked bad about him behind his back. Furthermore, when they were working together, the German sparrow had displayed his cleverness and craziness, so it was inevitable that they were afraid. In addition, they weren't sure what kind of hidden dangers the pharaoh mummy represented. Wasn't it normal for them to be curious about its use? The reason why they didn't ask later wasn't because they thought it was gossip. It was simply because they didn't want to pry into other people's secrets. Yeah, it was awkward to talk about it from God's perspective. The hanging man's fear stemmed from the difference in strength, as well as the other party's identity as a blessed. Just like in the workplace, if you offended the trusted aide of your leader, wouldn't you be worried about being kicked out of the company and left to fend for yourself? Sometimes leaving blank space was charming, but if you didn't write it clearly, you would really be scolded badly. After all, the readers weren't here to read and comprehend. Just like this time, why did Bernadette ask such a question? Just think about the implied attitude and the comparison of their statuses, and you would understand the reason. Then she was called a retard. Really, sometimes it was really silly to be criticized. To be able to help Bernadette eliminate 2 wrong choices, I felt that little Co's heart was already very soft. If the other party were to guess the truth, it would be troublesome. If I were to be colder, I could directly request for a different question, saying that the current diary didn't reflect it. Another time, I saw someone say that Audrey's character was too naive and childish. She was always pouting, which didn't match her character. I felt ashamed. I didn't think I'd written such a thing before. I quickly opened the documents and searched for the word pout 1 by 1. In the end, I discovered that there was only 1 pouting in the entire text. It was Zio. As for Audrey, she only puffed her cheeks a few times. But even an adult would subconsciously do such a thing at times. At this point, after writing so much, I still have to sincerely apologize because ultimately it's my fault. I wasn't able to write clearly, which made it difficult for people to understand, and I wasn't able to make the writing more interesting. I wasn't able to reduce the repetition and monotony, which resulted in a poor reading experience. All of this is definitely the author's fault. It's the author's failure, and there's no reason or excuse for it. I have to sum up my experience and find a solution. Currently, there definitely won't be a tarot for a long period of time. This isn't something I've thought of now, but something I've been preparing for since the beginning. I'm ready to jump back to the timeline at any time. Yep, previously, because I was writing about Don Dantes, my daily life was rather dull. If I switched to another member, and it didn't have anything to do with Klein, it would directly dilute the main storyline, and the point of view would be very messy. This was the result of my previous experiments. When Klein came out, there would be something more exciting, and I would naturally be able to expand the plot of the other members. I had been suppressing Little Son's progress for a long time. Chapter 920. Going out to buy a dictionary at night in a city that's a little chaotic and with the appearance of an intis patient. No, I can't keep wearing these boxing gloves. Donis was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly raised his hand, untied the boxing gloves, and tried to take them off. Halfway through his action, he suddenly paused and sized Anderson up. He glanced at the black glove on Anderson's left hand and laughed dryly as he put the glove back on. I believe that in the southern continent, in this place, the most important thing is still one's own strength. Donis added with a fake smile. Anderson's expression didn't change as he continued stroking his chin. Then what are you going to do? Donis pointed to the staircase. I plan to find the owner of the hotel and borrow his dictionary. I don't think he won't teach his children Didonese. That's a train of thought, but even if you have a dictionary, you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time. Even if you're only able to grasp a few words, it's still quite difficult. After all, this is a different language system from the northern continent. Let me give you a solution. Your captain should have taught you some ritualistic magic in the domain of the god of knowledge and wisdom, right? Yes. Donis nodded without thinking. Anderson clapped his hands. Then I can teach you a new ritualistic magic. By praying to the god of knowledge and wisdom, you will gain the ability to understand, recognize, and write Didonese for a week. Donis shook his head without hesitation. I believe in the Lord of Storms, not the god of knowledge and wisdom. The reason why some of the ritualistic magic from before was because of Captain. As he said this, he glanced at Anderson. Weren't you born in Senegal, grew up in Lemberg, and were classmates with the captain? Then you should also be a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Wouldn't it be more appropriate and effective for you to hold the ritual? Anderson shook his head and smiled. Although they are all believers, there are only a few who can truly receive a response. He pretended to think for a moment before saying, The best way is to ask the priests and bishops of the Church of Knowledge for help and ask them to make some amulets. I remember that there are a few missionaries from Lemberg and Baronsport. Why don't we pay them a visit tomorrow? Donis was about to answer, but he suddenly put on a puzzled expression. I have a feeling that you seem to be plotting something. Anderson's expression froze. On the airship, Klein had his seatbelt fastened and a blanket draped over him. He was already fast asleep as he leaned against the back of his chair. At this time it was dark outside the window, and the lights on the ground were sparse. The scenery seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving quickly. Everything seemed so peaceful and calm. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up and stretched his neck. As he was wearing death knell, he had drunk quite a lot of water and was woken up by the swelling in his lower abdomen. Lifting the blanket and unbuckling his seatbelt, Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He walked out of the lounge and headed to the bathroom in the corner of the hall. After happily resolving the problem and washing his hands, he turned around and walked out of the bathroom. When he returned to the hall, he suddenly saw a figure. The figure stood in the dimly lit spot. She was wearing a black robe, blue eyeshadow, and blush. At a glance, she looked like a ghost that had floated out of a morgue. Ma, I'm Daly. Without a doubt, Klein knew her as he immediately reacted in shock. Daly took a few steps forward and looked up at Don Dantes' face. Her gaze stopped at his eyes as she outlined a smile. Your eyes and bearing resemble a friend of mine, especially your eyes. Klein immediately pretended to be relieved as he laughed. Ma, if we were to switch genders, this would be a standard pickup line. Daly didn't move her gaze away as she chuckled. There's no need to switch. Gender doesn't change the definition of such behavior. If I were to speak to you like this any other time, it would mean that I'm really trying to trick you into bed or even into a cathedral. However, I don't have such thoughts now. I walked over because your eyes do remind me of him. Conversing with Ma and daily is a little unbearable. I can't let her take the initiative. Otherwise, she might realize that Don Dantes isn't a playboy with a wide range of hobbies or an expert flirt. Instead, he's an inexperienced person who would feel uncomfortable in front of a charming woman. I have to take the initiative and lead the conversation. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked in a half-joking manner, Ma, and do you like that friend? Daly was taken aback for a second as she pricked up her brows and lowered her head with a smile. This isn't something that needs to be hidden. If only he could be like you, brave enough to take the initiative in front of women and know how to create an ambiguous atmosphere. If that's the case, we might even have a child. Unfortunately, he's a conservative person. When we chat, he only talks about business and experiences. When I give him a little hint or make some jokes that go too far, he'll be very uncomfortable and always find an excuse to leave. He looks old, his hair isn't well maintained, and his memory is poor. He even forgets my birthday. When I think of him, I get very angry. I can't wait to push him onto the bed and tie his hands to the railing at the head of the bed. Klein looked at the top of Daly's head with a gloomy gaze. He sighed and interrupted her words. Madam, you talk too much. Daly raised her head and said with a smile no different from before, I thought you were going to talk about this in depth. Klein laughed. Then why didn't you put those thoughts into action? I can see that you are not a woman who only knows how to talk. Daly snorted. Guess. Right on the heels of that, she nodded. Thank you for not saying that I'm harassing you. As she spoke, she turned around and returned to the large lounge where the red gloves were. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he shook his head and walked to his cabin. When she arrived at the entrance of the large lounge, Daly, whose gaze landed on the floor in front of her, suddenly saw a pair of leather shoes without straps. Her gaze moved up, and her eyes reflected the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Leonard looked at the lounge that Don Dantes had entered and said with a suppressed voice, He has quite a number of secrets. He has many secrets. It's not that simple. Daly chuckled and nodded. I know. With that said, she walked past Leonard Mitchell in a relaxed manner and walked into the large lounge. After walking a few meters, she slowed down and lowered her head slightly again. Leonard remained standing at the door, looking at the elongated shadows cast by the lights outside. He slowly and silently exhaled. In the small lounge, Klein stood by the door. He raised his right hand and rubbed his son acupoints like a statue. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek sat on the stool, munching on the bread made from black-faced grass powder as he seriously listed out the things he should have done but hadn't done recently. I haven't gotten the information on Bizarre O'Bain that Mr. World needs. I'm still lacking quite a bit of merit for Sequence 5, Vampire Beyonder Characteristic. I only have 3 friends, which isn't enough. There are only a few clues regarding the former chief's mausoleum. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he filled his stomach, took off his shirt, and took out an open container made from stone. He used the sticky black liquid inside to smear the visible bruises on his body. Although black-face grass was the only edible plant around the City of Silver, it wasn't the only type of plant. There were many types of them, and they were all strange. They relied on various abilities to survive and reproduce in an environment where there was only lightning and darkness without the sun. And one of the traditions of the City of Silver was to choose different plants and combine them with the corresponding organs of monsters to brew various ointments. This was very effective in treating most injuries and diseases, preventing most residents from losing their lives because of minor problems. This was a tradition formed by generations of demon hunters who constantly simplified and fixed the magical potions, holy ointments, and essential oils formulas they obtained through potions into products of lower levels. After applying the ointment, Derek took in the pungent stench and was about to put on his clothes when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. He instinctively tensed up. He picked up Thunder God's Roar, the dark blue hammer that was wrapped in lightning, and carefully approached the door, prepared to kill any monsters that appeared from the darkness. "Who is it?" Derek asked in a deep voice. A slightly gruff voice came from outside. "Valir." At the same time, bright light illuminated the cracks in the door and the window. This was the power of a Dawn Paladin. Derek relaxed and opened the door to greet him. "Valir, aren't you going to lead a team on patrol today?" Valir was 2 meters tall, and he was Derek's new friend. He was also the friend he recognized the most. This was because he would often restrain his strength to a greater extent. He was someone who took good care of his companions. In addition, the closest patrolling area that included the former chief's mausoleum was Valir's team. Valir had brownish-yellow hair that was similar to Derek's. He had a thick beard, and his favorite activity was to fight with others. Upon hearing that, he smiled and said, "The 6-member council has just ordered our team to circle around the area where the former chief's mausoleum is located. And this is the last place left for our patrol mission. Let's go to the training ground and get some exercise." The 6-member council specially ordered the patrol team to circle around that area. They can open the door to the former chief's mausoleum today. I wonder what will happen. I hope that Elder Loviet isn't plotting something. Derek was alarmed as he suddenly thought of something, but he didn't know what he could do. Just as he hesitantly put on his clothes and prepared to head out to the training ground with Valir, a figure grew out from the shadows of the street and said, "Derek Berg, the chief wants you to meet him at the dome." Derek Berg, the chief wants you to meet him at the dome. Chapter 9:21. At the top of the spire, in the room of the chief elder of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad had a tall figure by the standards of the City of Silver. He had messy, unkempt, grizzled hair, and there were many wrinkles on his face. The rest of his body didn't have any wrinkles, and there were old scars that were either twisted or deep. He was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat. There was a belt with many small squares around his waist. His light blue eyes were deep and profound, as if they were full of stories. After Derek bowed, the demon hunter nodded slightly and pointed at the items on the table diagonally in front of him. "Remember them?" Derek looked over, and his gaze suddenly froze. His eyes reflected 2 translucent worms that were as thick as a child's fingers. Worm of Time. There were worms of time with transparent rings. It was a worm of time that originated from Blasphemer Amon's avatar. "Yes." Derek was silent for a second before he answered instinctively, "Something left behind by Amon." Colin Iliad nodded indiscernibly. "One of them was even coughed out by you." Without waiting for Derek to speak, he slowly said, "You once said that when you're possessed by Amon, you're in a daze most of the time, like you're dreaming. You'll only wake up occasionally." Faced with the chief's gaze, Derek nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had indeed made such a description. Colin Iliad moved his gaze away and cast it outside the window. He looked down at the buildings, not far away. "I don't think I told you what you did during that time. You've held 2 rituals, one with the elements of a secret contract, and the other like a sacrifice. You've received a certain response. Do you still remember what happened at that time?" "Indeed, when I requested Mr. Fool's help and used the secret deed ritual to purify Amon's avatar, I was also being monitored." Derek wasn't surprised by the chief's words. Under the guidance of the Hanging Man, he had long followed the experienced elders of the City of Silver, and it was impossible for them to let an abnormal person off. He had come to the conclusion that he had been monitored ever since he left the dungeon. Furthermore, during the sacrificial ritual, someone had appeared from the shadows to stop him, confirming his theory. "I don't have much of an impression." Derek pondered for a while before shaking his head. Colin, who was only looking out of the corner of his eye, turned around and sighed. "Think back carefully. These two worms left behind by Amon are very valuable materials. I have been looking for ways to use them. If I can secretly make something out of them, it will be a trump card that no one else knows about. It can play a key role at a critical moment. In the two rituals you experienced, there might be symbols, ancient incantations, and mysterious elements that can be used as reference. Think about it carefully. If it were in the past, Derek would have only been able to understand the chiefs superficially, but at this moment he was able to slow down by a few seconds to translate the corresponding words into sentences that weren't directly expressed. I know you still have a certain connection with Amon. We're about to open the former chief's mausoleum. I have to make additional preparations to prevent any accidents from happening, so as to prevent Lovia and company from harming the City of Silver's trump card. Quickly try to communicate and see if you can get any help. Or give me the details of the previous ritual so that I can figure it out myself. Mr. the Hanging Man is right. The higher one is in a high position, the more experience they have and the more danger they face, the more accustomed they are to using hints to tactfully express their intentions, leaving room for both sides of the conversation. Derek suddenly felt like he had truly grasped a particular skill, recalling that the chief's goal was to restrict Elder Lovia and the fallen creator that she represented. He felt that he needed to do something. However, he had no idea how to use a worm of time. All he could do was consider praying to Mr. Fool to see if he could receive any help. I will try my best to recall. I need a quiet room. Derek paused as he deliberated over his words. Cullen Iliad seemed to be prepared as he raised his hand and pointed at the corridor. There are quite a number of empty rooms with open doors on the opposite side. Choose one yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek bowed and left. He randomly found an empty room, locked the wooden door, and sat down. In a dark corner, his eyes glowed as he prayed softly. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein carried his luggage and left the airship along the gangway, preparing to take the military base's carriage to the city. As for Daly Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and the other Red Gloves, they were the first to disembark the airship. Klein was one of the last few, so he didn't meet them. After entering the city and finding a hotel to stay in, he was just about to lie down again to improve his listless state from last night's lack of sleep when he suddenly heard a series of illusory prayers. It sounds like Little Sun. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He entered the narrow bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise with great difficulty before arriving above the gray fog. Just as he had expected, the shimmering ripples were the crimson star that symbolized Sunday. As his spirituality emanated outwards and touched it, Klein quickly figured out what Sun was praying for. The City of Silver's chief is asking Little Sun. No, he's asking what he thinks is Amon. How to use a worm of time charm. Thankfully, I previously had this problem and have long resolved it. However, using a worm of time to create a powerful charm that can temporarily switch fates requires praying to the Fool. Doesn't this directly expose that the person backing Little Sun isn't Amon, but another mysterious existence of unknown depths? Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his right index finger as he seriously considered how to respond. In less than a minute, he changed his train of thought and realized that his worries were meaningless. First of all, other than Shepherd Elder Lovia, who might have received a revelation from the true creator, no one in the City of Silver knew of Amon's exact situation. They only guessed that he might be one of the 8 kings of angels by the Creator's side, the Angel of Time. Therefore, even if they knew of the Fool's existence, there was a high chance that they would believe that it was Amon's true body or the deity that Amon was currently serving. Secondly, the honorific name of the Fool was no longer a secret to the true Creator, Blasphemer Amon, and Shepherd Elder Lovia. It didn't matter if more people in the City of Silver knew of it. Furthermore, the chief named Cullen Iliad was only a demon hunter. Even if he had the honorific name of the Fool and had a grade 0 sealed artifact, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, even Blasphemer Amon and the true Creator did knock on my door in the middle of the night. Finally, the chief of the 6-member council had long known that there was a problem with Little Sunday. Now, It was almost as if he had made it clear. As Klein's thoughts raced, he felt that he needed to be bolder. He might even be able to use this opportunity to develop a backer or two in the City of Silver. No, believers, so that little son wouldn't have to struggle alone. Furthermore, I've made great progress compared to when I purified Amon's avatar. I've accumulated a deeper level of mysticism knowledge, and I wield the sea god scepter. I can draw more power from the mysterious space above the gray fog. I don't have to worry about making any mistakes when facing a sequence for demigod during the ritual. As long as I don't rashly pull people above the gray fog. Klein quickly made a decision. He turned the process of creating the Fate Siphon charm into a projection and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized Sunday. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed in the chief's room at the top of the spire. And long before the sound was heard, Colin Iliad already knew that Derek Berg had opened the door and was walking in his direction. Come in. He turned around and faced the entrance. Derek pushed the door open and bowed. Your Excellency, I remember some blurry details. Colin Iliad nodded calmly. What are they? Using pure silver and mercury as the materials. Derek succinctly described the first part of the ritual and paused for a moment. Back then, I seemed to be muttering an honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Colin narrowed his eyes and suddenly interrupted him. The corresponding symbol is the one left on the candle? Yes, Derek answered frankly. The second part is the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. At this moment, Colin interrupted him again. You don't need any other ritual materials? There's no need for that. Derek nodded in surprise. Only then did he realize that the chief seemed to be deliberately interrupting him from chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. Yes, our common language is Jotun, a language that can stir the powers of nature. If I were to directly chant the honorific name, it would definitely produce all sorts of unknown effects. It's because I know that Mr. Fool is a true deity and is trustworthy that I habitually recited it in one go. But the chief isn't aware of this. Derek continued in enlightenment. The third part, the King of Yellow and Black, who wields good luck. Colin listened quietly, nodded slightly, and said, Very good. Although I can't be sure if the content you recall can be of any help, it's still a considerable contribution. I'll get someone to increase your contribution. Go back, or go to the library to read for a while. Yes, Your Excellency. Seeing that there was nothing else, Derek silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left the room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad watched him leave before walking to the chair behind the desk and sitting down. He cast his gaze at the two translucent ringed worms. Beside Little Worm was a notebook. On it was a drawing of a secret, symbol formed by half a pupilless eye and the other half of a contorted line. Colin's gaze didn't move for a long time as he seemed to turn into a stone statue. After a while, he slowly stood up and took out 3 candles. Chapter 9:22. After putting down the candles, Colin Iliad found a piece of pure silver, picked up a carving knife beside him, and cut out a palm-sized charm carrier. Then, according to Derek Berg's description, he carved the secret symbol that symbolized the fool on both sides of the silver piece. During the entire process, he was extremely fast. If there were a bystander, they definitely wouldn't be able to see his movements clearly. However, the final product was flawless, like a piece of art that had been slowly carved over several days. Immediately following that, Colin Iliad found a bottle of mercury and used his powerful spirituality to guide the liquid inside into the charm, filling all the patterns. He also prevented the mercury that was facing downwards from falling due to gravity. After repeating the process and making the second charm, Colin Iliad placed them in front of the candles and placed a worm with a transparent link on each of them. Compared to when he had just stood up in silence, Colin's every move appeared steady, calm, and firm. There was no longer any hesitation, just like when he faced the powerful monsters in the darkness. After preparing the ritual, he took 2 steps back, took down the swords that were hanging from the wall, and inserted them into the gap between the tiles at the door. As Colin closed his eyes and muttered, pure and thick light emerged from the surrounding void, enveloping the two swords with a feeling of holiness and glory. The light gathered more and more, slowly turning into flowing water. It flowed along the cracks between the tiles and walls, forming a cage that separated the inside and outside. As a senior demon hunter, Colin Iliad actually didn't want to do such defensive actions during a ritual. This was because there was a high chance of angering the target of his prayers, bringing about even more dangerous changes. However, he had to do it. He had to ensure that even if the ritual failed, even if the fool was an existence filled with malice, even if he died in front of the altar, the entire City of Silver wouldn't suffer too much damage. Colin, the City of Silver's chief, was still rather confident in the defensive capabilities of this cage. This was because it came directly from a god-level sealed artifact, the crown worn by Giant King Ormer. Proof of glory. This was one of the main reasons why the City of Silver was able to withstand the waves of monsters in the darkness in the Dark Ages. Seeing that all the preparations were complete, Colin Iliad used the desk as an altar. With pure spirituality, he created a holy and clean environment where no one could disturb him and lit the 3 candles. The dim yellow light swayed gently and reflected in his eyes. He lowered his head and sprinkled the plant powder and monster fur that Derek Berg had mentioned into the candlelight or ignited them into the cauldron to please the secret existence that he was about to pray to. Such activities weren't rare in the City of Silver. On the surface, there were sacrifices to the Creator, but from time to time, there would be residents who would be tempted by unknown existences during their patrols or explorations and hold all kinds of rituals. Most of the latter were passive, but a small number were active attempts. On the one hand, after serving the Creator for thousands of years without any response, the accumulated despair made some people have a mental breakdown. They were eager to grab onto something else to rely on. On the other hand, the 6-member council of the City of Silver had already reached a consensus many generations ago. The Creator, who had abandoned this land, might never return. Finding another way out had to be placed on the agenda. Unfortunately, such attempts had never had a third outcome apart from being ineffective and dying. And it was precisely because of this that no matter what difficulties they encountered, regardless of how many city-states they discovered that had been destroyed by an evil god, the City of Silver persisted in its exploration of the surrounding areas and places further away. And to Colin Iliad himself, the discovery of the outsider, Jack, had brought him an indescribable surprise and hope. His encounter in Afternoon Town, the King's conspiracy, and the clergy's prophecy made him feel a stronger sense of urgency. He no longer held any expectations for the Creator's return. With the combination of these two factors, coupled with Lovia and Derek's abnormalities, as well as the prophecy of the apocalypse, Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council, a senior demigod and a powerful demon hunter, had no choice but to attempt to dance on the edge of a blade. He had no choice but to consider making a deal with a hidden existence. Exhaling silently, Colin took a step back and recited with a voice that carried the vicissitudes of life. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray to you, pray for a mysterious power, pray for a gift from good luck, pray for you to turn the items on the altar into charms. As soon as Colin's mysterious and rhythmic voice fell, the altar in front of him suddenly became dark and deep, as if an indescribable and indescribable divinity was diffusing from the candle flame in the middle. The candlelight suddenly grew larger, but it was unable to illuminate the surroundings. Instead, it made everything even more illusory. Countless transparent shadows of various shapes and sizes appeared, covering every inch of the place. Some were sparse, some were dense, some were dense. High above the illusory world and the countless figures, there were 7 pure lights of different colors, as though they contained infinite knowledge. And above the 7 pure lights was an endless grayish-white fog. It was an ancient palace that overlooked everything. Demon Hunter Colin momentarily forgot about everything else as he focused on the scene on the altar. It was as though something that only existed in books and ancient tomes had crossed the barrier between illusion and reality to truly appear in front of him. If he didn't remember wrongly, this was likely a projection of the spirit world. Before the calamity, before the Creator abandoned this land, it was very easy to observe and even enter the spirit world. Now, it only existed in the City of Silver's teaching materials and all sorts of information. No one could touch the spirit world. At this moment, an illusory, creaking sound suddenly sounded. In the ancient palace that overlooked the gray fog and the spirit world, a door seemed to open. Right on the heels of that, Colin saw the unformed charms in front of the candle flame glow with a blurry gray luster. Their patterns were lit up one after another, intertwining together. They suddenly burst out with a blinding and rich brilliance, wrapping the pure silver sheet and the ring-shaped worm together. The dark world on the altar instantly distorted. Everything quickly returned to normal, but there were two strange charms made of black crystal on the altar. It was as though a pair of eyes of an existence was silently watching the world. Demon Hunter Colin was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and lowered his head. "Thank you for your bestowment. I praise your existence." Without any delay, he immediately ended the ritual and removed the seal. After doing all of this, the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council returned to the desk and picked up the two charms made from the remains of Amon's avatar. Up to this moment, the scene he had just seen was still lingering in his mind. According to his knowledge of mysticism, the 7 lights mentioned in some ancient books were at the top of the spirit world. They were believed to be close to the level of deities, but none of the information recorded what was above the 7 lights. What did the gray fog symbolize? What did the ancient palace, surrounded by the gray fog that overlooked the entire spirit world, represent? And throughout the ritual, Colin Iliad felt that the fool he was praying to was deep, mysterious, and lofty. He wasn't like certain evil beings who liked to flaunt their strength and couldn't wait to show something. Such a performance was described in the records of the City of Silver. It belonged to the Creator. Looking at the charm in his hand and checking his condition, the white-haired demon hunter Colin suddenly closed his eyes. This was because figures flashed through his mind for some baffling reason. They were his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson, who had been personally ended by him. The somewhat old chief fell silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed softly. It's been 2,583 years. After 2,583 years, the City of Silver finally received a normal response. In the library in the steeple, Derek found a notebook he hadn't read before in the ancient mythology section that he often read. The cover of the notebook was made of the leather of a certain monster. There were obvious patterns on it, and the paper inside was old and yellow. It recorded the experiences of the original owner when he encountered different monsters. Most of these monsters could be found in the City of Silver's textbooks. Even their characteristics were the same. However, there were many battle reflections and experiences in the notebook. It interested Derek and made him very serious. As he flipped through it, he suddenly noticed a monster named Shapeshifter. This monster didn't have the intelligence to communicate, but it was good at setting up traps and dealing with targets. It could also disguise itself as someone else and use all kinds of seemingly unbelievable methods to complete the hunt. The owner of the notebook's evaluation of this was that it was strange and dangerous. This is very similar to Mr. World's guess about the characteristics of the Bizarro-Bane. Could it be that the shapeshifter is a Bizarro-Bane? Derek was delighted as he quickly browsed through it. He discovered that this monster lived in the ruins of a city that was further north. As the monsters in the darkness in that area were powerful and terrifying, even the 6-member council was unable to deal with some of them. Therefore, after the first 2 attempts, the City of Silver's exploration of the vicinity had been temporarily halted. It hadn't been resumed until now. Due to such reasons, the City of Silver's textbooks didn't mention the special monsters there. After reading these records, Derek subconsciously flipped to the last page of the notebook. He wanted to know who had personally experienced the two dangerous explorations. Amidst the crashing sounds, he saw a name, Cullen Iliad, Desi County, Eskelson Harbor. When Klein returned to the real world, he rubbed his temples and went straight to his bed before suddenly collapsing. In order to give the City of Silver's chief a better impression of the fool and generate more trust in him, he had taken the initiative to add special effects when he responded. He had forcefully displayed the mysterious space above the gray fog that only appeared in the secret deed ritual and the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. This drained quite a bit of his spirituality, making him feel even more exhausted and sleepy. I'll find food for creeping hunger after I wake up. Now, I'll let it have a good rest above the gray fog. Klein thought in a daze and quickly fell asleep. He slept from morning to afternoon until he was woken up by his stomach's rumbling. P.S. From today onwards, there will only be one update on weekends. Chapter 923. Desi's pies have more ingredients than Bakelin's, but they like to add some locally produced spices. The first few bites will feel a little strange, but once you get used to it, it'll have a unique flavor. Klein sat in his hotel room, occasionally taking a bite of the oily pies and drinking some refreshing sweet iced tea. He was having a rather pleasant time. After he had his fill, he didn't immediately pack up. Instead, he picked up his top hat on the chair beside him and wore it on his head. At the same time, his left glove suddenly turned transparent as his entire body rapidly faded away and vanished. Klein entered the spirit world to travel to the Berserk Sea's Bodo Harbor in search of food for creeping hunger. The Eskelson Harbor he was in was indeed part of Desi Bay, but it wasn't any random point along the coastline. This was because it was an island, the southernmost island of Desi Bay. Crossing it meant entering the Berserk Sea. Therefore, just as Klein headed towards the predetermined coordinates for a second, an abnormality appeared in front of him. The nearby airflow of the spirit world took form, swirling into a wind as it howled and enveloped a vast region with no end in sight. The light inside was dark and gloomy, with dark clouds gathering. Lightning streaked across one after another, illuminating the surroundings like it was the end of the world. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had arrived at an ocean ruled by a never-ending storm. However, he knew very well that this was the spirit world. Indeed, it's just as mentioned in many mysticism books. The mighty power of Death's death not only changed the climate and environment of the ocean between the northern and southern continents, making it filled with natural disasters and dangerous currents, making it famous for being berserk. Furthermore, it broke the barrier between reality and illusion, corrupting and destroying the corresponding spirit world, causing both sides to influence each other. In the Berserk Sea region, if a ritual involving the spirit world is held or powers related to the spirit world is used, there's a high chance of an accident happening, resulting in unexpected changes. Klein sighed as he used the scenes he saw with his own eyes to verify the records in the books. From his point of view, if it wasn't so, the countries of the northern continent wouldn't have waited for Roselle the Great to explore a safe sea route before they had the chance to invade the southern continent. After all, to many high-sequence beyonders, they could directly bypass the natural barriers in the ordinary sense. Roselle's safe sea route was not only a geographical one, but also a mystical one. In other words, because the Berserk Ocean and the corresponding Spiriters realm affected each other and overlapped with each other, Klein could directly refer to the local nautical charts and travel through the natural disasters in the Spiriters realm. After recalling what he had read, Klein found the correct location and entered the dark and gloomy spirit world. The sound of howling winds came from all directions. Even though it was just the aftermath, it was enough to make Klein feel a chill that came from the depths of his soul or bone marrow. This made him believe that if he had been active in his spirit-body state and hadn't used the Dark Emperor card, Tyrant card, or Aztec's copper whistle to enhance himself, he might have already suffered serious injuries. If he hadn't been on a safe sea route and faced the black storm that was filled with the aura of death, he felt that he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it even if he had a physical body. Compared to the strong winds, the dark lightning was even more dangerous. Just one bolt was enough to make Klein suspect that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for the hidden vortexes and wandering creatures, that was another risk. There's no corporeal seawater here. I wonder what's at the end of the vortex. Klein followed the safe sea route and traveled at a moderate pace. From time to time, he would observe his surroundings to accumulate his knowledge. Suddenly, he saw a strange creature. It dragged a huge scythe and was located in the black storm. It was formed from one skull after another, bloated and massive. The skulls were either grayish-white or grayish-black in size, and they were of different races. They were stacked on top of each other, forming a body, limbs, and head. Almost at the same time that Klein saw this strange creature, it also noticed Klein. All the skulls turned at the same time, and with a cracking sound that couldn't be concealed by the howling, they looked over. The deep eye sockets were one after another, and there were countless of them. Klein's forehead twitched. Using his traveling ability, he directly passed through the area and entered the next safe sea route. Under the illusory sea surface nearby, bloody arms stretched out one after another. Illusory, greenish-black tentacles danced in the air. Outside the City of Silver, a black mausoleum was embedded into the ground, like an upside-down pyramid. At that moment, dense black plants grew out from all the cracks in the mausoleum's bricks. Even the heavy door at the entrance had been corroded. Colin Iliad carried his 2 swords on his back and stood outside the door with the other 2 elders of the 6-member council. They were observing the tunnel that went diagonally deep underground. Lovia, whose silver-gray hair was curled over her shoulders, quietly observed for a while. It should be fine. Compared to the past, when he would switch between different mental states without any pattern, this shepherd elder was now deep and calm. There was nothing abnormal about him. His pair of light gray eyes were reserved and deep. Colin nodded slightly and took out a bottle of medicine from the 2 compartments on his belt. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly lit up. On his wrinkle-free skin, blood vessels protruded and were dyed silver white. Right on the heels of that, the chief pulled out a straight sword and evenly smeared the silver-gray ointment on the surface. While he was preparing step by step, another elder of the 6-member council, Waite Chermont, was also doing something similar. This burly man, who was nearly 5 meters tall and had a dark blue symbol tattooed on his head, didn't look more than 45 years old, but he was actually almost 80 years old. He was also a Sequence 4 demon hunter, a demigod existence, one of the main pillars of the City of Silver. In the City of Silver, as there wasn't a lack of main ingredients and the residents knew the acting method and had sufficient combat experience, it was relatively easy for low and mid-sequence Beyonders to advance. There were many Beyonders at Sequence 6, but from Sequence 5 onwards, due to various problems with rituals and other aspects, the number of Beyonders began to plummet. At Sequence 4, which had undergone a qualitative change, there might not even be one in a generation. Waite Chermont didn't use the dual swords commonly used by orthodox demon hunters, so that the different ointments could be used at the same time to deal with more complicated situations. He held an iron-gray hammer and carried a huge bow on his back that appeared massive despite his height. He looked like a miniature giant that had walked out of an oil painting. The huge bow was a mystical item. Its side effects weren't too great, and it was recorded in the history books of the City of Silver. It had gotten its name because it had killed a demigod-level dragon. It was called Dragon-Slaying Bow. After finishing his preparations, Waite placed the iron-gray hammer in front of him with a bang. Then he took out the huge bow and slowly pulled it back. Sizzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared and condensed, becoming longer and longer, forming a blinding and magnificent arrow between the back of the bow and the bowstring. Just as Waite's fingers loosened their grip on the bowstring, The lightning arrow directly leaped onto the mausoleum's door that was covered in weeds that resembled human hair. Without a sound, the heavy door seemed to have been corroded a long time ago. It suddenly broke into pieces in an explosion of electricity, shattering into pieces and revealing a deep passageway. The passageway flickered with pale lights, and there was no end to it at a glance. It gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Two complex, dark green symbols appeared in Colin's eyes, reflecting the scene at the entrance to the mausoleum. A few seconds later, he raised his sword diagonally and walked into the mausoleum. Waite carried the dragon-slaying bow on his back, pulled out his iron-gray hammer, and followed closely behind. The purple-robed Lovia's expression didn't change. Empty-handed, she passed through the broken door at an unhurried pace. As they walked down the passageway and stairs, the 3 members of the 6-member council didn't show any signs of impatience or unease in the completely silent environment. They allowed the sound of their footsteps to echo around them. After walking down another floor, a river suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an illusory and dark river. Beneath the surface of the river, blood-colored arms that had their skin peeled off, green vines that had a baby's face, and slippery tentacles with eyes were densely packed together as they constantly leaped up in an attempt to grab at everything that passed by. At the edge of the river's entrance, there were figures of varying heights and heights dressed in old clothes. They had their backs to the 3 elders as they paced back and forth, as though they were vexed over how to cross the river. Suddenly, one of them sensed someone approaching and slowly turned to look at Colin, Waite, and Lovia. It was an old man. His hair was completely white, and there were deep wrinkles on his forehead and mouth. His eyes were light blue but empty, and his expression was numb and blank. Colin Iliad's pupils constricted as he recognized the other party. This was his brother, a brother who had been possessed by Amon, a brother whose life had been ended by his own hands. At that moment, the other figures turned around, revealing faces that Colin, Waite, and Lovia were very familiar with but abnormally numb. Lovia's expression remained unchanged, but behind her, an illusory knight that was more than 5 meters tall had appeared at some point in time. The knight wore ancient silver full-body armor, and his eyes were dark red like blood and burning like fire. After carefully traversing the safe sea route for about 10 seconds, Klein arrived at the Berserk Sea's Bodo Harbor. This place deviated from the main sea route and didn't belong to any country. It was a free city for pirates. After stepping on the rock surface, Klein, who had casually created a stranger's face, wasn't in a hurry to enter the chaotic port city. He reached into his pocket and took out an iron cigar case. While traversing the spirit world's Berserk Sea, he had sensed that Aztec's copper whistle was trembling slightly. After dispelling the wall of spirituality, Klein opened the cigar case and pinched the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. The copper whistle had lost its usual coldness and gentleness. It felt a little hot, but this abnormality was quickly fading. Chapter 924. The anomaly in the Berserk Sea that corresponds to the spirit world is caused by Death's death. Legend has it that this deity's corpse and items are hidden somewhere in these waters, waiting for someone with a specific key to open it. This copper whistle originated from Mr. Aztec, and Mr. Aztec is confirmed to be a direct descendant of Death. Furthermore, he's 1 or 2 generations ahead of him. Therefore, this copper whistle sensed something. Or was it affected by something? Information quickly flashed through Klein's mind as he pieced them together and obtained a preliminary guess. He planned on finding an inn in Bodo Harbor and getting a room. He would head above the gray fog and use dream divination to see if he could obtain any revelations. Then he would consider the time and method of returning to Eskelson Harbor, so as to prevent any accidents from happening that could have been avoided. Before that, he had to find food for creeping hunger. Walking down the cliff by the sea, Klein entered Bodo Harbor. The buildings here seemed to be built wherever one wanted. There was almost no planning. As a result, some roads were very wide, while others were so narrow that only one person could pass through. Some raised their heads and couldn't see the sky, only seeing large patches of clothes waiting to be dried. With his new face, Klein strolled through such an environment. He walked among many passers-by dressed as pirates, and he habitually sought out places like taverns to hunt for prey. At this moment, he saw quite a number of people gathered around a notice board in a small square in front of him. What's going on? Klein approached curiously. Relying on his clown's balance and agility, he passed through the gaps in the crowd and barely managed to squeeze his way to a spot where he could see the notice board. On the notice board, there was a piece of paper that was very domineering. It covered everything else, making it obvious at a glance. Its header wrote, "The Black Emperor is recruiting crew." Black Emperor? Isn't that the ship of King of the Five Seas, Nast, that can traverse the spirit world? This pirate king, in a sense of the word, is actually openly recruiting crew? Klein deliberately muttered in surprise. That's right. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Beside him, a brawny man with his sleeves rolled up immediately laughed. It was impossible in the past, but it's possible now. Why? Klein was waiting for someone to talk to him, so he immediately turned his head and asked. The strong man's arms, and cheeks were covered with dark green tattoos. He looked very ferocious. He pointed to the main channel and said, "A week ago, the Black Emperor encountered the ironclad, the Pritz that Rouen had been promoting so much. A naval battle broke out, and many of the Black Emperor's crew died. It's in urgent need of manpower." Huh. Klein's first reaction was that this wasn't mysticism. According to the contents of the newspapers and the various rumors he had heard at sea, he knew that the Pritz was a giant cannon in the normal sense of the word. It didn't contain any Beyonder elements. Perhaps in terms of physical destruction, it was stronger than the Black Emperor, but the latter could use the spirit world to jump, just like a large traveler. It wasn't something conventional firearms could damage. Furthermore, King of the Five Seas Nast was likely a sequence 3 demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. He was the most famous powerhouse at sea, and he could directly distort the trajectory of cannonballs. When he encountered fleets that weren't at the level of mysticism, he was nearly invincible. From Klein's point of view, the two of them were not enemies on the same level, but the final result was not what he had imagined. He didn't hide his surprise and blurted out, "What about the Pritz?" The ferocious-looking man shook his head and replied, "I'm not too sure, but I heard that they didn't suffer much damage. Only 2 frigates sank." Klein was stunned at first, but he soon understood what had happened. He recalled the situation back when he stole the Tutensis II mummy. The military's demigod had used the law of mystical weakening and reality enhancement. Once it came into effect, the Black Emperor, which was only a special and unconventional sailing battleship, would definitely be unable to do anything to an ironclad warship. It wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, nor would it be able to outrun it. From another perspective, it also meant that the Pritz had a demigod from the military. Otherwise, such a law wouldn't have come into effect. To be able to let the Black Emperor escape under such circumstances, King of the Five Seas Nast's strength can be said to be very, very powerful. Beneath angels, he's definitely one of the top. From the looks of it, it's because of the existence of the Arbiter pathway that the development of this world's military is so similar to Earth's. It's not to the extent that we can't deal with higher-order mystics. Klein nodded in enlightenment and didn't ask further. As for Beyonders below Sequence 4, in large-scale battles, apart from a small number of occupations that could take on the role of powerful damage output and provide effective defense, the rest had to avoid frontal clashes. They were similar to a beheading squad, or they could only provide support. For example, a marionettist. If he had a full complement of puppets, a mid-sequence Beyonder wouldn't be afraid of anyone in a one-on-one battle. But once he was on the battlefield, he would be blanketed by cannonballs and machine gun fire. The problem of his body being weak would be exposed. Even with paper figurine substitutes, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of fire most of the time. He would have no choice but to suffer secondary damage. Under such circumstances, It might be too late to use paper figurines again. In such a heated battle, the most useful mid-sequence Beyonders should be Wraith. They're basically unafraid of gunfire and bullets, and they won't be discovered by the enemy. Furthermore, they can use Sharp Shriek to directly affect a large number of targets. As Klein's thoughts wandered, the burly man who had just spoken took the initiative to speak. "You also wish to join the Black Emperor." "I'm still hesitating," Klein replied casually. The brawny man, whose arms were covered in dark green tattoos, said excitedly, "In any case, I'm going to give it a try. There are no more than 10 people here who can fight better than me. I also have rich experience as a pirate. They will definitely take a liking to me. However, I won't be staying on the Black Emperor for too long. There are too many meaningless rules. Things like robbing and not killing those who don't resist. Things like unless the other party agrees to a transaction. I can't drag any woman I like to the side. Listen. Does that still look like a pirate?" Although the King of the Five Seas was one of the 4 kings and was recognized as the Pirate King, the rules he set were simply dog**t. I'm already used to the life of a real pirate. I like it very much. I won't change it. I only wish to join the crew of the Black Emperor after hearing that they might obtain Beyonder powers. When the time comes, I'll leave and form my own pirate crew." As the brute was talking, he suddenly noticed that the expression on the stranger's face had become a little strange. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" A sword that shimmered with a silver gray sheen suddenly fell, nailing a figure with a numb expression to the ground. The figure contorted and squirmed. Amidst the flowing silver light, it gradually dissipated into an incorporeal spot of light. Colin Iliad retracted his sword, straightened his body, and sized up his surroundings. He saw that Waite and Lovia, the 2 elders of the 6-member council, had finished off their respective targets and cleared a clean area by the river. At this moment, on the illusory Black River, a gloomy boat sailed over and silently docked by the riverbank. Upon seeing this scene, Colin slowly exhaled and muttered to himself with a calm expression, "Ferryman! Ferryman!" He had worked with the former chief in the mausoleum for a long period of time, and they were rather familiar with each other. He knew that the other party had been troubled by the lack of the giant Pathways Sequence 3 Silver Knight potion formula, making it impossible for anyone to advance at the demigod level. He had plans to switch to a sequence that was close to the sequence, and this plan had seen the light of success during an exploration. This was because they had found the Phoenix Pathways Sequence 3 potion formula. The ferryman. From then on, the former chief began building the mausoleum, and eventually he moved in and sealed the entrance. After quietly observing for a while with dark green symbols in his eyes, Colin Iliad slowly said, "Let's go by boat." "Let's go by boat." Waite and Lovia didn't express any objections. They fully trusted the chief's judgment and followed closely behind him, boarding the gloomy and strange boat. During this process, the 3 of them didn't hesitate at all. They didn't look around, nor did they stop. It was as though they weren't exploring, but a visit with a definite destination. The boat slowly started moving as it sailed across the illusory, pitch-black water, leaving behind a long trail. Those bloody arms and slippery tentacles frantically grabbed upwards and slapped the ship's body, but they didn't leave any marks, and they didn't affect the ship in the slightest. In about 10 seconds, the 3 elders of the 6-member council arrived on the other side of the illusory river. There was an altar here, and on it was a heavy iron-black coffin. Colin Iliad immediately jumped off the boat and drew his other straight sword. Compared to before, he was now more cautious and attentive. Right on the heels of that, Waite held his iron-gray hammer and landed heavily on the bank, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. He looked at the huge coffin that was surrounded by monster skulls, took 2 steps forward, held the hammer in front of him, and took down the dragon slaying bow from his back. At this moment, Waite suddenly felt an itch on the back of his hand. He subconsciously looked down and saw white hair stained with yellow oil growing out of the pores on his skin, growing larger and larger. In Potto Harbor, Klein fed creeping hunger, found a Messian, and got a room that could barely be considered clean. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein first took out the projection of Aztec's copper whistle. Then he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the corresponding divination statement. The reason for the copper whistle's abnormality today. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 925. This time, Klein didn't directly bring the Aztec copper whistle above the gray fog. Instead, he planned on doing the divination of the mutated sun sacred emblem in the beginning by conjuring it through the projection of the item. Although this would reduce the accuracy to a certain extent, and it might even result in the divination not receiving any effective revelations, with the gray fog between them, the intactness of the item could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. He still remembered that back when he used the black ear that originated from the listener to divine the source, the sealed artifact had suffered a counterattack from the true creator. It had directly disintegrated and reassembled into a charm. Therefore, when he suspected that the results of the divination might point to Death's corpse or other remains, pointing to the godhead power of a fallen Sequence Zero that had long changed the Berserk Sea's environment, Klein decided to leave the Aztec copper whistle in the real world. He could use the projection to divine it to prevent the possibility of this important item being damaged. After all, Death and the true creator were on the same level. As for why Klein dared to directly use Roselle's travels to divine the source, it was because the ancient god, the dragon of imagination, had died a long time ago. The corresponding characteristics had most likely been inherited by others and had changed hands many times. Furthermore, the book itself was extremely sturdy. Even the full-powered attack of the sea god, Scepter, couldn't damage it at all. By the same logic, Mr. Dorr might only be at the level of a king of angels, and he was in an exiled and isolated state. He could barely transmit his ravings in, and it was almost impossible to cause any actual damage. If I'm injured or corrupted, I can still use the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to rapidly recover without leaving any latent problems. If the Aztec copper whistle is damaged, it'll really be damaged. I won't be able to contact Mr. Aztec again, and I won't be able to use it to attract undead creatures. I won't even be able to carry it around with me. Klein calmly and skillfully held the copper whistle projection and the piece of paper with the divination statement. He leaned back in his chair, half closed his eyes, and chanted softly in a cogitation state. The reason for the copper whistle's abnormality today. After repeating it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and entered a dream. After an unknown period of time, he saw a dark and gloomy mausoleum. He saw a dark-colored staircase that extended all the way down and saw coffins placed around it. The coffins were all open, and inside lay the dead one after another. White feathers stained with yellow oil had already grown out of their backs. Even in his dream, Klein felt that this scene was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it before. Just at this moment, he seemed to smell a rotten stench and hear the slow breathing of something. He felt that the darkness in the mausoleum was getting thicker and thicker, giving off an extremely deathly stillness. Suddenly, high and low murmurs sounded at the same time. The corpses lying in the coffins with white feathers on their backs all floated up and looked out of the dream with their half-rotten, half-pale faces. With a thump, Klein lost control of his heart, as if it was being dragged out of his chest by an invisible hand. During this process, his dream disintegrated into pieces and returned to nothingness. The last scene that Klein saw was that the corpses not only had white feathers on their backs, but also on other parts of their bodies. In addition, thin black tubes that were almost illusory pierced into their bodies and extended to the deepest part of the mausoleum, which was filled with a thick, evil, and cold, boundless black fog. The black fog slowly contracted and expanded, giving off a wheezing sound. When this scene and movement fell into Klein's eyes and ears, his skin rapidly paled, causing his skin to rot and ooze pus, causing fine white hair stained with yellow oil to grow out of his pores, and causing the projection of Aztec's copper whistle in his palm to explode into a cloud of black fog. In the entire ancient palace, the long mottled table had rotted and collapsed. The 22 high-backed chairs were wrapped in white feathers, as if they had a life of their own. The endless gray fog rolled silently, and the mysterious space above it swayed gently. Everything quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Klein, who had collapsed beside the chair, reached out to grab the table's leg, slowly stood up, sat down again, and let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed his temples and subconsciously made a comparison. Weaker than the true creator and eternal blazing sun, but stronger than Mr. Door. However, I'm not sure if it's because the latter was exiled and isolated, resulting in very little power being transmitted in. Why am I thinking about this? Anyway, I can't beat them. It's the same even if I become a demigod. It's a pity that I didn't directly see the thing hidden deep in the black fog. Otherwise, I might have been able to obtain some potion formulas or mysticism knowledge. Klein felt a baffling sense of regret as he cast his gaze to the side of the chair and saw an illusory black fog floating there. This was the remnant of Aztec's copper whistle projection after it was shattered. There's no sense of power, which means that it can't be used as a charm. What's the use of this? With a thought, Klein summoned a spare paper angel from the junk pile and threw it at the illusory black fog. The moment the two came into contact, they immediately fused together. The paper figurine rapidly turned black, appearing deep and serene. White feathers that were stained with yellow oil grew out of its back. This change only lasted for a second before the paper figurine returned to its original state, but it wasn't real enough. It gave off a half-illusory feeling. Apart from that, there were feather-like patterns that covered the back of the paper figurine. What can this be used for? Klein made the mutated paper figurine fall back into his palm. He didn't dare to use divination to confirm the effects, afraid that he would see the scene from his dream again, and that the prepared object deep in the black fog would invade this place. After repeated checks, Klein made a preliminary judgment based on his accumulated mysticism. This doesn't contain any power, but it's very special. Perhaps when used as a paper figurine substitute or paper angel, it can produce some strange effects similar to the undead domain. This is just like my adventurer's harmonica. Although it doesn't contain any power, it can summon a messenger with special power. Klein then put away the mutated paper figurine and began to interpret the scene from his dream. A dark mausoleum, an open coffin, a dead man with feathers growing out of his back, and the black fog that permeates the depths. These revelations seem to point to death, or an important item left behind by death. Or could it be a product of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death Project? By the way, why did I find it familiar just now? Klein carefully thought about it and quickly came up with an answer. He had seen a similar scene a long time ago in a divination. Back then, the content of his divination was the consequences of hiding the matter regarding Mr. Aztec from the Nighthawks. Back then, he had received 2 scenes from his dream. One was of him sinking into the sea of blood and being pulled out by Aztec. The other was of the 2 of them being in the dark and cold mausoleum, as though they were searching for something. Klein had once interpreted it. He believed that the first scene represented him being in danger and being rescued by Mr. Aztec. The second scene indicated that the 2 of them were exploring a mausoleum or a place that was symbolic of a mausoleum. The former had already been verified when the meteorite fell from the sky in Bakeland, and he finally had clues to the latter today. Could it be that Mr. Aztec and I are going to explore the mausoleum that I just saw? But this mausoleum is very dangerous. The item hidden in the deepest depths of the black fog is of a very high level. It's only slightly inferior to a true god, and it's filled with malice. Klein frowned, believing that a joint exploration might not be a good thing. This made him feel the need to stop Mr. Aztec, but he also suspected that he couldn't directly violate the divination scenes he had already seen. Otherwise, he would end up with a worse ending in a dramatic fate. At least during the first divination, there was only the scene of exploration and no danger. Perhaps there's a way to circumvent it indirectly. This might be the reason why seers are always vague. Sometimes, explaining things too clearly will have the opposite effect. Klein decided to vaguely mention his dream to Mr. Aztec when he met him in the future. He didn't interpret it in any way and wanted to see what his thoughts were. After confirming his train of thought, Klein leaned back in his chair and looked at the dome of the majestic palace as it disappeared above the gray fog. Light, fragmentary light, pure and clear light of dawn, shot out from the body of the elder of the 6-member council, another demon hunter, Waite Chermont. It evaporated the white hair that grew out of his pores and suppressed the subsequent squirming of his flesh. His arm muscles bulged as he pulled back the bowstring of the dragon-slaying bow, allowing the silver-white lightning and the light of dawn to interweave into a resplendent arrow. The arrow flew out and instantly reached the altar that was piled with monster skulls, hitting the heavy iron-black coffin. Without a sound, the arrow of light dimmed and disappeared without producing any effects. No, the area around the altar turned darker and more deathly silent. Inside the iron-black coffin, a voice with the sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded. Why? Why did you disturb my slumber? Upon hearing these words, Waite's heart sank a little. This was because the malicious intent wasn't concealed. This meant that the former chief might have already become a monster. The City of Silver's search for a way out had failed once again. With a bang, the coffin's lid flew up and shattered into pieces. Large swaths of black fog emanated out from below in an endless stream. Amidst this scene, Waite saw a figure slowly stand up from the coffin. He was nearly 4 meters tall with long limbs. His body was covered in white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Behind him, there seemed to be an illusory black tube that connected to infinity. Behind the 3 elders of the 6-member council, the pitch-black river surged with huge waves as all sorts of arms, tentacles, and vines surged out. At this moment, Waite saw the chief's body rapidly change. He saw the clothes he were being torn apart inch by his bulging muscles. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 926. In the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His body was covered in bluish-black knots. Every inch of his skin, every pore, and every piece of flesh seemed to violate the normal senses of humans. They were formed in a special form, containing an unimaginable impact. This was no longer something that could be described in a flat or 3-dimensional form. It was as if, in addition to length, width, and height, there was information, strength, spirituality, and other measurements. They were directly presented, seemingly condensed into mysterious and complicated patterns, symbols, and labels. But in fact, there were no changes. The former was only a partial impression that humans obtained due to their lacking senses. But even so, when facing such creatures, humans without godhood would still have their spirituality corrupted, their minds destroyed, and their brains impacted. It wasn't rare for them to die on the spot or go completely mad. It was precisely because of this that such creatures were known in mysticism as mythical creatures. However, at that moment, Colin Iliad's head didn't have any obvious changes. It had only swelled up significantly, and a black slit that resembled a vertical eye had appeared in the area from his forehead to his nose. Without reaching sequence 2, a demigod's mythical creature form was incomplete. And for a powerhouse at this level, the benefits and drawbacks of appearing in such a form were very obvious. On the one hand, it could greatly increase one's strength and level, and on the other hand, it would come with a strong inclination towards madness and losing control. It was quite a test of one's rationality, and it was difficult for those without extremely firm willpower to control it. Therefore, most saints would only consider completely transforming into an incomplete mythical creature unless they were forced into a corner, and not just transforming a certain part of their body. To them, this was similarly an act of dancing on the edge of a blade. It was very easy for them to lose control, so they had to be careful. Apart from the majority, there were two extremes. One was the minority that indulged in their desires, and the other was those with extremely firm willpower and tenacious minds. As long as the former revealed their mythical creature form, it was basically equivalent to losing control and being unable to transform back. The latter could use their mythical creature form as a more conventional combat method, and they weren't afraid of the impact of losing control and madness. Of course, being more conventional was still not conventional. It still meant that it couldn't be done too frequently. This was because to those who lingered at the edge of the abyss, every probe would deepen the corrosion. It wasn't something that could be completely avoided just because they could withstand it. In the City of Silver's 6-member council, Chief Colin Iliad was one of those who could control the mythical creature form of a demon hunter. He held 2 swords smeared with different types of ointment. His right foot only stepped forward, and then his entire body leapt into the air, pouncing towards the top of the altar from midair, pouncing towards the former chief disciple whose body was covered in white feathers. The inside and the surface of his giant-like body burst forth with the light of dawn, dispelling the surrounding darkness and purifying all kinds of horrifying creatures in the illusory river behind him. At the same time, Waite Chermont continuously pulled the dragon's slaying bow, causing dazzling silver lightning arrows to form a turbulent wave that rushed towards the former chief, who had already turned into some unknown monster. Lovia, who was already prepared, closed her eyes. The silver-armored knight behind her, who was more than 5 meters tall, flashed and dragged the illusory greatsword as it slammed into the front of the altar, causing cracks to appear that flowed with silver light. In addition, at the feet of the shepherd elder, the shadow that had shrunk into a ball suddenly squirmed, as though it had come to life. It quickly left Lovia, and in an environment of darkness and dawn, it followed the eerie area and quickly rushed towards the iron-black coffin at the top of the altar. However, its target didn't seem to be the mutated former chief. Instead, it was the illusory black tube that was embedded in his body and extended into infinity. Just as Klein returned to the real world, he heard the sound of the waves outside become extremely turbulent. He heard the street girls' terrified screams, one after another, without any signs of it calming down. Slightly stunned, he walked to the window of the room. Through the gap between 2 messily built houses, he saw that outside Potto Harbor there were layers of leaden clouds, waves like peaks, and a black storm extended from the sea all the way to the sky, tainted with gloomy silver lightning that tore everything apart without a sound. It was like the door to Armageddon had finally been opened, and in the harbor city, the void turned translucent. Skeletons with open mouths, vines with protruding baby faces, bloody arms, and strangely shaped, slippery tentacles with teeth slapped the gap between illusion and reality from the other side. They were agitated and ferocious. This frightened many pirates, so much that their legs went limp. They didn't dare stay on the streets as they rushed into the nearest house. The nearly invisible wraiths and shadows flew back and forth, flashing from time to time as they approached the ears of different targets. They wanted to scream, but they were unable to make contact. At that moment, Potto Harbor seemed to have fallen into the underworld, also known as Hell. It was gloomy, dark, chaotic, and crazy. Klein frowned slightly as he vaguely understood what had happened. His divination above the gray fog had infuriated the entity deep in the cold mausoleum. It vented its emotions, changing the weather of the Berserk Sea and Potto Harbor, creating signs that the underworld was about to descend. In other words, the mausoleum is indeed in a hidden place in the Berserk Sea. It's most likely left behind by death. Of course, this doesn't necessarily contradict the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. The two might have fused together. Klein retracted his gaze and quickly set up a ritual. He sacrificed Aztec's copper whistle above the gray fog to prevent it from being targeted by the unknown and strange evil entity. After doing all of this, he looked out the window at the gradually calming phenomenon and laughed self-deprecatingly. Such a welcoming ceremony can be said to be very warm. Charismatic order will definitely notice the abnormal changes in the Berserk Sea. I wonder what action they will take. Above the illusory, pitch-black river, the waves slowly calmed down. The arms, vines, and tentacles that attempted to grab outwards had either evaporated completely or had no choice but to shrink back. Around the altar, the ground had already dried up and cracked. There were white feathers stained with yellow oil everywhere. The gigantified Colin Iliad had already stabbed the 2 swords in his hands into the former chief's body, nailing the rotting monster that wasn't shorter than him to the collapsed altar. The dragon-slaying bow in Wade Chermont's hand condensed a silver-white arrow filled with a violent aura as he aimed at the former chief's head, which only had a small amount of flesh hanging off it. The shadow that Lovia had separated successfully arrived at the altar under the cover of the silver-armored knight. While the other 2 elders weren't paying attention, it suddenly leaped up and pounced at the illusory black pipe that extended into infinity from the former chief's body. As the illusory thin pipe approached, the color of the shadow suddenly darkened. It was pitch black like the most depraved and evil thoughts in a human's heart. At that moment, a deep voice echoed around the altar. Fate! The shadow's vision immediately darkened as it realized that it had pounced onto the gigantified Colin Iliad. Colin looked down at it. His eyes suddenly lit up with a pure and clear light. This was like the first ray of light that illuminated the darkness in a long night. The light became brighter and brighter as it rushed out of the mausoleum, causing the bottom of the spire to emit an even more brilliant and blazing glow. The 2 converged in midair before turning around and landing on Colin Iliad's massive body. It made the pitch-black shadow evaporate as it twisted and squirmed, becoming fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared. Demon Hunter Colin turned his head to glance at Lovia. He didn't say a word, nor did he show any expression, as though nothing had happened. He quickly retracted his gaze and directed the remaining light into the 2 swords that had pierced into the former chief's body. Lovia stood there with her eyes closed the entire time. She didn't panic or feel any fear. Instead, she slowly sighed. City of Generosity, Byam. Alger Wilson circled around a few times to shake off his imaginary stalkers and watchers before coming to the artisan's house and pulling the doorbell. Back when he first heard that the artisan had fallen ill for some baffling reason and that there were strange snoopers around, Alger's first suspicion was the Demoness sect. But on careful thought, he felt that with the artisan's preferences, there was no way he could resist the allure of beauty. There was no need for the demonesses to make things so complicated. All they had to do was curl their fingers and display their charm to make the other party confess and agree to anything. Therefore, Alger believed that there was another reason for the matter. He needed to personally take a look to prevent the delivery of the mystical item from being delayed again, or to prevent the characteristic and materials from being lost for no apparent reason. Amidst the tinkling sounds, the door to the artisan's house opened. A thin, middle-aged man with tanned skin glanced at Alger. "Why are you here?" This person was Artisan Charv, who had been working with Alger for several years. His exact origins were unknown. "Didn't you write that you were sick?" Alger asked casually. Charv yawned. "It's done." Alger was taken aback. He looked around and said, "What about those strange snoopers?" Charv's eye bags were a little swollen, and his brown eyes showed signs of fatigue and impatience. "Who knows? Anyway, he didn't appear again. Anyway, I'll be moving soon. It's not too safe here." Alger heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink? A guy like you who only cares about strength has no way of appreciating good wine." Charv scratched his flaxen hair and stepped aside. Alger calmly walked in. With just a lift of his eyes, he saw most of the scene. Chapter 927. Charv's mansion was not as messy and dirty as most bachelors'. Everything was neatly arranged. and there was no dust on the windowsill. After all, as an artisan, he was not short of money. It was just that many of his actions needed to be kept secret, and it was not convenient for him to hire a large number of fixed servants. He had to hire people to help him by the hour. With a glance, Alger found that this place was no different from the last time he was here. The furnishings were extremely simple. There were no expensive ornaments, paintings, or sculptures. It was like a place where ordinary people lived. Of course, Alger knew very well that Charv could be called a rich man, but he did not care about the so-called dignity. He could spend hundreds of pounds on a limited bottle of famous wine, and he could give away a house to keep a mistress, but he would not waste a penny on expensive carpets, bone china tea sets, gold-inlaid cups and plates, or paintings by famous artists. A cup of Sonia blood wine. Alger's expression did not change, but he used his words and body movements to show that he was only here to get a free drink. Charv shrugged his shoulders. You should be glad that I don't have the habit of keeping Lancy. He walked to the small bar in the living room, took out an exquisite bottle of Sonia blood wine, and flipped open 2 glasses. Alger, who found a sofa to sit down, took the opportunity to raise his hand and pinch the back of his neck, seemingly to relieve the discomfort of his cervical spine. Using this movement as a cover, he naturally looked left and right, quickly examining the places he couldn't see before. Because Charv was too lazy to decorate, Alger quickly completed his experiment. His eyes lingered on the glass window of the cabinet in the distance for a second. Through the glass, he saw some dried grass and flowers. There were red-edged flowers, blood moon grass, and monkey-face tree leaves. The common point was that they were all plants that were commonly seen in the southern continent and not found in the northern continent. Alger retracted his gaze and calmly watched as Charv walked over with a wine bottle and a wine glass. Reaching out to catch it, he chatted with the other party about various matters at sea until the small bottle of Sonia blood wine was emptied. Upon seeing this, Alger bade farewell with a smile and left. 5 minutes after he left, Charv, who was sitting quietly and feeling slightly tipsy, suddenly stood up, walked to the staircase, and opened the wooden door leading to the basement. Did he suspect anything? No. No matter what, this place is no longer suitable for you to live in. Move to our place as soon as possible. I still have some commissions to complete. There's no need to complete it. You won't be contacting them anymore. You've been reborn. All right. 2 houses away, Alger sat on a bench in the garden of someone's house. He pinched his earlobe with his right hand and listened to the words carried by the wind. West Balham, Barron's Harbor, outside an ordinary-looking house. Is it really because you don't have a good relationship with the Church of Knowledge that you instigated me to ask for the language proficiency charm? Donnez asked as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Anderson laughed in a self-deprecating and nonchalant manner. You can't use bad to describe it. That's hostility. Donnez interrupted. Anderson glanced at him and said, The negative effects of your glove might not be as easy to bear as you think. He paused for a moment and added with a chuckle, A more accurate description is that be it me or the people from the Church of Knowledge, none of us are happy to interact with each other. Donnez held the glove with his other hand and said with some difficulty, But how do I request for the charm? Directly mentioning matters regarding mysticism to the clergymen of the Orthodox churches will result in you being locked up in a sealed land. Donnez was only a little rash at the moment, but he wasn't stupid. Anderson threw up his hands and said, It's very simple. Just mention my name and indicate that you have urgent matters to attend to in West Balham. You don't have the time to learn Dudenese, nor do you dare hire a local translator. All you can do is seek help from them, hoping to obtain a few language proficiency charms. During this process, you have to show that you know many languages in the northern continent. Let the missionaries know that it's not that you don't have the ability to learn Dudenese, but that you don't have the time to learn it. Then they will set up a test for you. When that happens, as long as you obtain a decent score, you can obtain the charm. Test. Upon hearing this familiar word, Donna's forehead twitched involuntarily as he forced a smile. It's because you're afraid of the test that you don't dare to go yourself, right? He had only casually said something to hide his discomfort, but he saw Anderson's expression freeze for a second. From the looks of it, you still have things you're afraid of. Donna's secretly chuckled as he was suddenly filled with confidence. He strode into the ordinary building and realized that it was more like a collection of classrooms than the Church of Knowledge's proselytizing grounds in West Balham. Then he saw a white-haired elder. Although this gentleman wasn't wearing the clergyman's attire of the Church of Knowledge, his unique scholarly bearing made Donna's believe that he was at least a bishop. He had experienced a similar feeling from his captain. "Hello." Without a shadow cloak, Donna's, who was dressed like an ordinary person, forced a smile as he walked over. The elder silently watched him approach and slowly said, "Hello." Donna's paused and froze on the spot. His mind was filled with, he knows me. How does he know me? Could it be that my arrest warrant isn't only circulated on the sea? The old man glanced at him and asked, "What is it?" "You're here for the language proficiency charm?" "Yes." Donna's nodded blankly. He suddenly had a feeling that he had no secrets in front of the other party. The scholarly old man nodded slightly. "Are you going to a place ruled by Cathami and May Sanchez?" "Yes." Donna's was still in a daze. The scholarly old man took out 4 brass talismans from his pocket and said, "That's right. I can use it for 2 months. It should be enough." Donna's took it blankly. After a few seconds, he asked, "That's it? So simple? Didn't he still have to take the exam? You don't want it?" The scholarly old man smiled. "No, it's not." Donna's shook his head violently. Before his brain could react, he had already asked, "How do you know me? How did you know that I wanted a language proficiency charm?" There was a hint of pity in the scholarly old man's eyes as he said slowly, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. Your captain contacted me. She said that when you got off the boat, you didn't stop no matter how she shouted. You just charged into the dock. Actually, she had already prepared a language proficiency charm for you." As he spoke, the old man shook his head. His gaze was rather complicated, as if he was looking at a very careless student in his class. "I should have known. Captain is such a meticulous person. There's no way he didn't consider the language barrier." Donna's wanted to slap himself. When the old man saw the change in Donna's expression, he shook his head and asked, "You didn't come here to ask for help yourself, did you?" "I was planning to use divination to find you." "Ah, yes, it was Anderson Hood who suggested it," Donna's immediately replied. The scholarly old man was taken aback for a second before his expression sank. At that moment, Anderson was sitting in the shade outside the house. He had snapped a tree branch and was casually drawing a pattern on the bare patch of grass, leisurely waiting for Donna's to come out. He didn't have any doubts as to whether this unqualified hunter could obtain a language proficiency charm. This was because as long as Donna's mentioned Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, everything that followed would become simple. The only difference was how many rounds of tests he had to take. Just as he finished drawing King of the North Ulysson's head, familiar footsteps sounded from inside to outside, approaching from afar. Anderson's hand that held the tree branch froze for a second. He looked up and turned towards the door. He saw Donna's holding a thick stack of paper as he walked over with a complicated expression. "You failed the test?" Anderson revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't worried at all if he didn't obtain a language proficiency charm. Donna's shook his head in a daze. "I didn't take the test." Anderson was first taken aback before he asked in enlightenment, "Did you provide help to Captain?" Donna's tersely acknowledged as he handed the stack of paper to Anderson and said, "The bishop inside wants me to tell you that a true hunter doesn't just rely on instinct. The bishop inside wants me to tell you that a true hunter won't just rely on instinct. They won't just focus on the prey's information. They also need to understand their psychology and know a lot of additional knowledge. This is the information he gave you." Anderson's expression turned a little complicated for a moment before he returned to normal. He chuckled. "Thankfully, it's not much." Donna's lips quivered a few times before he finally held back his sudden smile. He said, in all seriousness, "This is only a table of contents. The bishop said that you should try to finish reading all the books with the names mentioned on it within 2 years." Anderson's smile finally froze on his face. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein was like an ordinary tourist heading for the southern continent. He bought a ticket to East Balham and boarded the liner that was a mix of steam and sails and had many cannons. With a whirring sound, the ship left the dock and quickly entered the Berserk Sea. On the way, Klein discovered that the Desi fleet of the Kingdom of Rouen had been cruising along a safe sea route, as though they were on guard against something. From the looks of it, the abnormal changes in the Berserk Sea have garnered the attention of the Rouen military. This way, the charismatic order probably won't be able to investigate these waters without any qualms. Of course, a fleet can't monitor all the sea routes here. Klein stood in his cabin and looked out the window as he thought wistfully in enlightenment. At this moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas. He hurriedly went above the gray fog to take a look. This time, the one praying was the hanging man. He had requested Mr. Fool to inform the hermit that the artisan was suspected to be under the control of a cult or secret organization. He hoped to receive some help. Chapter 928. The artisan is already suspected to be under the control of a cult or secret organization. So why is he still seeking the hermit's help? Just seek out the world directly. Who knew which sea the future was currently floating on, or how long it would take for it to arrive? As for the world, he could teleport. After hearing the hanging man's prayer, Klein subconsciously refuted his request, believing that it would delay the timing and cause unnecessary losses. He then calmed down, believing that with Mr. the Hanging Man's prudence and experience, it was impossible for him to make such a simple mistake. Since he believed that getting the hermit's help was better than getting the world to resolve the problem, there had to be a reason for it. This also means that Mr. the Hanging Man has determined that the situation isn't urgent enough to immediately take action. He even wants to observe a little longer to find more clues and confirm more details. Furthermore, since Ma M. Hermit has taken the initiative to offer help, it means that she believes that the area she was recently active in overlaps with Mr. the Hanging Man's. If anything were to happen, she would be able to rush over at the fastest speed possible. Or perhaps she also has powers similar to teleportation? But that's extremely unlikely. Klein wrapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers, feeling that he should trust Mr. the Hanging Man's experience. Of course, this was also because the other party hadn't described in detail what they had discovered or what was suspicious, preventing him from guessing or divining the truth. As his thoughts raced, Klein threw the image of the Hanging Man's prayer into the crimson star that symbolized the hermit. Just as he was waiting for Admiral of Stars' reply, he suddenly saw the star representing sun begin to shrink and expand as it emitted stacked prayers. The City of Silver's exploration of the former chief's mausoleum has some preliminary results. With a guess in his mind, Klein emanated his spirituality over. Just as he expected, Little Sun described everything that had happened after the 3 elders of the 6-member council opened the former chief's mausoleum. This included encountering the souls of their deceased family members, crossing the illusory pitch-black river that had countless strange creatures, and facing the former chief who was covered in white feathers in his incomplete mythical creature form. There was also the matter of Shepherd Lovius separating a shadow and attempting to pounce at the illusory tube that extended out from the former chief's body. However, Colin Iliad had used the Fate Siphon charm to temporarily switch his fate with the former chief's, changing the outcome. An illusory black tube. Its body is covered in white feathers stained with pale yellow oil. This sounds familiar, right? Isn't this the main characteristic of the scene I saw when I divined the abnormality of Azek's copper whistle? And the reason why the former chief built the mausoleum was because he wanted to switch to the sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway. As Klein listened, his mind raced as he put all the connections together and considered what kind of conclusion he could come to. Soon he had a bold guess. The mutation of the City of Silver's former chief was definitely related to the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. Although this conclusion sounded unbelievable, this was because the City of Silver was located in the forsaken land of the gods, which was completely isolated from the outside world. It could only be entered and exited through the Giant King's court and the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Even the 7 deities couldn't find it, nor could they use their powers to infiltrate it. However, the similarities in many characteristics made Klein, who is sensitive to coincidences, combine it with Shepherd Elder Lovia's performance in this operation and eliminate the other possibilities. He had no choice but to seriously consider the possibility that the 2 seemingly unrelated matters pointed to something. From the scenes he saw in his divination, as well as his experience of white fur growing out of the pores on the back of his hand when he failed to summon artificial death, as well as his encounter with the 3 elders of the City of Silver's 6-member council, he began to suspect that the Charismatic Order's attempt might have achieved success to a certain extent. Through a series of sacrificial rituals and modifications of themselves as high-sequence Beyonders, they affected Death's legacy in reverse, causing the uniqueness which was more abstract and illusory, which represented the authority of a deity, to gradually produce an ignorant instinct. It allowed the totem, which was just a concept, to come alive for the first time. Therefore, this thing that didn't have any intelligence and couldn't be considered artificial death began to assimilate with the entire ritual, seeking to influence Beyonders of the same pathway and lower sequences. After certain conditions were met, the thing hidden in the depths of the black fog could extend an illusory black tube and establish a connection with the target, absorbing his strength and transforming his body. And this method might involve the underworld or something special about Death's domain. It could bypass the power that isolated the forsaken land of the gods and effectively make contact with the living beings inside. Therefore, the shadow that Shepherd Elder Lovia separated came from the true Creator's gift. Its goal was to follow the illusory black tube on the former chief's body and reverse corrupt Death's legacy. Perhaps this was how the mother tree of desire replaced the chained god back then and occupied the corresponding authority. Thankfully, the current chief of the City of Silver is very clear-headed. He knew beforehand that he would seek the help of the secret existence behind Little Sunday. Using the fate siphon charm, he cleverly destroyed the true Creator's scheme. Yes, one of the 2 powerful sealed artifacts of the City of Silver seems to be very good at purification. It restrained the shadow that can corrupt Death's legacy. Ha! It seems like I, the fool, will be marked down by the true Creator again. Of course, the one standing in front of me is Amon. After all, that worm of time was contributed by him. Through Little Sun's description, Klein relied on his own speculations to vaguely grasp the struggle hidden in the City of Silver's exploration. At the same time, he felt that he could roughly describe the Shepherd Elder's mental state. To Lovia, the illusory black tube that connected to the outside world was undoubtedly the key to the City of Silver's escape from the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, she was very certain of her actions and didn't have any regrets. She only believed that the chief was the one who destroyed her hopes. It's not too scary when someone does something bad. What's most terrifying is when that person does something that they believe to be right with the mindset of martyrdom. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As for why Little Sun knew so much about what had happened in the mausoleum, it was obvious to him that it had to be Chief Cullen Iliad who had informed him in a casual manner. At this moment, Sun had already mentioned that the 3 elders had retrieved a special sealed artifact. It was formed from the Beyonder characteristic left behind by the former chief and his skull. The former chief, from Sequence 9 Warrior to Sequence 4 Demon Hunter, belonged to the Giant Pathway. The Ferryman potion he consumed corresponded to Sequence 3 of the Death Pathway. The beyonder characteristic formed from the two is definitely more bizarre and varied than a single pathway. Together with the influence of artificial death, the final sealed artifact is definitely very powerful. Of course, the negative effects are probably equally powerful. Yes, the illusory, pitch-black river and all sorts of strange creatures that were previously described probably correspond to the underworld. This is similar to the scene I saw in the Berserk Sea. It's similar to the effects created by Miss Sharon's mystical item. As Klein casually thought about it, he heard Little Sun and the topic of exploration and mention a monster known as a shapeshifter. By the time Sun was done, Klein felt that a shapeshifter was very likely a Bizarro-Bane. He hurriedly summoned a gold coin from the junk pile and quickly did a divination to confirm his judgment. With Little Sun's present strength, there's definitely no way for him to head to the city ruins to hunt. I can only wait a little longer and wait for the chief to pray to the fool again, or seek help through Little Sun. Anyway, there's no rush. I haven't even found the spirit world plunderer. Klein nodded indiscernibly. After pleading Mr. Fool to pass the corresponding information to Mr. World, Sun said that he already had enough contribution points and would soon be able to exchange for a sequence 5 vampire beyonder characteristic, completing the 3-party deal that had been finalized previously. He also asked Mr. Moon to make preparations. In the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, on the slowly cruising future. After thanking Mr. Fool, Katlia nudged the glasses on the bridge of her nose, opened the window of the captain's cabin, and shouted at everyone, "Let's go!" She shouted to everyone, "Turn around. Head for Byam." After giving the order, the pirate admiral curled the corners of her mouth. She was happy that she finally had a chance to establish a long-term relationship with an artisan. But at this moment, she suddenly thought of a question. If he could easily obtain the help of an artisan, would Frank Lee, who hadn't been able to obtain the sequence 5 potion formula for a long time, attempt to make the druid beyonder characteristic into an item so as to speed up his stalled experiments? This isn't a good thing. Katlia subconsciously raised her hand and pinched her forehead. On the liner, after settling his matters, Klein focused on enjoying his journey. Due to the anomaly in the Berserk Sea's weather, the liner he was on had chosen a longer and more winding route, but it was also safer. That night, it docked at a port named Harriman. Klein didn't disembark. Instead, he got a seat by the window in the restaurant on the upper deck and had his dinner. While waiting for his food, he casually looked out the window and enjoyed the local night scenery. Suddenly, he discovered a suspicious figure carrying luggage in preparation to board the ship. The reason why it was suspicious was that the man was not only wearing a black coat and a tall top hat, concealing his figure, but he also had a scarf wrapped around his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. And that pair of eyes was constantly staring at the ground, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Chapter 929. According to Klein's experience of watching so many detective movies and animations, there was likely something wrong with a person who covered their face with a scarf and used a coat to hide their body characteristics. There was a high chance that they were hiding an unspeakable secret, especially since it wasn't winter yet. The temperature in the Berserk Sea was far from cold. However, this has nothing to do with me. Even if there's a murder in a secret chamber, the one having a headache should be captain. I'll do a divination above the gray fog later to see if the journey will be smooth. Klein thought indifferently, but he didn't neglect it at all. He retracted his gaze and looked at the desi grilled fish that the waiter had brought over. After dinner, he returned to his cabin and completed a divination above the gray fog. He received the conclusion that the environment wouldn't change much and that everything would be relatively smooth. This allowed Klein to easily fall asleep without using cogitation. He slept all the way until dawn. The steam whistle sounded as the liner turned and slowly left Harriman Harbor. When the dock was still vaguely visible, Klein saw a figure suddenly appear there. This figure was wearing a white shirt and a dark blue coat. He had a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, light blue pupils, and slightly curly brown hair. His facial features were rigid, and his chin was slightly raised, giving off the feeling that he was looking down on everyone. He swept his gaze and quickly locked onto the liner that Klein was on. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as though it had turned into a door that led to a pitch-black, illusory land. A deafening hurricane rose from the bottom of the sea, mixed with large amounts of blue as it surged upwards. The dark lightning was like a rift in the void, constantly appearing and disappearing due to self-healing. This blocked the line of sight between the liner and the harbor, making the two seem like they were in a different world. The Berserk Sea had once again revealed its horror. The liner was unable to dodge or resist. All it could do was continue cruising forward along the safe sea route where the storm was weaker. What a coincidence! This shouldn't be a coincidence. Standing behind the glass window in his cabin, Klein first sighed inwardly before believing that the sudden change in the Berserk Sea was due to an unnatural factor. Although it was normal for the Berserk Sea's weather to change at a whim, it was still suspicious for it to happen at a particular point. Is the gentleman on the dock tracking the suspicious passenger who boarded the ship last night? And when the passengers saw that their whereabouts were exposed, they changed the weather and forced the liner to move away. Klein thought about what had happened before and had a vague guess. And if that was the case, it meant that the suspicious passenger who was covering his face with a scarf was very likely a demigod, or he was carrying a grade 1 sealed artifact. One had to know that with Klein's current strength and items, if he didn't use the Sea God Scepter, he wouldn't be able to trigger such a change in the weather. Of course, there was another way, and that was to throw out Aztec's copper whistle and see if it could cause the entire Berserk Sea to go berserk. Seriously, I just wanted to head to the southern continent like a normal tycoon. But I ended up being pursued by a demigod along the way. Sigh, I'm under too much pressure that doesn't belong to my sequence. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he finally chose to believe in the divination he had made last night. Amidst the storm, the liner followed a relatively calm gap as it sailed through the apocalyptic scene. Most of the passengers on the ship wore calm expressions, as though they were very used to such a situation. Only a few people who were traversing the Berserk Sea for the first time were trembling in fear as they clawed at anything they could grab. Time ticked by as the winds and lightning gradually calmed down. The sky also lit up bit by bit. At this moment, Klein, who was on the deck, had his spiritual perception triggered as he subconsciously turned his head to look at Harriman Harbor. Above the undulating dark blue seawater, beneath the dispersing white clouds, a blazing white flame approached from afar as it flew over at high speeds. The flame grew larger and clearer. Finally, it revealed its complete form. It was a gigantic flaming spear. The flaming spear tore through the sky and landed at the front of the liner's deck, but it didn't ignite anything. It burned through half a wooden plank before dispersing and reforming into a figure. The figure had a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and blue eyes. It was none other than the man who had suddenly appeared at the dock. He looked like a middle-aged man as he slowly surveyed the area. He walked past the passengers with widened eyes and agape mouths before entering the cabin. Don Dantes, who was similarly dumbfounded, heaved a sigh of relief. He confirmed that the person wasn't here for him. His appearance just now was very cool, as expected of a demigod. The only problem now is that I hope the two of them don't fight. Even if a conflict is unavoidable, they should try to head to the neighboring sea. Otherwise, this ship will be lost. I can teleport away, and it'll still be rather smooth, but with so many passengers, how many can I save? Klein habitually drew a crimson moon on his chest, praying for the goddess's blessings. Just as he had this thought, he saw a figure fly out of the cabin door and land heavily on the deck. It was the suspicious passenger who had covered his face with a scarf. The gentleman had revealed half his face. The front of his nose was red, and he had a thick beard by the side of his mouth. There were still remnants of saliva. His nearly triangular eyes were filled with horror as he pressed his hands against the deck, constantly moving his body backward. Who got you to wear that thing and dress up like that? The middle-aged man with the high nose bridge and blue eyes slowly walked out from the cabin's door and asked in Intis. The suspicious passenger shook his head frantically. "No, I don't know. He was also dressed up like that. He gave me £100. He got me to take this ship to the southern continent and then return by myself." The middle-aged man watched in silence. His gaze was sharp, as though he could see through a person's soul. This made the suspicious passenger sweat profusely as his body trembled violently. He stammered as he tried to explain once again, but the contents of his description didn't change at all. The man retracted his gaze as his body suddenly ignited with a white flame. Following that, he transformed into a gigantic flaming spear and threw it towards the area where Harriman Harbor was. The flaming spear flew further and further away, and before long, all that was left was a tiny spark. During this entire process, apart from the very beginning, the demigod didn't even glance at the surrounding passengers, as though they didn't exist. It's a very simple but ingenious scheme to get someone to pretend to board the ship and leave, and then use a certain method to control the weather to create evidence that the person is on the ship. In fact, they would remain at the harbor, waiting for the enemy to pursue them before finding another way out. Klein came to a realization as he made his judgment. This made him suspect if the person being chased was once a conspirer, magician, or some other beyonder who was good at scheming. As for the person from before, from the fact that he transformed into a flame, had a blazing white spear, acted arrogantly, infuriatingly, and spoke in Intis, Klein believed that he was a demigod of the hunter pathway, possibly an iron-blooded knight. I wonder why they got into a conflict. Klein shook his head and walked back to his cabin. On the deck, the passengers finally snapped out of their daze as they discussed the supernatural phenomenon they had just seen in whispers. A person could actually transform into flames, and a blob of flames could reform into a human. Amidst the commotion, the liner continued following the safe sea route. It didn't encounter any accidents along the way, and it arrived at another harbor in the evening. As usual, Klein didn't disembark the ship, afraid that he might encounter something else. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to determine when to head to the restaurant. Another 30 minutes. Klein silently muttered to himself as he raised his head and looked out the window. At that moment, many passengers who were scheduled to disembark at the current harbor were carrying their luggage and heading for the harbor along the gangway. As he swept his gaze across, Klein's gaze suddenly stopped on a figure. This figure wore a black bonnet, and his sideburns were dark gold. He had a high nose bridge, and his lips were tightly pursed. The contours of his side profile were deep, like a classical sculpture without any wrinkles. He didn't carry his luggage, and he quickly followed the crowd to the harbor before disappearing around the corner of the road. Klein just watched his body motionless, as though it no longer belonged to him. He felt his blood turn cold bit by bit as a name popped up in his mind. Insangwil! The gas lamps on the harbor had already lit up one by one, and the different windows of the liner were dotted with spots of light. Don Dantes' first-class cabin was dark and silent. Klein had already sat down, his face expressionless as all sorts of thoughts flashed uncontrollably through his mind. This is the first time I've discovered traces of Zangwil after the great smog of Bakeland, the target that the demigod from before was likely in Zangwil. His schemes are deeper than I thought. He got someone to disguise as him and gave them items, not to divert the pursuit, but to create a blind spot in one's thoughts, making people subconsciously eliminate this ship as an incorrect option. He's been here from the beginning. That coincidental change in the weather was likely created by Zangwil using 0-08. Why would he be pursued by an Intis hunter demigod? What exactly is he plotting? As his thoughts churned, Klein suddenly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, appeared in front of him. Klein opened his mouth before closing it again. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote, "Mr. Don Dantes has discovered Zangwil's whereabouts on Midway Island in the Berserk Sea. Folding the letter, Klein handed it along with a gold coin to Miss Messenger. Send it to the mailbox at 7, Pinster Street in Bakelin, Northborough. The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands turned at the same time as her 8 eyes looked at Klein. She didn't say a word as she bit down on the letter and gold coin. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 930. Bakelin, Northborough. On a night when the crimson moon was covered by clouds, it was pitch black everywhere. Only the gas lamps on both sides of the street emitted some light, illuminating the road ahead and the doorways of the nearby houses. 7 Pinster Street's letterbox was silently hidden at the intersection of light and darkness. It bathed in the cool breeze from the side as though it had fallen asleep. At this moment, newspapers, bills, and letters from an unknown person suddenly surged out from the letterbox. These items seemed to be held up by an invisible hand as they floated in midair and flew towards the door, entering through the gap. Inside the house, in the foyer, the newspapers automatically unfolded and quickly flipped until they reached the last page. Then they casually landed on a chair and stacked together with the ones from before. The bills and letters continued flying inwards and into the living room. The former quickly stopped and trembled a few times before wobbling to the surface of the coffee table, neatly laying them out. The latter took off the envelopes with envelopes, while the ones without envelopes quickly opened themselves and revealed their bodies in midair. After a while, some of the letters flew to the shelves in the study on the first floor. A number of them rushed toward scissors, helping it tear itself apart. Then they lined up in rows and surged into the bathroom before being thrown into the toilet. Splash! The toilet's mechanical button automatically sank, flushing the pieces of paper into the sewers. 7. Pinster Street returned to normal. It was as quiet as the other uninhabited houses. Southern Continent, East Balham, Colane City. Leonard Mitchell, who had just arrived, was resting in the residence the Church of Evernight had arranged for him. Suddenly, the slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "Kid, you have an important letter." "What letter?" As Leonard asked softly, he already had a guess. There was only two people who could send an important letter to 7 Pinster Street without caring if there was anyone there: Klein Moretti and Don Dantes. As for why the old man named Palaz Zorost could clearly read the contents of the letters received from 7 Pinster Street across the Berserk Sea and half the northern continent, Leonard could roughly guess that it was because he had helped him capture a specter. Regarding this, his judgment was, old man must have split a worm of time to parasitize the specter, making it his eyes, ears, and mouth in the northern continent. At this moment, Palaz Zorost answered his previous question. "It's a letter from Klein Moretti. He said that Don Dantes found traces of its Zangwill on Midway Island in the Berserk Sea on his way to the southern continent." Leonard fell silent. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. After a long time, he whispered in a slightly hoarse voice, "He really hasn't forgotten about revenge. What can I do?" "What can you do? You're only a sequence 6. Even if in Zangwill doesn't grasp 0-08, you don't have the right to seek revenge on him. All he needs to do is reveal a portion of his mythical creature form to make you lose control or turn into a lunatic. The probability of your revenge is 0. This is the qualitative change brought about by divinity," Palaz Zorost said solemnly. He paused for a moment before chuckling. "Thankfully, you know yourself better than before. If it were in the past, you would definitely say that I wish to pass in Zangwill's information to the church and join the pursuit team. But now you know what you can do." Leonard wanted to retort a few times, but he didn't say a word. Palaz Zorost continued, "What you can do now is to give Klein Moretti some information and wait for him to reply to you. Then, according to the arrangements, cooperate accordingly. I'm not finding an excuse to inform the church of Zangwill's whereabouts." Leonard asked in a deep voice, somewhat surprised. Palaz Zorost chuckled. "There's no rush. Do it at the critical moment. Although 0-08 likes to cause the death of its possessor, It doesn't wish to return to its sealed state. As long as you inform the church of its Zangwill's whereabouts and initiate the corresponding pursuit, it will immediately learn of it and make the necessary arrangements. On this point, you need to hint Klein Moretti. Leonard was taken aback for a second. Old man, you seem to be very familiar with 0-08. I've never shown it in the past. Palez laughed with his slightly aged voice. Of course, I'm very familiar with it. In the fourth epoch, 0-08 caused the fall of an angel. I can't tell you too much, because once you know it, it will also know you. The more you understand it, the more likely you are to become a part of the story. From Old Man's vague words, Leonard could truly sense the horror of 0-08. This had already exceeded his understanding of mysticism. After some thought, Leonard habitually asked, "Then how should I hint to Klein Moretti without letting 0-08 know? Then, how should I give a hint to Klein Moretti without letting 0-08 know of it? Or, even if it knows of it, it would only be a superficial understanding. It would only let me be a passerby in the story." Before he finished his sentence, Leonard clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Without waiting for Old Man's answer, he continued, "Then, how should I hint to Klein Moretti?" Side hints? Tell him that I won't hand over in Zangwill's whereabouts to the church for the time being. I believe he should be able to understand that there's a problem with this situation and understand that we have to be more cautious than cautious. And even if he can't decipher it, his secret organization has enough members who understand the fourth epoch to provide help. Also, write a normal sentence. If you know it, it will also know you. Don't mention 0-08. Use a personal pronoun so that Klein can guess what it's referring to. Palez Zoroast listened quietly and chuckled. Humans need pressure in order to grow. Leonard exhaled and sat up. He found a pen and paper and wrote what he had just said in the letter. Then he set up a ritual and summoned the messenger of the German Sparrow. Berserk Sea, Midway Island, on a passenger ship docked at the pier. Many tourists didn't disembark. They were curled up in the passenger cabin at the bottom, waiting to arrive at the southern continent to begin a new life filled with hope. Even if it was only a few days' worth of travel, it was still extremely difficult for them to scrape together the money. They were Rouen citizens who had been forced to take such a risk. Klein, who was acting as the tycoon Don Dantes, was different from them. He lived in a spacious, clean, and luxurious first-class cabin. Under the light of a candle, he opened the letter that Rionette Tinker had just delivered. I won't inform the church of Zangwill's whereabouts for the time being. To Leonard, although the source of the intelligence will put him at a certain level of risk, it's not to the point where he can't do it. Didn't he join the Red Gloves for revenge? That is to say, he has a reason not to report in Zangwill. As Klein pondered, he read the remaining contents of the letter. If you know it, it will also know you. Suddenly, Klein exclaimed. He found the description a little familiar. This is very similar to the Twilight Hermit Order. Any mention of it will be known. So, 0-08 is a sealed artifact of the Spectator Pathway? Leonard did not inform the church of this matter because he was worried about this and wanted to wait for a better opportunity. This should have been told to him by the grandpa inside him. Klein nodded in thought, somewhat glad that he hadn't asked Rionette Tinker for help. This was similarly a very dangerous matter for Miss Messenger. Besides, most importantly, I haven't prepared anything. If I were to rely on the helpers I hired, my plans might be discovered by 0-08 ahead of time. From there, it would create a series of coincidences and make targeted arrangements. Klein sighed silently. He felt that he needed to do something, but he didn't know where to begin. From the perspective of increasing his strength, obtaining the corresponding ingredients for Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer depended on the City of Silver's chief's subsequent requests. It also depended on how long it took for Miss Magicians to obtain the exact location information from her teacher. These were all external factors, so it wasn't something that Klein could speed up. The only thing he could do was digest the Nimblewright Master Potion as soon as possible. And after the acting principles were more or less complete, the actual operation was more important. Therefore, Klein believed that it was necessary for him to obtain 2 marionettes in a short period of time. He had previously delayed it because he didn't have a good target. It was because he was in Bakeland, surrounded by a bunch of servants. It was difficult to conceal a non-special marionette's existence. But now he was about to reach the southern continent. He decided that regardless of anything, as long as he was certain that it was a villain worthy of the gallows, he would first convert it into his marionette. He could switch with a better target, perhaps using an ordinary marionette to complete a relatively difficult task can speed up the digestion process. My requirements for a marionette have been lowered to the lowest level. As long as it understands Didonese, there's no need to find another translator. After all, I can share my senses. Klein quickly made a decision. He planned on writing to Leonard Mitchell once he had a further plan. East Balham, Coleraine City. Klein carried his suitcase and boarded the dock, stepping onto the land of the southern continent. He looked at the city district that was built along the mountain and silently said inwardly, I need to have 2 marionettes when I leave this place. And before that, he had one more thing to do. It was to get rid of the followers that the military had arranged for him. The 2 gentlemen's spy skills were actually rather good, but in Klein's eyes, they were like fireflies in the dark. This was because no matter how they disguised themselves, Klein could use a faceless observation and memory of human physical and facial characteristics to recognize them at a glance. Chapter 931. Most of the houses in Coleraine City were built along roads that spiraled upwards. Occasionally, there would be relatively flat and open areas that were squares or markets. Klein carried his luggage, and with his spiritual intuition as a seer, he randomly chose a direction and proceeded forward. Along the way, he searched for a relatively lively bar. There weren't many carriages on the road, and it was rare to see 1 or 2 of them for hire. The most popular form of transportation in East Balham was a coffin. This stemmed from the custom of worshipping death. It stemmed from the fact that people viewed coffins as objects that could bring peace and tranquility. Therefore, Klein would often see a few people carrying a black coffin by. The lid was much thinner than normal, as though it was a car door that could be casually opened. 2 people carrying it. For people carrying it, 8 people carrying it, and horses or single-horned goats pulling it. Such customs are a little scary at night. Yes, it's not much better in the day. The entire city appears eerie. As Klein admired the scenery by the side of the road, he walked into a square. On the left was the Cathedral of the Lord of Storms, and on the right were restaurants, bars, and other shops. When he stopped, a coffin that was carried by 4 people was lowered down. As the lid was opened, the passenger lying in the coffin stood up and stepped out. He was a northern continental-style gentleman in a white shirt and black vest. The gentleman's formal attire remained on his arm until he left the coffin before it was draped over his body. Then Klein watched the gentleman head straight for the Cathedral of the Lord of Storms and walk in. This is truly a strange sense of incongruity. Doesn't the Church of the Storm always like to change the customs of the colonies and forcefully promote Rouen? Why don't they do the same in East Balham? It's because the Death Pathway and the Evernight Pathway are similar. Therefore, the Church of the Storm wishes to preserve some of the customs of Death's domain, so as to restrain the spread of the Church of Evernight. Klein nodded in thought and turned towards the row of buildings on the right, preparing to enter one of the bars. With this on-the-spot experience, he vaguely understood why the ancient clothing style of the Balham Empire was written in many history books. They liked to wear trousers like the light type and find creases beautiful. Isn't this so that it's convenient to go out and lie in a coffin? Klein smiled and shook his head. He pushed open the heavy wooden door of the bar, squeezed past the drunkards, and walked towards the bar counter. At that moment, the 2 military stalkers distanced themselves from Don Dantes for fear of being exposed. They had just walked to the door. Seizing this brief moment of respite, Klein suddenly changed direction, slipping through the crowd like a fish and sprinting toward the back door of the bar. Although he did not know Didonese, he could read the signs and knew where the lavatory was and where the customers stopped. After going around to the area where the door was out of sight, Klein shook his shoulders, quickly took off his jacket, and put it on the crook of his arm. Then he clamped his golden-laid cane, covered his face with his palms, slowed down his pace, and changed directions again, heading for the entrance of the bar. When he was about 10 meters away from where he had taken off his coat, Klein put down his right hand that was pressing against his face. His entire appearance had changed. His white sideburns, deep eyes, and refined temperament had all disappeared, replaced with the appearance of a Rouen person that could be found everywhere in the northern continent. Carrying his luggage and holding his cane, Klein walked steadily towards the 2 military stalkers. As they looked around for Don Dantes, he brushed past them and left the bar. Be it stalking or anti-stalking, they were the forte of a faceless. Returning to the square, Klein turned into a small alley that sloped to higher ground, intending to find a hotel somewhere else to stay. As he walked on the secluded path, he suddenly heard a woman's terrified cries. This voice only lasted for a short period of time before it came to an abrupt end. Although he couldn't understand what the other party was shouting, Klein could sense the fear and panic. Hence, he took a wrong step and entered a narrower path without any pedestrians. In less than 10 seconds, he saw a brown-skinned local man in his 30s in a hidden corner. He had soft facial features and was pressing down on a girl who was at most 13 or 14 years old. He was violently assaulting her. Klein took a glance, slowed down, and stopped in the shadows nearby. At that moment, the girl's face was already distorted from extreme panic. However, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. She even ended up getting beaten up. Her tears and snot were flowing down her face. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag, so she could only whimper. At that moment, she was surprised to discover that the bad guy's attempts to take off her clothes had slowed down. She didn't even have the time to consider what had happened. She subconsciously looked at the bad guy and saw that his eyes were wide open. The muscles on his face were slowly twitching, unable to form a complete expression. Then his hands and feet twitched as he continued what he was doing just now, but he was easily dodged. The girl instinctively pushed him, and it actually produced an excellent effect. She felt her body lighten as she hurriedly stood up and was about to escape. However, her legs couldn't help but go limp. After running a few steps, she tripped on a rock and nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, she heard footsteps behind her. She became even more flustered, and her limbs turned flustered. Right on the heels of that, the footsteps stopped. The girl subconsciously looked back and saw the bad guy standing 2 meters away. His joints seemed to have rusted as he made all kinds of strange movements. What happened? The little girl felt like she was dreaming. The brown-skinned local struggled for a while before finally calming down. He revealed a smile and said in Dudonese, "If you encounter someone like me in the future, remember to run to the nearest cathedral or somewhere crowded." The girl was taken aback as she suddenly screamed and turned to run. Subconsciously, she chose the direction of the cathedral. After the secluded corner regained its peace, the brown-skinned local man turned his head to look at the nearby shadows and saw Klein walk out. A new marionette. His body isn't strong enough, and his actions aren't agile enough. He also doesn't have any beyonder powers, and he looks rather ferocious. Apart from knowing Didonese, there's nothing good about him. Klein made a simple assessment inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that he's committing evil deeds and that I don't know the local language, I would really want to bury him. He couldn't help but compare this to the marionette from before, Admiral of Blood Senor. Senor is a wraith. He can do mirror leap and can hide in the reflection of a gold coin, so there's no need to worry about being seen. He also has a wraith shriek and the ability to possess bodies. He's a perfect match with a marionettist. Most importantly, he also knows Dudonese. Comparing this marionette to him is the difference between a penny and 42,000 pounds. I wonder what his name is. I can only use my powers to sense superficial thoughts, but I'm unable to read deeper memories, unless I encounter someone or something familiar, causing the spirit to undergo a corresponding change, spitting out more information. I'll call him Afu no Oaf. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed. Before the girl attracted the clergyman, he left the area with his new marionette, Oaf. Before long, with the help of his marionette's translation, he found a random inn in the area where Kolane City's prosperity and backwardness intersected. He didn't need to provide any identification documents, even though Klein had changed his appearance to that of a typical native on the way. It's even more lacking in effective administrative management than the colonies at sea. Klein put down his luggage and threw most of the cash he had on him above the gray fog, leaving only £50 for his daily expenses. At the same time, as he had already traversed the Berserk Sea, he didn't need to worry about any anomalies. He took out the copper whistle and iron cigar case from the mysterious space above the gray fog, making it easier for Mr. Aztec to locate him when he came over. After busying himself with these matters, he, who had already had his dinner on the liner, was immediately free. He decided to make the best use of his time and search for his second marionette. As for how he was going to do it, Klein, who didn't know much about the situation in Kolane City, planned on using his specialty as a seer and using mysticism methods to search. After leaving the inn with Oaf, Klein snapped a branch from the Donningsman tree and used it as a dowsing rod. He skillfully meditated and whispered, that's right, he skillfully muttered in cogitation, the location of my new marionette. In the silent environment, pairs of indifferent eyes seemed to penetrate the barrier between illusion and reality as they simultaneously focused on the dowsing rod. The branch fell down and pointed in a direction. After proceeding forward for a while and divining once, Klein followed the revelation he received. After making several turns, he arrived at a steep staircase. This staircase connected several levels of Kolane. One had to look up to see the top, but at that moment there was no one. The revelation from the divination is indeed here. Why isn't there anyone? Because I didn't do the divination above the gray fog, the outcome isn't accurate? But I'm a sequence 5 marionettist after all. My divination abilities are definitely one of the best below high sequence beyonders. Klein frowned slightly as he surveyed the area, but he didn't find any targets. After some thought, he walked to the staircase and sat in the shadows at the bottom. He didn't have much confidence and felt extremely bored as he waited. After a few minutes, he stood up again and got Oaf to sit in his previous spot. Then, Klein opened up a distance and hid in a secret spot nearly 200 meters away. Kolane City, Lower Lip Zone. Leonard Mitchell, Daly Simone, and company followed the Red Gloves team's captain, Sostel, to a street nearby. Under the cover of the night, Sostel emphasized to all the operatives, "Our target this time is Ulika, who lives in Unit 13. Our target this time is Ulika, who lives in Unit 13. He's a rather important member of the Numinous Episcopate, and he's in charge of contacting the different teams in the Backland region. Although all the intelligence indicates that he isn't a demigod, as a precaution, I still applied for a sealed artifact one. Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye, is also prepared to provide assistance at any time." Chapter 932. Lower Lip Area, Canine Street 13. Ulika, who was fat and had dark brown skin and small eyes, sat on the sofa. He used dried yellow tobacco leaves and nearly 10 types of herbs and spices that were native to the southern continent to wrap them in layers and cut them into long strips. Then he held the self-made East Balham cigarette in his hand and lit a nearby match. He watched the front of the cigarette turn black and curl before revealing a bright red. After biting the end and taking a deep breath, Ulika slowly exhaled white smoke that was dyed with light blue. He said to the guest on the single-seater sofa beside him in satisfaction, "This is called a cigarette, a real cigarette. Those in the northern continent are only suitable for children." The guest on the single-seater sofa was a man in his 40s. He had a high nose bridge, blue eyes, and soft facial features. His black hair was thick and slightly curly, and his skin wasn't dark, but it wasn't pale either. He seemed to be of mixed blood from Rouen and Balaam. Upon hearing that, he chuckled and replied in Didonese, "That's right. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in any kind of cigarette. Enzo, you don't know how to enjoy life at all." Before Ulrika could finish his sentence, the powerful spirituality that stemmed from his pathway made him feel a sense of danger. It came so suddenly and urgently that Ulrika instantly determined that the problem was not small. Before he could rush out from his original position, his eyes were already filled with darkness. It was as if he could directly see the deep night outside. He felt a strong sense of sleepiness and peace from the bottom of his heart. The entire Canine Street, regardless of whether it was the houses that were lit or the houses that had their lights extinguished, became abnormally quiet at this moment. It was as if there were no living beings living inside, or if they had all fallen asleep at the same time. At this moment, Ulrika, who was snoring and lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up. Confusion and clarity coexisted in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a little girl whose skin was so pale that it was almost illusory had stuck to his back. The little girl's eyes were green, and her lips were dark. Her eyes were staring at the side, and her pale and transparent hands and feet had drilled into Ulrika's body. She seemed to be a spirit that couldn't be shaken off. Her existence brought a chill that originated from his mental body, allowing Ulrika to barely resist the abnormal drowsiness and break free from the influence of the nightmare. Before Ulrika had fully regained consciousness, he instinctively rushed to the staircase. He stretched out his palms and pushed forward, as if he was trying to push open a door that did not exist. In the blink of an eye, a bronze door covered in mysterious patterns and indescribable patterns appeared in front of Ulrika. It shook, creaked, and cracked. Inside the crack was a boundless darkness. Within it, there were numerous indescribable eyes that were densely packed together, staring at the outside world. At the same time, a large number of wriggling strange things that could not be seen for the time being surged towards them. Ulrika was about to continue exerting his strength and take the initiative to open the door, allowing the terrifying world behind him to descend onto Canine Street. Suddenly, he saw a pair of translucent, pale white palms leap out of thin air, penetrating the deep darkness and pressing against the gap of the inner door. This pair of palms had no source and were not connected to a body. The wrists were dripping with blood. It was unknown who had severed them. Both sides exerted their strength at the same time as the mysterious bronze door stopped there. It could not close, nor could it open further. In the sky above House 13, Sostel, who had already become a spirit warlock, floated there under the protection of an invisible force. He held a golden corona in his hands and slowly raised it up high. When the golden corona finally surpassed Sostel's head, brilliant light flowed out and quickly outlined itself, gathering into one. Suddenly, it was as if a sun had leaped out of the void, scattering all its light and heat at the house at Canine Street 13. They penetrated the building without causing any damage and landed on the bronze door, enveloping Ulrika, who was right in front of it. Ulrika's expression immediately turned into one of extreme pain. The pale white, almost translucent girl behind him let out a shrill scream, but she was blocked by the sunlight and drowned by it. She contorted and rapidly evaporated. Wisps of black gas seeped out and melted into the sea of light. There was no longer a dark spot in the house. By the time the sunlight faded, the indescribable bronze door had already vanished. On the ground lay a bluish-black corpse that was covered in yellow oil stains. With a ripping sound, the corpse split open and a thin figure leaped out. This figure had the exact same appearance as Ulrika, but his skin was as black as ink. He was only 2 to 1, 3 meters tall, and the surface of his body flowed with sticky pus. The moment he came out, he rushed to the staircase at an exaggerated speed and burrowed into the basement. He opened a secret passageway that he had prepared in advance and ran forward. In just 10 seconds, the shrunken and blackened Yulika saw the exit. He saw hope. He didn't let his guard down. He gently clenched his right hand, and another 7 to 8 transparent and illusory figures crawled out of his body. They had strange appearances, as though they were aberrations that combined the characteristics of humans, plants, or certain animals. Some of them grabbed onto Yulika's arms, while others lifted his legs, about to take him on a wild flight. Right on the heels of that, the mechanism's button sank in and the gears turned. The exit door suddenly opened, revealing a quiet and dark corner of the street outside. Further ahead was a road that overlooked everything. There were houses on both sides of the road, and the sea that rippled with the glow of the crimson moon. Just as Yulika was about to fly out of the secret passageway with the help of the spirits and sneak into the other areas of Colleen City, a lake shrouded in mist suddenly appeared before his eyes. The lake was sparkling and had a tranquil beauty. Ripples spread out in the middle, and a beautiful and illusory figure slowly floated up. This was a powerful spirit that was often called the goddess of the lake in human legends. The strength of a spirit guide often depended on which dead and natural spirits they could find and control. This was the same for spirit warlocks. It was just that spirit guides were more inclined toward the dead, while spirit warlocks were better at controlling natural spirits. At this moment, the transparent and strange figures around Yulika let out monotonous cries of horror. They threw away the arms and legs that they were holding and burrowed into the pitch-black and thin body like the wind. With a thud, Yulika fell to the ground, but he didn't feel any pain. This was because a strong sense of sleepiness overwhelmed him, making him unknowingly enter a dream. At the exit, Daily Simone, who was wearing a spirit medium's robe, blue eyeshadow, and blush, walked out of nowhere. She looked at the 2-meter tall, pitch-black Yulika and said, "The dead spirit he fused with is very strange. The dead spirit he fused with is very strange. Without a living human body as a house, it will soon wither and dissipate. We have to seize the time to obtain information." In the shadows beside her, Leonard Mitchell walked out and looked at Daily Simone in surprise. "Aren't you a spirit guide? How can you control the goddess of the lake? Aren't you a poet? Why can't you write poems?" Daly replied snappily. On the other side of the street, on a cliff that wasn't too steep, a figure grabbed a protrusion and quickly moved down, quickly landing in a dark corner of Lower Street. His skin was light and his eyes were blue. His black hair was thick and slightly curled. It was none other than Enzo, who had been a guest at Yulika's house at 13 Canine Street in the Lower Lip District. Enzo wasn't a member of the charismatic order. He was one of the people who had betrayed the life school of thought under the bewitchment of the Rose School. Furthermore, he wasn't a beyonder of the apothecary pathway that could become a vampire, nor did he worship the primordial moon. He simply didn't want to accept the rules set up by his teacher and his teacher's teacher. He wished to live a carefree life, hoping to make full use of his advantages as a winner. Such a mentality made him approve of the ideals of the Rose School's indulgence faculty. It didn't take long for him to officially join them and satisfy his various desires. This time he had come to Colleen on behalf of the Rose School to contact the charismatic order and discuss the possibility of cooperation on a few matters. However, he never expected that the pitch-black deceased Yulika would be ambushed by the Church of Evernight. It was a high-level ambush. Thankfully, I'm good at anti-divination. The people from the Church of Evernight didn't know that I was with Yulika and didn't pay enough attention to me. They treated me as Yulika's subordinate, allowing me to find an opportunity to leave the central region. Furthermore, that sunlight mainly purifies things with death, evil, or filthy powers. It doesn't deal too much damage to me. That should be an attack at the demigod level. Enzo walked in the shadows of the street as he couldn't help but recall what had just happened. After escaping for a long distance, he turned to look behind him and realized that no one was chasing after him. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. A winner is a winner. I'll always be a winner. Enzo regained his usual confidence as he walked to a particular spot on the street with a smile. Then he turned left and quickly went down the stairs. It was a steep and long staircase that connected several levels up and down. Near Canine Street, Sostel suddenly opened his eyes and said to Leonard and Daily Simone, "Just now there was a person named Enzo in Ulika's house." Just now there was a person named Enzo in Ulika's house. He's a member of the Rose School of Thought, and his sequence isn't low. His position should be rather important. Quickly search the surroundings and see if you can find any traces. Try to capture him successfully and not leave any problems behind. As for the other Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks, they were either capturing other members of the charismatic order or entering dreams to capture them. They hoped to obtain first-hand information as soon as possible. The remaining few were in charge of guarding against accidents and protecting their companions. Yes, Captain Sostel, Leonard agreed without hesitation. Daly grabbed at the wind and brought her hand to her ear. She listened for 2 to 3 seconds. And said, "The little guys nearby told me that someone did escape from the cliff." Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 933. On the steep and long stone staircase, the crimson moon's light illuminated the middle, leaving a rather thick shadow on both sides. Enzo was like a normal passerby at night. He walked down the stairs quickly and anxiously, but he didn't appear flustered. He believed that his luck was extremely good, that he was a winner in life, and that he wouldn't be caught up to by the Nighthawks. Seeing that he was about to reach the end of the staircase that connected the paths up and down, Enzo, who was once a monster, suddenly sensed something. He turned his head to look at the shadow at the edge of the lowest level. He then saw a figure sitting there in a daze. The figure's looks and figure appeared rather blurry due to the lighting. He was dressed like a typical person from East Balham. The figure took out a box of matches and lit one, illuminating the periphery. Enzo didn't have the time to size up the figure as a scene suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. The figure threw the match over as though it was a gift, and when the match approached, it suddenly produced an exaggerated stream of flames as a man in a formal suit and top hat walked out. Seeing scenes he shouldn't see and hearing sounds he shouldn't hear were the daily encounters of a monster. Enzo, who had already become a winner, was already used to all of this. He didn't even need to think before fully believing in his premonition. He suddenly lunged forward, leaping off the stairs and tumbling twice on the street below. At the same time, the brown-skinned marionette, Oaf, suddenly stood up. He twisted his waist and flung his arm, throwing the match in his hand at where Enzo had been. Before the match landed, the scarlet flames had already extended and shot into the sky in a magnificent and gorgeous manner. Amidst the flames, Klein, who was dressed in a black formal suit and half-top hat, leaped out. However, he had lost track of his target. More than 10 seconds ago, he had discovered that someone was rapidly descending the staircase as though he was hiding from something. He suspected that it was his new marionette, so he quickly did a dream divination and received a revelation that the person was related to Rose School and wasn't a good person. With such an answer, Klein didn't hesitate to take action. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, he didn't have the time to use the paper Angel recorded in Creeping Hunger to interfere with the other party's spiritual intuition. As a result, he missed. At this moment, his marionette, Oaf, had already left the last step of the staircase. He was running towards Enzo, who had just stood up. Enzo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dodge. Instead, he nimbly turned his body to the side and dodged that ordinary attack. Then he pulled out his gun, took aim, and hit Orloff's chest with a bang. Blood gushed out as Orloff swayed and collapsed. His breathing rapidly turned weak. Klein took advantage of this brief opportunity and disappeared, appearing in front of the target in a flash, blocking his escape route. Enzo suddenly had an indescribable strange premonition. He immediately closed his eyes, tightly closing them. He didn't know why he was doing this, but as a mid-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway, believing in intuition was an instinctive reaction. Right on the heels of that, Enzo hurriedly turned around and attempted to rely on his spiritual intuition to rush into another street. However, the man in the top hat and formal suit with no special features appeared in front of him again. From front to back, left to right, Klein's figure kept disappearing and reappearing. It was as though he was running around Enzo at high speeds, always blocking his path ahead of time without directly attacking. This made it so that no matter where Enzo turned, regardless of whether he used his Beyonder powers or not, he would always face a figure in a black formal suit and half-top hat. For an instant, Enzo, who had his eyes closed, imagined that there wasn't one enemy but a group. A traveler was always able to create the effect of being surrounded by a single person. About 10 seconds later, Enzo, who had yet to find a path of escape, suddenly felt his thoughts turn sluggish as his actions slowed down. It was as though his brain and joints had been injected with glue. Traveling and Nimblewright Master were also very compatible. When Klein flashed, he had maintained a distance of less than 10 meters from Enzo. He had been secretly controlling the other party's spirit body threads. No good. He's not attacking. He's only blocking. It's not to wait for the Nighthawks, but for another goal. Enzo, who still had his eyes closed, felt his heart tighten. He suddenly stepped on a rock and lost his balance. He fell heavily to the ground, causing his pistol to fly several meters away. Plop! The pain and shock allowed Enzo to escape from his sluggish state, allowing him to regain the feeling of fluidity. Enzo was no stranger to such accidents. As a winner, he was always able to obtain an advantage through all sorts of small probabilities, allowing him to seize victory. Just as he was about to rush to the end of a street to the side without any hesitation and jump over the guardrail to jump into the sea and rely on fate to escape his predicament, another scene flashed in his mind. He coughed violently, so much so that he couldn't straighten his back or move his legs. Diseases. The enemy can infect me with diseases. He didn't attack the entire time, and all he did was block my path of escape. He wanted me to stay in this area and unknowingly be infected with a disease. Enzo was first alarmed before he felt a strong sense of joy. The green essence ring he wore came from a believer of the primordial moon. Once it was activated, he could easily treat all sorts of diseases and injuries that weren't considered too serious. This was luck. Enzo pretended not to notice the infectious diseases in the air around him. He propped himself up with both hands and ran straight for the guardrail at the end of the street according to the route he had planned. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly coughed and involuntarily slowed down. His coughing didn't calm down like normal. Instead, it became more and more intense, as though he was about to cough his lungs out of his throat. Klein, who was wearing a top hat and a formal suit, flashed and appeared behind the target, maintaining a distance of nearly 10 meters. At this moment, Enzo spread out his arms, allowing an invisible ripple to spread out from his body. It was like a pure mental storm that swept towards all the spirit bodies in the surroundings. While it brought about intense dizziness, it also brought about a calamity. Klein similarly had a premonition of danger. Just as Enzo spread his arms, his body vanished from his spot and appeared in the middle of the steep staircase. With his eyes closed, Enzo saw that he hadn't achieved the desired effect. He immediately gave up on the idea of escaping after finishing off his target and continued rushing towards the guardrail at the end of the street. He had a feeling that if he delayed any longer, a number of Nighthawks would catch up to him, making the situation even more chaotic. And as a lucky one, a winner, the more chaotic it was, the more likely it was that he could escape. At this moment, due to him constantly changing directions and fleeing blindly, he once again passed by Orloff, who had been shot in the chest. On Orloff's left index finger was a golden ring with an inlaid ruby. The ring flashed with a sanguine beam as the wound on Orloff's chest squirmed and healed. He bounced up and pounced at Enzo, who happened to pass by, with his mouth wide open. Inside his mouth, his tongue seemed to lose its corporeal feeling, turning into a blob of flowing flesh and blood. Flower of blood. Orloff was wearing the flower of blood ring that Klein had obtained from Mr. X. On the one hand, it could randomly make the wearer give up thinking and turn into a beast. On the other hand, it could allow the wearer to gain a deeper level of control over their own flesh and blood. As long as they didn't die instantly or experience a complete purification. No matter how serious their injuries were, they could squirm and heal. At the same time, it also came with some flesh and blood magic. It was a mystical item that was very suitable for a marionette. Before Klein came out to find a new marionette, he wasn't sure which pathway his target belonged to or what sequence they were. Therefore, he had made rather comprehensive preparations and made Orloff with a flower of blood ring. This way, he could direct a scene that looked like he was the main character with the marionette as support. But in fact, it was the exact opposite. Just as Enzo ran past where Orloff was lying, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his knee. It was as though he had suffered some minor injuries from his previous fall. A thought flashed through his mind as he squatted down. Then he felt a figure fly over his head, missing him. Orloff's sudden attack still didn't have any effect on the winner. Just as Enzo was about to smile and run again, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. He subconsciously curled up and protected his fatal spots. At the same time, Orloff suddenly swelled up and silently exploded. Balls of flesh and blood turned into a storm that swept through a large area and struck Enzo's body with a whooshing sound. One of the preparations Klein had made was to use the mutated powers of creeping hunger to plant a flesh bomb in his marionette's body. With a clang, the golden ring embedded with a ruby landed on the stone slabs on the street. Klein's figure flashed to Enzo's side. He raised his left palm, turning his glove pitch black as though it was formed from particles. He then said a word that was filled with evil and depravity. Slow! Enzo was lucky enough to avoid most of the damage. His body, which had only suffered minor injuries, suddenly came to a halt. His struggling clearly slowed down as his curled-up posture changed bit by bit. Right on the heels of that, he opened his eyes due to the pain and saw a figure in a black formal suit and half-top hat. Ah! Enzo suddenly let out a tragic cry as he raised his hands to cover his eyes. Wisps of blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. Monster? Looking at the writhing target on the ground, Klein pricked up his brows. He continued controlling the spirit-body threads and quickly gained initial control. This time, there were no accidents that interrupted him. In his half-crazed state, Enzo, who had grown some scales, was powerless to resist. Klein successfully deepened his control. As time ticked by, Enzo suddenly stood up and retracted the few, protruding, snake-like scales. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Klein. Then he walked to the side and bent down to pick up the golden ring embedded with a ruby. He wore it on his left index finger, matching the emerald ring on the other side. Klein resisted the urge to use his new marionette to take a look at him and got Enzo to deal with the remaining flesh and traces. After doing all of this, he walked into the shadows on the side of the street with his marionette and quickly vanished. Chapter 934. After a few minutes, Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell, who had made repeated errors in judgment, finally arrived at the top of the steep staircase. They went down one level at a very slow speed. They cautiously observed their surroundings and were prepared to engage in battle at any moment. However, even when they reached the bottom, they didn't discover anything abnormal. They didn't even find any useful traces. Daly grabbed at the wind again and brought her hand to her ear to listen carefully. A few seconds later, she surveyed the area and said, "There's the sound of a gunshot. There's the sound of a gun being fired. A weapon was dropped at the corner of the street in front. That person called Enzo is dead. Who did it?" Leonard asked in surprise. From his point of view, due to all the mishaps they had experienced, Enzo had already escaped the pursuit. There was no possibility of him being eliminated by the surveillance personnel of Rose School, wiping away any clues. In that case, who killed this suspected Sequence 6 or 5 Beyonder? After all, The red gloves had used a sealed artifact to do some anti-divination in advance for their operation tonight. It was unlikely that anyone could have predicted it ahead of time and specifically waited here to hunt the escaping Enzo. Daly shook her head. I didn't see those little guys. It should be a Beyonder who's good at anti-divination. Perhaps it's Enzo's enemy, and they were planning on taking action tonight. She gave a simple guess before splitting up with Leonard to search the nearby streets to see if they could find any clues that had been missed. Taking this opportunity, Leonard circled to the guardrail of one of the streets and suppressed his voice. Old man, did you discover anything? Palez, Zoroast replied after 2 to 3 seconds. You should have heard a scream just now and changed the direction of your pursuit. That was emitted by Enzo. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and indescribable, something that could directly damage and corrupt his soul body. That was released by Enzo. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and indescribable, something that could directly harm and corrupt his spiritual body. He repeated softly, that was emitted by Enzo. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and indescribable, something that could directly damage and corrupt his soul body. Something extremely terrifying and indescribable. In the hotel room, Klein teleported back with his new marionette. He then got his marionette to stand by his side as he found a chair to sit down. As he studied the marionette, he sighed. A Beyonder of the monster pathway, but he's still inferior to Senor. He's unable to hide on the surface of the gold coin and carry it with him. He can only follow by its side from his Beyonder pathway. He isn't a core member of the Rose School of Thought, but his sequence isn't low. He likely receives a certain level of importance. That is to say, if I don't disguise him, it'll easily cause me to be targeted by the Rose School of Thought. On the other hand, I can use him as bait to bait. Ken of a Beyonder. I can't just a Beyonder, Ken. I can't Rose Church. No, that won't do. I can't be affected by greed. The southern continent is where the Rose School of Thought is active. Once I'm exposed with how much importance the mother tree of desire places on me, not only will saints come, even angels might directly descend. No, I can't be influenced by greed. The southern continent is where Rose School is active. Once I'm exposed with importance the mother tree of desire places on me, not only will a saint come, even an angel might descend. Then I'll continue using metaphysical methods to find the next marionette. I'll wait for Donis to finish his investigations and for Mr. Aztec to come to me. Klein quickly made up his mind. After combining all sorts of methods, he gained a basic understanding of his new marionette's level and Beyonder powers. This was the Fate Pathways Sequence 5 winner. Among them, this Pathways Sequence 9 monster was one with extremely high spiritual perception. They often heard sounds that others couldn't hear and saw things that others couldn't see. Occasionally, they could glimpse scenes of the future and had a keen intuition for danger. Beyonders of the sequence would often fall into a trance-like state, muttering words that others couldn't understand. It was to the point of being treated as a true monster. The corresponding Sequence 8 was machine. Beyonders would obtain terrifying calculation abilities and precise control. All aspects of their bodies would be clearly enhanced, making them talented in combat, marksmanship, and other fields. At the same time, they would also possess the powers of divination and anti-divination. Sequence 7 was lucky, or lucky one. Beyonders at this level would often encounter things like picking up money, drawing a person's body, rolling dice as expected, or having a girl they liked happen to like them. However, they couldn't control it and were passive. Furthermore, this kind of luck wasn't fixed. It had its ups and downs. Sometimes it was especially powerful, and sometimes it was like an ordinary person. Therefore, it was difficult to completely rely on it and had to be restrained. Sequence 6 was Calamity Priest. On the one hand, Beyonders would passively encounter all kinds of calamities, but they could foresee it. They could make preparations in advance and find a way to eliminate or mitigate the effects. On the other hand, they could actively attract different levels of calamities, implicating their targets or enemies. They could rely on their specialty in luck to avoid most of the danger and launch attacks in the chaos. To put it simply, they could pull their opponents into an environment where they could best use their strengths. Of course, many calamity priests could also make full use of the dangers they encountered to attack their enemies. At the same time, a calamity priest could also create a psyche storm. By relying on their spirituality that was higher than that of other pathways, they could directly affect the other party's soul body, causing a certain degree of dizziness or mental confusion. If a calamity priest's enemy entered the latter state, it would be very easy for them to make mistakes, causing the calamity to worsen until it devoured them. And at Sequence 5 winner, Beyonders could control their luck to a certain extent. They could rely on their temperance to accumulate large amounts of luck and resolve fatal dangers at critical moments in a dramatic manner. From time to time, they could also encounter good things with extremely low probability in their daily lives. For example, due to someone's mistake, they could inexplicably have an inheritance waiting to be inherited. Or, due to a comical reason, they could obtain the favor of an outstanding member of the opposite sex. Or, an enemy they were chasing would be foolish enough to get lost or make a mistake in judgment. At this level, the Beyonders of the Fate pathway had a very strong intuition. Be it divination or anti-divination, they could be considered mysticism experts. In addition, they could also give their enemies bad luck to a certain extent, making their targets become rather unlucky. Beyonders of the monster pathway really go to the extremes. Apart from spirituality and the fate domain, they have almost no other Beyonder powers. Even their physical fitness and computational abilities are only provided by the machine stage. The subsequent improvements are rather limited. They're practically the standard charlatans I imagined. They don't have any offensive or defensive abilities, and they rely on their intuition and the blessings of fate to survive. I have to say that this is the most special pathway out of the 22 Beyonder pathways. I can find or guess what their corresponding pathways are. Only Monster appears to be unsociable and alone. Perhaps the Beyonder pathway that focuses on fate is destined to be lonely? Klein sighed inwardly as he had some ideas on how to use his marionette. Of course, he still needed to do a divination above the gray fog to see if the passive luck and calamity still existed when the Beyonder was already dead. If they existed, Klein would have to face the test of calamity from time to time. In comparison, Admiral of Bloodseigneur is better as a marionette. Humans always know how to cherish and regret after losing something. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. From the characteristics of the monster pathway, he thought of a few effective ways to deal with low and mid-sequence Beyonders. First, it was to catch them off guard and make them suffer a mental baptism and physical damage from looking directly at the gray fog or other scenes, causing them to lose control. Second, it was to throw out a special item, allowing the monsters who could see scenes they shouldn't see and hear sounds they shouldn't hear to undergo a test. In this regard, Klein had a blood crystal that originated from a high-level devil that could be used, Blatherer's aura. Third, it was to lure them to cast bad luck on him, then pretend to be unlucky and take the opportunity to counterattack. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made his marionette empty his pockets and take out £35, 10 solely 7 pence, and a wallet. The wallet's surface and interior were embroidered with a flower and a name. It seemed to be custom-made. Enzo. Regardless of whether it's your name or not, your name is Enzo. Klein glanced at the marionette to his side as his gaze moved down, stopping at the platinum ring inlaid with an emerald on his right hand. Through divination, he learned that the ring's name was Green Essence. Its effect was very simple, which was to treat all kinds of ailments and injuries that weren't considered too serious. And because of this, its negative effects were very small. All it did was provoke mosquitoes. Thankfully, I'm not the one wearing it. Beyonders of the monster pathway don't seem to wear mystical items. Even if they do, they would at most have 1 or 2 relatively low-level items. Is this a requirement of fate? Klein retracted his gaze in thought and looked at Enzo, who was staring at the wall. He had an urge that intensified. He wanted to use the monster pathway marionette's eyes to look at him. He wanted to know what was so special about him that he could see. Won't this be very dangerous? Will I lose control even if I see it myself? No, back in Tinjin City, Aude Missile looked straight at me without being a Sequence 9. His eyes only bled and hurt for a period of time. Although I've improved tremendously, Winner Enzo didn't immediately break down when he saw me. It's similar to the reaction I had when I encountered Demonis of Despair Panatia's partial mythical creature form. Should I do a divination above the gray fog? No, this involves the gray fog itself. The outcome will definitely be affected. Should I attempt it in the real world with my divination abilities? Klein casually took out a gold coin and let it bounce between his fingers. After a while, the gold coin bounced up with a clang and landed in Klein's palm. Chapter 935. Klein looked down at his palm as his eyes reflected the gold coin's appearance. It was facing upwards, showing the king's head. This meant that Klein should use his marionette's eyes to look at himself. After receiving such a revelation, Klein remained hesitant. He wondered if he should hold a ritual and bring Enzo above the gray fog. He wanted to make an attempt in a relatively safe environment that could completely wipe away the damage and corruption that the spirit body suffered. However, he suspected that this wouldn't result in anything. This was because Beyonders of the Fate Pathway would only notice the projection of the mysterious space on their bodies. Above the gray fog, such specializations might not exist. This was akin to trying to observe an elephant's external body, only to end up drilling into the target's body. His fingers retracted as he held the gold coin. After a long period of silence, Klein finally made a decision. He suddenly stood up, took out the silver dagger from the ritual, and created a wall of spirituality that enveloped the room. This was to prevent the possibility of tragic screams and strange commotion from spreading. Right on the heels of that, Klein set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. He was afraid that the glove would devour the wearer if something went wrong with his condition. This was an inherent attribute of creeping hunger. Once it wasn't satiated and couldn't guarantee that it could eat a person a day, it would feed on the wearer. And Klein starved it more than he fed it. After making the other preparations in a clear and orderly manner, Klein reached out to remove the flower of blood from Enzo's hand and placed it on his left palm. This could ensure that he could recover even if his body was severely injured. Just as he was about to wear it, Klein thought for a moment and paused. He took out a pen and paper and wrote a sentence. Remember to remove the ring. He was worried that he would be affected by Flower of Blood's lowering of his intelligence after the experiment was over, so he didn't want to remove it. When the time comes, I might need a beautiful princess to wake me up with a kiss. No, to help me remove the ring. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and exhaled. He took off his clothes and wore the ring. Then he cast his gaze at his new marionette, Winner Enzo. Hesitation and inner cowardice were unavoidable, but as long as he made up his mind, he would be able to move forward bravely after experiencing so many things. After making some adjustments and entering a cogitation state, Klein made his marionette slowly turn around and look at him. With the help of Ying's eyes, he first saw a thin layer of grayish-white mist spreading outwards. Amidst the fog, there was a bright door of light that was tainted with a bit of greenish-black. The light gate was made up of countless light balls stacked on top of each other. Each light ball was a pile of twisted worms. Some of the worms were transparent, some were translucent, and they carried complicated symbols and patterns that were difficult to describe or profound in meaning. Before Klein could see the details clearly, his mind suddenly buzzed and he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. For a moment, he felt a little amnesia and almost thought that he had slept until dawn. What happened? It's still dark outside the window. Klein propped himself up with his hands and sat up. Only then did he realize that he was lying on the ground. At this moment, he caught sight of Enzo, who was standing beside him, through the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a large number of scenes and sounds surged through his mind. That's right. I was just studying what Beyonders of the monster pathway can see from my body. I fainted after being stimulated beyond my limits. I still vaguely remember hearing cries of pain. Was that made by me? After regaining his memories, Klein hurriedly observed his body's condition and was surprised to see hideous bloody wounds on his body. It was as though something was crawling out from within. At that moment, the flesh and blood were squirming around the densely packed wounds as they rapidly reformed. Klein then looked at the ground and saw a figure imprinted in the blood where he had been lying. Thankfully, I wore the flower of blood ring. Otherwise, I might have slowly died from the serious injuries brought about by the collapse of my body. I wonder if I'll be in human form or monster form after such a death. Klein raised his hand to rub his temples as he scanned his surroundings. He discovered that the tables and chairs had toppled, but the wall of spirituality hadn't shattered. This made him truly heave a sigh of relief. He was certain that the anomaly had been limited to his body and a very small area around him. It hadn't spread outwards, and from the recovery of his wounds, Klein determined that he had lost consciousness for less than a minute. He picked up a chair and sat down. He felt as though he had forgotten something, but he couldn't recall it. Only when he instinctively cleaned up the scene did he see a piece of paper with the words, "Remember to take the ring." Only then did he come to a realization. He pulled out the golden ruby ring on his left hand. More memories surfaced as Klein shook his head in lingering fear and amusement. Luck is really important at times. If the negative effects of the flower of blood had been randomly at its strongest, I might not have been able to recognize words and wouldn't have been able to receive the reminder. Seeing that his wounds had mostly recovered, he got Enzo to wear flower of blood again and take off green essence. With the latter's treatment, Klein no longer felt any discomfort. He focused his attention back on the scene he had previously seen, the scene that the Fate Pathway Beyonders had seen on him. A door of light that's dyed bluish-black, countless spheres of light, transparent and translucent maggots that huddle together, mysterious and complicated symbols and patterns that contain a large amount of knowledge, but one that doesn't allow one to receive any feedback. What do these symbolize? This is a mythical creature form that corresponds to the mysterious space above the gray fog, the kind that belongs to a sequence 0, true God. Due to the gray fog's obstruction, only Beyonders of the Fate Pathway can see it directly and suffer the impact and corruption. Similarly, it's also because of the gray fog's obstruction that Beyonders of the Fate Pathway don't completely collapse, like looking directly at a deity, but they also don't receive any knowledge. Klein thought for a moment and began attempting to use divination to decipher the symbolism behind the scene. The door of light resembles the symbol behind the apprentice's seat, but it also seems to point at Mr. Door. The countless stacked spheres of light are identical to the content of my cogitation, and the latter originates from a certain mythical system constructed on Earth. Was it because my subconscious was influenced to choose a similar memory, or did my choice affect the representation of the scene in the gray fog? The distorted transparent maggots are similar to the blob on the huge throne on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, but they're a little different. This belongs to the sequence 0 Fool of the Seer Pathway. I can't see the translucent ones clearly, so it's difficult to determine. Also, the bluish-black color on the surface keeps reminding me of the depths of that mysterious space that I can't climb. Standing on the highest step of the stairway of light, I can see that the clouds condensed in midair are a little bluish-black. Klein thought all day, but failed to come up with an answer. All he could do was temporarily suppress the matter and analyze it when he had more information and clues in the future. After cleaning up the traces, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He planned on doing a more comprehensive and thorough examination of his condition. He also wanted to confirm if Enzo still had the passive luck and calamity. Byam in the slums, in a dilapidated room that wasn't too big. Admiral of Stars Catlia sat behind a table and looked at the door when she heard a unique, rhythmic knocking. "Come in," she said without deliberately concealing her voice. The wooden door creaked open as the hooded, black robe the hanging man walked in. Upon seeing the other party's secretive attire, Katlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and smiled. If you walk out like this, you'll be surrounded by the Church of the Storm in less than 5 minutes. She didn't put on any disguise because she knew that the news of her letting German Sparrow board the Future had long spread at sea. It wasn't difficult for the hanging man to guess that Admiral of Stars was Ma am Hermit. Alger didn't directly respond. He closed the door and pulled out a chair. Without losing the upper hand, he said, "It's the same for you to walk out like this." What he meant was that Admiral of Stars was second only to Admiral Hell among the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she was suspected to have a close relationship with German Sparrow. She was the main target of the Church of the Storm, the Church of Evernight, and many other factions. Her bounty had already risen to £45,000. No matter which city she went to, as long as she didn't disguise herself, it meant that trouble would befall her if she was recognized. Katlia nodded slightly and turned to look at the hanging man's hooded face. In front of me, such an attire is actually meaningless. However, I respect her choice. She maintained her bespectacled state. She's very domineering and very confident, as expected of Admiral of Stars. Alger, who was wearing an additional mask under his hood, didn't harp on the matter of disguise as he went straight to the point. "Thank you for providing me with help." Admiral of Stars Katlia placed her right hand on her left elbow and said, I'm very curious. With your current strength and the resources you have, you should be able to handle the problem of the blacksmith even without my help. Why did you come to me?" Alger was already prepared as he simply said, "I don't want to become a topic of discussion." Katlia seemed to have grasped the hidden meaning behind the other party's words. "I need more information." Alger nodded lightly. "According to my observations and guesses, the artisan should be controlled by those who believe in the primordial moon. The latter belongs to a faction that originally existed in the southern continent, and not a traitor of the life school of thought." Katlia's expression didn't change as she thought. "Why aren't you looking for Mr. Moon? He should be very interested in this aspect." The corners of Alger's mouth curled up as he replied in his usual voice, "If we can't solve it, maybe I will." Chapter 936. Katlia understood what the hanging man meant. If the problem was huge, they could use the moon to drag the entire Sanguine into this matter, reaping the benefits amidst the chaos. She then smiled and said, "If the matter is that serious, why don't they just look for the world? That seems simpler." Alger was silent for a few seconds. "I have to prove that I have the ability to deal with problems, so that's the last choice." Upon hearing his answer, Katlia immediately made some connections. The hanging man places great importance on the world's German Sparrow's opinion because he's blessed of Mr. Fool. Also, his attitude was quite consistent with a popular political joke in Bakeland, Trier, and other places. When encountering a problem or making a mistake, the first reaction was to suppress it and find another way to solve it without letting the boss or client know. This meant that the hanging man used to be or even was a powerful force with a strict organization. He was infected with such a culture and mastered the related skills. Church of the Storm. No, such a person is a heretic. The fleet of the King of the Five Seas? As his thoughts raced, the pirate admiral nudged the heavy spectacles on the bridge of his nose and steered the topic back on track. "Let's continue talking about the artisan." Alger seemed to have prepared a draft long ago. Without thinking or pausing, he spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. In the past, in order to conceal the artisan's identity and prevent this channel from being grasped by others, I deliberately made him into an internal member of the Church of Steam and Steam. But in fact, he had long been an extravagant person because of his fondness for famous alcohol and beauties. He had no choice but to create items for wild beyonders to earn money to maintain his livelihood. He betrayed the Church of Steam and hid in Byam. This time he first contracted a strange disease and was monitored by people of unknown origins. Then he was controlled by those who suspected to be believers of the primordial moon. He claimed that he had obtained a new life. Katlia listened attentively. Her slightly purple eyes behind the lenses were extremely focused. After the hanged man finished speaking, she pondered for a moment and asked, "What's the matter?" An artisan definitely doesn't lack mystical items. Furthermore, they know the various combinations of beyonder effects and negative effects. Their strength will definitely reach the Sequence 5 level. What method did the primordial moon believers use to control the artisan without harming him? A demigod is involved? Alger shook his head slowly. I don't have any clues in that regard for now. But according to my observation, the blacksmith showed a certain degree of willingness. I suspect that while threatening and forcing him, there was also temptation that targeted at his weakness. He indirectly denied the speculation that a demigod was involved in this matter. Admiral of Stars, Katlia nodded. How did the primordial moon believers find this artisan? According to your description, this blacksmith only deals with familiar and trustworthy friends. He doesn't really like to expand his own channels. He's very cautious when it comes to safety. Alger hesitated for a moment. I'm not too sure, but I have a guess. I once helped the world sell a werewolf beyonder characteristic to that artisan, and the werewolf pathway is considered a mutant pathway. Be it the formula or the characteristics, they are firmly controlled by Rose School. It's rare for it to leak out. Similarly, the people who believe in the primordial moon in the southern continent basically belong to Rose School. Katlia silently added inwardly. She had already figured out what the hanging man was guessing. He suspected that the werewolf beyonder characteristic had a hidden problem that involved the existence of concealment, causing the artisan to be targeted by Rose School. And this was also the reason why Rose School was able to firmly control the mutant pathways, formula, and characteristics. Admiral of Stars Katlia raised a few more questions and received satisfactory answers. Finally, she asked, "What's the artisan's name? What country is he from?" Finally, she asked, "He's from Intis." "He calls himself Charv," Alger replied without beating around the bush. "Charv." Katlia frowned slightly as she repeated the artisan's name, softly. "What's wrong with that?" Upon seeing this, Alger went straight to the point. "You've heard of him?" From Alger's point of view, Admiral of Stars was a powerhouse with rich experience and a deep background. She was good at controlling herself. If she didn't wish to discuss Charv, even if she had any doubts or abnormalities, she wouldn't make it so obvious. Based on this judgment, he chose to ask without any hesitation. Katlia fell silent for a moment. Roselle the Great's eldest son's name is Charles. It's very close to this name. Without waiting for the hanging man to say a word, she continued, "This prince died not long after the emperor was assassinated due to fear and worry." Not long after the emperor was assassinated, the prince died of fear and worry. At that time, the Sauron family hoped to hang and exile his descendants, but the Church of Steam chose to accept them as clergymen. Alger nodded slightly in enlightenment. "You suspect that he's a descendant of that prince?" In Intis, in Faesac, and in most countries in the northern continent, it wasn't rare to use one's ancestor's name or a similar name as one's name. It represented a glorious heritage. Therefore, the more illustrious a family was, the more times they would have a second or third generation. Of course, it was very common for two unrelated people to have the same name. However, Artisan Charv didn't only have one name. He was also from the Church of Steam. He was from Intis, and he had reached the level of artisan. Faced with the hanging man's question, Katlia nodded gently. "If I can obtain his blood, I'll be able to confirm it very quickly." Alger understood the reason and didn't elaborate. He asked, "Do you want to take action now? I can provide support." The surface of Katlia's glasses reflected the crimson moonlight that shone in through the window. "No, I plan on observing him for a period of time." At the very least, we need to figure out why those who believe in the primordial moon are controlling artisan charv. If they only want an artisan to work for them and create mystical items, it'll be very simple. But if they have other goals, the problem might be more complicated than we imagine. We need to make more preparations. As expected of Admiral of Stars, Alger nodded and said, I can't stay in Byam for too long. I can't stay in Byam for too long. It will arouse suspicion. If you need my help, do it as soon as possible. After receiving an affirmative answer, the hanging man slowly got up, pulled up his hood, and left the room. Having already learned of artisan Charv's current residence, Katlia took off her heavy glasses and pinched her glabella. She clapped her hands and said, Heath, come in. In the shadows of the door, darkness suddenly surged as a thin, tall, and pale figure grew out. His nose bridge was ridiculously high, and his facial skin was nearly transparent. He looked like he was sick, and he was none other than the second mate of the future, Rose Bishop Heath Doyle. Katlia looked at him and said, The exact situation is— I'll leave it to you. Yes, Captain, Heath Doyle replied, simply before shrinking back into the shadows. Katlia raised her right hand and paused for a few seconds before saying, The exact situation is— I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, Captain, Heath Doyle replied, simply before shrinking back into the shadows. Recently, I've been distancing myself from Frank. His mushroom experiments have come to a halt. I'm worried that he will have new ideas. The location of my second marionette. Klein held 2 tree branches as he repeatedly chanted, but he didn't see them move. This meant that the divination had failed, or that Colane City didn't have a second marionette that was suitable for him. From the looks of it, mysticism methods are temporarily useless. I'll pack up tomorrow and leave, Klein mumbled as he threw the tree branches into the trash can. Although Enzo, who was standing beside him, didn't dare look straight at his master and could only look at the ground, he still skillfully brewed a cup of black tea and handed it to Klein. Compared to before, this winter's skin was already red and peeling from the sun. Once everything turned for the better, he would have a tanned skin. In order to disguise himself as a new marionette and prevent him from being recognized by the people from Rose School, Klein had taken this gentleman on a trip to a beach with scorching sunlight, allowing him to be exposed to the sun for extended periods of time. At the same time, he controlled his marionette to shave off most of his hair, leaving behind only a thin layer. Together with the outline of his eyebrows, the powder on his face, the reconstruction of the highlights and shadows, and the wearing of sunglasses, Enzo seemed to become a different person. Even friends who were very familiar with him would find it difficult to tell him apart unless it was a faceless. Apart from his disguise in real life, Klein had also done some mysticism work. Firstly, he had the paper angel hug him, and secondly, he had brought Aztec's copper whistle with him. In addition, he had also preliminarily confirmed that the winner's passive luck and calamity were ineffective, but he didn't know if it was because he had become a marionette or because of the gray fog. After taking the black tea and taking a sip, Klein cast his gaze at the map of Balam on the coffee table in front of him. He began considering where he should find his second marionette. At this moment, the colors around him suddenly deepened, as if a painter had used ink to sketch them out. Right on the heels of that, a figure outlined itself beside Enzo. He was wearing a silk top hat and a black suit. He had a medium build and bronze skin. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, and his facial features were soft. There was a tiny mole beneath his right ear. He was none other than Aztec Eggers. Mr. Aztec is finally here. Klein was first pleasantly surprised before he noticed that he had appeared beside his marionette. He couldn't help but imagine a funny scene in his mind. Mr. Aztec, who relied on the copper whistle to locate him, grabbed the shoulder of the person who carried the copper whistle the moment he arrived, and used the spiritual world to teleport away. As for Mr. Aztec, he could only watch helplessly. Mr. Aztec wanted to reach out to stop him, but he was half a beat too late and had no choice but to freeze in front of him. Compared to the last time, Aztec seemed to be a little quieter. He looked at Klein, who had a new face, and said, "Are you ready? P.S. Looking for monthly votes and recommendations." Chapter 937. Prepare. Of course not. Klein forced a smile and pointed at Enzo. That glove still needs to be sealed. As he spoke, the red and peeling Enzo used his left hand, which was wearing the flower of blood and green essence rings, to remove the human-skinned glove that covered his right palm. This is the creeping hunger. Typically speaking, when Klein wasn't using it, he was inclined to leave creeping hunger above the gray fog. After all, after the glove mutated, its seal had failed. It needed to eat a living person a day. Otherwise, it would feed on the wearer. However, considering that Mr. Aztec had replied and that he might come over soon, he finally decided to leave creeping hunger in the real world unless there were special circumstances. After all, he had already imagined the scene of Mr. Aztec's arrival. He didn't wish for the following conversation to happen. "Didn't you say that the glove from before needs to be sealed again?" "Yes, wait a moment. I'll head to the washroom." Or, "Are you ready?" "No. Wait a moment. I'll head to the washroom." Just the thought of such scenes and lines left Klein feeling awkward and odd. Even without considering the possibility of Mr. Aztec discovering the gray fog secret, this would cause his image in Mr. Aztec's heart to slide in an unpredictable direction. Therefore, after obtaining a new marionette and completing the attempt of looking at himself, Klein brought creeping hunger back to the real world to make up for the meal from before. The difference from before was that the wearer was Enzo instead of him. Apart from this, to curb creeping hunger's urge to eat humans every day, Klein carried a few ordinary mushrooms with him. He also made his marionette maintain a distance of less than 5 meters from him. Upon hearing his words and seeing his marionette's actions, Aztec nodded and reached out to receive the human-skinned glove. Klein took the opportunity to take out a few mushrooms from his pocket and threw them into a nearby trash can. "Pah!" He snapped his fingers, causing the mushrooms to spontaneously burn, turning scarlet red without affecting anything around them. This was the ability of the magicians to control fire. After doing all this, he saw Mr. Aztec's gaze inevitably look over. Klein laughed dryly and said, "That incident from before made creeping hunger a little afraid of mushrooms. I used this weakness to suppress its usual impulsiveness. In fact, this didn't have much practical use. This was because carrying the mushrooms around would suppress creeping hunger, causing the sealed artifact that was enduring hunger to immediately devour it after the mushrooms disappeared. Unless there was other food in front of it that could be easily obtained, it would only become an enemy's helper. Mushroom." Aztec muttered to himself as he held the gloves that were starting to be stained with blood. His surroundings suddenly turned dark, and even the sunlight outside the window was rejected. Pale, dark green, complicated symbols, labels, and patterns appeared out of thin air, as if they were written by invisible spirits, shadows, spirits, and other creatures. They intertwined in midair, forming a mysterious and illusory bronze door that seemed to connect to another world. It was a deep, silent, and terrifying world. The illusory door shrank until it finally landed on creeping hunger, causing the blood-red color on its surface to rapidly fade as the pale white color became its main body. A few seconds later, the human-skinned glove returned to normal. It was still a thin layer, but even without the mushroom suppression, it didn't show any signs of mania or impulsiveness. Just like before, Aztec handed creeping hunger to Klein. "The feeling of having a powerhouse backing you sure is great." Klein felt wistful as he sincerely thanked him and wore creeping hunger on his left palm. He thought for a moment and took the initiative to mention Mr. Aztec. "Mr. Aztec, when I passed through the berserk sea with the copper whistle you gave me, I kept having the same dream." The main body of the dream was a dark and cold mausoleum that went deep underground. There were countless coffins inside, and in the coffins were the dead. Dense, white feathers grew out of their backs. The feathers were stained with pale yellow oil, and deep in the mausoleum was a black fog that enveloped everything. In the dream, You and I were exploring the mausoleum. I don't know what we triggered, but it caused the black fog to emit a wheezing sound as thin, illusory black tubes extended out. Every time I dream of this, I wake up. This seems to be similar to the byproduct of the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. Klein used the copper whistle's divination into the dream and described it in detail, so as to warn Mr. Aztec not to be careless. After all, dream divination was equivalent to a dream in a certain sense, and Aztec knew that he was a beyonder of the seer pathway, so it wasn't strange for him to have such an encounter. There was only one difference between a revelation obtained from a normal dream and a revelation obtained from a dream divination. Passive versus active. Aztec listened quietly without interrupting Klein's description. Finally he nodded and said, "This should have something to do with the item that Death left behind in the Berserk Sea." From the looks of it, the Charismatic Order's artificial death project has made some substantial progress. Mr. Aztec lives up to being a death consul of the fourth epoch. He didn't belittle my dream at all. Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his face, transforming into the appearance of German Sparrow. He then said, "There's only one thing left. There's only one preparation left, and that's to confirm that Admiral Hell Ludwell isn't in any danger. There aren't any demigods of the Charismatic Order around him. As for whether the Murloc cufflink was still on the ship, Klein didn't mention it. This was because he would make confirmations every few days. He believed that Admiral Hell Ludwell had yet to discover the mystical item, or he had already discovered it but had deliberately not moved it. He was waiting for the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, to visit him and step into the trap." Aztec calmly replied, "We can confirm this when we get closer." "All right." Klein immediately got Enzo to go to the clothes rack and pull out the gold-inlaid cane. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Aztec stretched out his right palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder. Klein also reached out his right palm and grabbed Enzo's shoulder. The colors of the surrounding scenery changed once again. The red turned redder, the black turned blacker, and the blue turned bluer. They overlapped each other, but they didn't blend together. The two men and the marionette began traversing the spirit world. The black, gold-inlaid cane flew ahead, pointing out where Klein's lost Murloc cufflink was. Before long, the cane stopped and floated in midair. Aztec also stopped traversing, but he didn't leave the spirit world. He seemed to be watching and listening to something. After 2 or 3 seconds, he said, "I'm not sure." After 2 to 3 seconds, he said, "There's no problem." With that said, he led Klein, and Klein walked out of the spirit world with his marionette. At the same time, Klein recalled his experience of searching for clues to his memories with Mr. Aztec. Back then, their target was the ancient manual in Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's hands. Back then, Aztec had said that it wasn't a problem, but he ended up facing Demonis of unaging Katerina. There isn't a problem. All right, if you say there isn't a problem, then there isn't a problem. As Klein lampooned, he sized up his surroundings. This was an environment he was rather familiar with. The gigantic ship suffused a dark green color, the ghastly white mainsail that had a pitch-black tulip painted on it, and the zombies, skeletons, wraiths, shadows, and other undead creatures that were either controlling the sails, patrolling, or practicing their cannons proved that this was Admiral Hell's flagship, the Black Tulip. What was different from the last time he saw it was that the Black Tulip had quite a number of living beyonders. The captain, Admiral Hell Ludwell, who had a thin rapier by his waist, was wearing a lace-trimmed shirt, a gorgeous coat, a white skull triangular hat, and a silver mask over his face. He was standing at the cabin's entrance, looking over. Suddenly, the black, square-shaped ring on Ludwell's right hand trembled slightly as a beam of light flashed. The pale white flames in the arrogant pirate admiral's eyes clearly wavered before finally shrinking to an extreme. Right on the heels of that, Ludwell bent his back and, under the stunned, shocked, and lifeless gazes of his crew, he prostrated himself on the ground in front of Aztec Eggers and kissed the deck. P.S. I've been out all day, so I'm short on words. I'll update first. Chapter 938. Upon seeing Admiral Hell, Ludwell's reaction. Klein was just like the surviving crew members on the Black Tulip. They nearly couldn't believe their eyes. There were two scenarios that he had envisioned. Firstly, Ludwell had sought the help of a demigod from the charismatic order to ambush German Sparrow and the powerhouse backing him. This wasn't impossible. Sequence 7 of the Death Pathway was called Spirit Medium, and they similarly had the ability to foresee the impending danger. Secondly, Admiral Hell wasn't prepared and forcefully resisted, allowing him to be easily finished off by Mr. Aztec. Klein's plan was that if it was the first scenario, Mr. Aztec would deal with the demigod while he hunted Admiral Hell and obtained a second marionette. If it was the second scenario, he would implore Mr. Aztec to watch by the side while he controlled his marionette to fight Ludwell alone. During this process, he would use creeping hunger to hide in the shadows and try his best to stay behind the scenes, so as to quickly digest the marionettist potion. To his surprise, Admiral Hell didn't put up any resistance. He prostrated on the ground and kissed the deck, acting as if he was Aztec's most loyal and humble servant. How am I supposed to fight like this? Klein looked ahead in a daze, unsure if he should say anything, and the entire ship was silent. Aztec raised his hand to press down on his silk-top hat as he unhurriedly walked towards the prostrating Ludwell. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stopped in front of Admiral Hell Ludwell and said with a deep voice, "That's not the case." He said with a deep voice, "How far has the Charismatic Order's artificial death project progressed?" Ludwell's forehead was pressed to the ground as he hoarsely replied, "Artificial death. How far has the Charismatic Order's artificial death project progressed?" Artificial death can already actively influence high-sequence Beyonders who have failed their advancement, but it's still unable to respond to prayers and rituals. After describing, he raised his upper body slightly and took off the black square ring on his right hand. He held it with both hands and handed it forward. Silently, the ring seemed to be carried by countless spirits as it flew up and landed in Aztec's palm. Aztec studied it for a few seconds before picking up the ring and wearing it on his left index finger. Suddenly, a terrifying and indescribable feeling of being high and mighty emanated from his body. The zombies and skeletons that were either naked or wearing tattered leather armor knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads, as though they only dared to look at his boots. The wraith and shadows also fell to the ground as they stuck close to the deck. None of them floated in midair. The other pirates on the ship plopped to the ground as they buried their faces into the deck, not daring to raise their heads. Klein stood on the other end, looking at Mr. Aztec's back and the empty scene. He opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. Aztec took 2 steps forward and came to Hell's side, and said, to Klein, Aztec's master, you will be his marionette for a year. When the time is up, you can return to the spirit world. Aztec said these words calmly, as though it didn't involve Admiral Hell's life or future. Or perhaps it was a trivial matter to him. He didn't need to care about the feelings and thoughts of the person he was commanding. Ludwell's body trembled violently as though he was angry and indignant. However, he ultimately didn't raise his head as he continued sticking his forehead to the deck. Yes, exalted death consul. Just as he said that, mysterious symbols that were pale white and dark green protruded out one after another. They intertwined together, forming an illusory bronze door. The bronze door rapidly shrank and landed on Admiral Hell's forehead before burrowing in. Klein watched in astonishment and confusion until Mr. Aztec nodded at him and pointed at Admiral Hell. Only then did he move forward in a daze and enter the 10-meter range. He began controlling Ludwell's spirit body threads. The pirate admiral wanted to bounce up several times and wave his arms, but he failed to do so. Soon, his thoughts turned sluggish as he subconsciously struggled. After a while, the silver-masked Admiral Hell Ludwell stood up. He lowered his head and retreated to Klein's side, flanking winner Enzo. Azek watched in silence. Finally, he slowly said, "That's right." Finally, he slowly said, "In the death pathway, high-ranking Beyonders have a strong suppressive effect on low-ranking Beyonders. I can infer that back when I threw out that copper whistle of yours, even a Sequence 5 Admiral Hell was unable to control his undead creatures." Klein nodded gently, indicating that he had memorized this matter. Right on the heels of that, a zombie that had rotted in several spots crawled up. It held a blue cufflink and walked in front of Klein. This was the Murloc cufflink he had lost. Although it's useless to me now, it's still back. Klein sighed inexplicably and reached out to take back the item that belonged to him. Then he saw Mr. Aztec walk back and reach out to grab his shoulder. He hurriedly reached out his hands and grabbed the shoulders of the two marionettes, Enzo and Ludwell. All the colors became rich, bright, and overlapping. Klein, who had already entered the spiritual world, instinctively asked, "Mr. Aztec, where are we going now?" "The Berserk Sea," Aztec replied calmly. He paused for a moment, then added, "Give me that copper whistle." "All right." Klein made Enzo take out the iron cigar case and take out the ancient copper whistle inside. Aztec took it and said in a low voice, "My intuition tells me that with the ring left behind by the Grim Reaper, the copper whistle, and me, we should be able to find the place where the Grim Reaper fell in the Berserk Sea." Klein subconsciously said, "That's right. My dream tells me that it's very dangerous there. Maybe we should first look for the members of the charismatic order who are obsessed with the artificial death project and get more detailed information from them before making a decision." Aztec was silent for a few seconds. "There's a voice calling out to me." Klein turned his head and looked at Mr. Aztec. He saw this man with soft facial features, bronze eyes, and a face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were taut, and there was no extra curve at the corner of his mouth. One color after another flashed past as Azek quickly brought Klein into the Berserk Sea, with a pitch-black storm swept through and dark lightning streaked across. At this moment, the dark and gloomy square-shaped ring and the exquisite brass whistle flickered at the same time, illuminating Aztec's face. This death console that had survived since the fourth epoch closed his eyes and silently listened to the unknown cries. Then he clenched his right hand. All the scenes in the nearby spirit world collapsed inwards, turning into a dark vortex that spun slowly with no end in sight. The vortex suddenly expanded, swallowing Aztec, Klein, and the two marionettes. Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness as he nearly vomited on the spot. After an unknown period of time, he recovered and realized that he was already in a dark and cold mausoleum. Around him were open coffins, and in the coffins were rotting corpses with white feathers on their backs. Although I've warned Mr. Aztec, I still ended up here. Klein was taken aback for a second as an irrepressible sense of helplessness surged in his heart. He turned his head to the side and saw Aztec standing nearby, staring at the staircase that led deep into the mausoleum. There was thick black gas emanating as it slowly flowed like a haze. What's hiding there might very well be an artificial death. Klein couldn't help but remind him. The lines on Azek's face were no longer as tense as before. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The previous slumber made me recall even more things. I saw myself sitting on the throne of skulls. I saw the Beyonders and ordinary people who had collapsed in front of the throne. They didn't do anything wrong, but they suddenly died, just like that. Then, one by one, they crawled up and turned into pale, undead creatures that pledged their loyalty to me. And I just stared at it coldly, without any emotional fluctuations, and let the disaster spread to the countryside, to the city. This makes me feel like I'm not myself, but I also know that this might be my true self. The death console from the fourth Epic's Balam Empire? Klein's mouth quivered before he tightly pursed it. Azek raised his hand to rub his temples, and he continued in a calm tone. I feel like I'm heading in this direction. P.S. I'll update first and then revise later. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. The main thing is that I got up at 6:30 a.m. yesterday and left the house. I really couldn't finish the draft at night, so I went to bed very early. Chapter 939. Without waiting for Klein's response, Aztec, who was staring deep into the mausoleum, continued, I still remember the first time I died and was resurrected. I still remember the first time I died and came back to life. I was lying in a pile of pale corpses, and I stood up shakily. I was terrified, not knowing what had happened and not knowing where I was. Before the church members collected the corpses for purification, I stumbled out of the place. I traveled through the wilderness, villages, and cities like a wandering ghost. I couldn't remember who I was or where I came from. During that period of time, no matter where I went, I could hear cries. I saw priests presiding over a large number of burial rituals. I felt that sorrow permeated every corner. Later, I happened to save a noble lady and enter her manor. She was a sunny and cheerful girl, but I was like a wild beast that had come out of the forest. I was sensitive, suspicious, self-abased, afraid, and often showed a cold, indifferent, cruel side that didn't conform to human morals. She was very curious about me. No matter how I avoided her or how I did something bad, she would approach me and use her smile to infect me. She would use interesting things to influence me. Unknowingly, I got used to her teasing and her existence. We secretly got together. She was very worried, afraid that her father wouldn't agree to her marrying a former tramp who was now a servant. Seeing her smile, tainted with sorrow, I felt my blood boil for the first time. I impulsively told her that I was leaving, but I would return with a title and a garland for my bride. I joined the army and became a knight. I raised a 3-meter-long lance and charged at the enemy. In the chaos that remained in the northern continent at the end of the 4th epoch, I became a baron and had my own fief. I followed my promise and married my bride with the king's edict, my family's emblem, a knight's ribbon, and a garland I made myself. At this point, the expression on Aztec's face gradually softened, as though he was reminiscing about something. Even the corners of his mouth had unknowingly curled up. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that, as though he was seeing the familiar Mr. Aztec again. What happened next? He carefully guided him. Aztec looked ahead and said, Later, we built a castle in our fief and had a child. Later, we built a castle in our fief and had a child. It was a boy, and he grew up very quickly. It was foreseeable that he would grow up to be very tall and sturdy. He liked to fight and would always run around with a broadsword. He said that he wanted to become a knight. I thought that this was just a child's hobby and that it was difficult to persevere. But even after he broke his leg and knocked his head, he didn't give up practicing. He believed that I wouldn't see him if he hid in his room with a twisted expression while covering his wound. He underestimated his father. The entire territory's spirits were secretly working for me. Year after year, I recovered more and more of my memories. My wife always complained that the castle was too dark and wanted to go to a sunny and warm place. I satisfied her request, but it wasn't until a long time later that I understood that it wasn't that she hated living in the castle, but that she was afraid of the changes that were happening to me. She was afraid that I would become colder and stranger. She didn't tell me about these things. She still got along with me like she used to. We had a beautiful life by the seaside in the south, and we even wanted to have another child. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed. Only when I had a premonition that my next death was near did we return to the fief and the castle. My eldest son, that boy, told me that he wanted to head to Bakeland and become the attendant of the viscounts and counts, starting his own path as a knight. I asked him, why did he have to make such a choice at the age of 10? He answered me because I was his idol and role model, and he wanted to become a knight and a noble like me, relying on himself instead of his father and mother. Back then, I had already recovered most of my memories. Facing this child, I always felt a little awkward, distant, and uncomfortable. But when I heard his answer, I still felt an indescribable joy, satisfaction, and pride. This was my child, a child completely different from the blood descendants I left behind in the Balam Empire. Klein knew that Mr. Aztec was referring to his identity as the first Baron Lamad, and the child that made him proud and satisfied had been poisoned and murdered in his later years or middle age. He was nailed to death in a coffin, and even his skull had been taken away by Insanguil. Aztec's eyes turned adrift as he said, "I died once again and woke up in a daze. I died again and woke up in a muddle-headed state. I instinctively left my fief and wandered to other places according to my previous arrangements. In every life, I had a different life in the beginning. Sometimes I would encounter sweet love, and sometimes I would obtain a doting daughter. The kind of love, helplessness, and satisfaction that came from the bottom of my heart made me, who was gradually regaining my memories, stunned, puzzled, and conflicted. There was one time when I was a filial son. I brought my parents pride, a beautiful life, and adorable grandchildren. But when I woke up and found myself, I remembered that in my previous life, I had ignored their real son's death on the battlefield and occupied this identity. On the one hand, I felt pain and guilt, but on the other hand, I believed that it was nothing, just a trivial matter. My heart seemed to split into two. Back then, I had a mask that allowed me to transform into anyone, but I lost it after one of my awakenings. Perhaps I lost it on my own accord. Klein recalled Mr. Azek's mention of a daughter who liked to ask for candy from him. After some deliberation, he said, "That's right." After some deliberation, he said, "I believe that you aren't suffering from a split personality, but rather, you are struggling with a crazy spirit. After losing your past memories, you, who have repeatedly begun a new life, are kind, passionate, and filled with emotions. The closer you are to your present life, the more this will be reflected. This might be the real you, the essential you. And during your time as a death consul, you were affected by the tendency to lose control contained in the Beyonder characteristic. You were also affected by the influence of death from a high position. I heard that he had already gone mad after the War of the Four Emperors." Klein's words actually didn't have much basis. This was because he only knew a few parts of Aztec's life. Baron Lamad, a father who made a swing for his daughter, a filial child, and a gentle and friendly history teacher. His goal was to provide a guess, a possibility, to help Mr. Azek resist the death consul personality that had returned with his memories. He wanted Mr. Azek to face his past, so as to reach some sort of reconciliation with himself and become less cold-hearted. And as he spoke, he suddenly had a new idea. Without waiting for Aztec to digest what he had just said, he hurriedly asked, "Mr. Aztec, do you know about anchors?" "The anchors that the gods and angels use to stabilize themselves, preventing their Beyonder characteristics from losing control and being dragged down by their crazy nature?" "Yes." Aztec retracted his gaze and nodded. Klein wasn't too sure, but he said in a rather certain tone, "Perhaps the new life that you've gained from losing your memories time and time again is your anchor to resist madness and losing control. Don't abandon them. Don't forget them. That's who you are." After saying that, Klein silently added another sentence in his heart. "Anchor." Aztec repeated the word, his expression thoughtful and puzzled. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sighed and said, "This might be an explanation. At the very least, the splitting and conflict at the level of my mind isn't that intense. However, since I've already come this far, I still have to head deep into the mausoleum to see what's hidden there. Why is it calling out to me? And what caused me to repeatedly die and revive, losing my memories again and again before gradually regaining them? This has troubled me for more than 1,000 years. It has troubled me over and over again in my life. I believe I should be able to obtain an answer today." His eyes slowly turned sober. His tone appeared gentle, but it was filled with indescribable determination. Klein wanted to stop him, but after opening his mouth, he pursed it again. Aztec pressed down on the half-top hat on his head and didn't turn his head. He smiled warmly and said, "Remember to close your eyes. With that said, he walked forward and walked down the flight of stairs, heading deep into the dark mausoleum. The black fog that permeated the area didn't let out any more gasps as it slowly dispersed in all directions. Bit by bit, the illusory object entrenched at the bottom appeared. It was a feathered serpent that was so large that it seemed to occupy an island. It had huge scales that were dark green and black. Feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil grew out of the gaps. Above each feather, there were thin, illusory black tubes extending out. This exaggerated feathered serpent was both illusory and real. Its more concrete form was indescribable, as though it had a composition that humans couldn't understand. Its eye sockets burned with pale flames, and its face was a human's face. The face had bronze skin and soft facial features. There was a tiny black mole below its right ear. It was clearly another Aztec eggers. P.S. Update first before making changes. Also, the new version of this chapter seems to have a very strong delay. Chapter 940. Upon seeing the feathered serpent entrenched in the depths of the black fog and the face at the top of its mountain-like body, Aztec was first taken aback before his forehead twitched. It was as though someone had struck his son acupoint with a chisel, splitting his head into two. Amidst the intense pain, a series of disjointed images suddenly popped up in his mind. It was a feathered serpent's face that looked identical to him. Even the minute details were identical. It was a silent land with countless pale corpses. It was a cloud formed from the skulls of different races that floated in midair. It was a pitch-black, segmented tentacle that drilled out of the ground. At the tip of the tentacle were eyes that resembled dead fish. He was forcefully pulled out of his transparent spirit body. After these flashing scenes, a pair of pale white eyes with flames that were about to be extinguished looked over. A white feather that was stained with pale yellow oil fluttered down, slicing Aztec's transparent spirit body into two. A portion of it suddenly flew up and entered the cloud of skulls, while the remaining portion fused with a golden accessory that appeared out of thin air. Amidst the pale white flames, it returned to its body of flesh and blood. This scene was like Thor's sledgehammer, striking Aztec's mind again and again. He could no longer endure the pain as he raised his hand to cover his head. His knees gradually went limp as he knelt on the stairs. He finally recalled everything and understood the reason why he kept dying and reviving, as well as the reason why he kept losing his memories and regaining them again and again. His soul wasn't complete. Similarly, Aztec also understood why the feathered serpent deep in the black fog that suppressed the entire space had the same face as him. That's him. That's another Aztec eggers. And all of this stemmed from a hidden attempt by death before he perished. With the suturing of the soul, there was naturally the splitting of the spirit. At that moment, the crazy and powerful death seemed to have foreseen his end. Unwilling to die just like that, he secretly split up his child, the Balam Empire's death consul's soul. He took away half of it and used an item as a replacement to sew it together with Aztec's soul. It was unknown if it was Death's deliberate arrangement or if it was the unintentional influence of the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. But the half of Aztec's soul that had been taken away had fused with artificial Death's skull, the uniqueness of his pathway. This allowed the latter to obtain a certain level of instinct and began to actively influence high-sequence beyonders of the corpse collector pathway who had failed their advancement. As for the other half, although there was a replacement and it was no longer incomplete, due to the incomplete soul, it could only die and be resurrected again and again, just like a sequence for undying. And under the influence of the golden accessory in his body and the call of the other half of his soul, Aztec, who began a new life, would gradually regain his past memories with the passage of time. In the past, Aztec had attempted to figure out the reason. But due to the natural recovery of most of his memories, he was already very close to death again and again. He didn't have the time to explore it. Furthermore, the Charismatic Order's artificial death project had only been proposed a few centuries ago. It was only recently that there were preliminary results, so he had never found an answer. Whoosh! 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 At some point in time, Aztec's hands had left his head and were propped up on the stairs below. Following that, an inhuman sound came out of his throat. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and hit the stone slabs in front of him, staining them with a layer of pale yellow oil stains and producing fine white hair. At this moment, he felt the call and desire of the other half of his soul. The two selves that had been separated for more than 1,000 years couldn't wait to merge back into one and become whole again. No, Aztec muttered in pain. He didn't want to raise his head or stretch out his right hand. He had seen very clearly that he, who had transformed into a feathered serpent, didn't have a shred of rationality. He was filled with extreme coldness and madness. If he were to become one with the other party, he would probably immediately return to his former state as a death consul. He might even become a fake death that only had godhood and no humanity left. Then he would forget everything, forget everyone he had once cherished. No. Aztec uttered another word. He couldn't help but raise his neck bit by bit as pitch-black and cold scales appeared on it. His forehead suddenly protruded as if it had a life of its own. It split open, revealing a bloody gash. A golden beam of light appeared out of nothingness and took form in his flesh and blood. It was an ancient accessory that seemed to be forged from gold. It had the appearance of a slender bird with pale white flames surrounding it. Inside its bronze eyes, there were layers of light that formed a mysterious and illusory door. As soon as it appeared, Aztec growled in pain and raised his head completely. Two pale white flames ignited in his eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of life. Deep in the black fog, the illusory yet corporeal feathered serpent straightened its body and peeked out its head. Two identical faces of different sizes silently looked at each other in silence. Amidst the four pale white flames, Aztec, who had his hands on the ground, struggled to stand up bit by bit with a warped expression. He slowly walked towards the feathered serpent that was known as artificial death. As he approached, the entire mausoleum began to tremble. The surroundings turned transparent as it reflected a world with countless skeletons and shadows. Bloody arms, bluish-black vines with baby faces, and slippery tentacles with dead fish eyes or 2 rows of sharp teeth tore through the boundary between the real and the illusory. They reached into the mausoleum, but they stuck to the ground, not daring to move. East Balam, Colleen City. Daily Simone, who was rushing to her next target, suddenly stopped in her tracks as she raised her hand to the side of her head. "What's wrong?" the captain of the Red Gloves team, Sostel, asked in puzzlement. Daly frowned slightly as she replied dreamily, "I heard a strange sound and felt a summoning that came from an unknown location. I even wanted to kneel on the ground. I heard a strange voice. I felt a call from an unknown place. I even wanted to kneel on the ground." Just as Leonard Mitchell shook his head, he heard the slightly aged voice in his mind say, just as Leonard Mitchell was shaking his head, he heard the slightly aged voice in his mind say, "Look in the direction of the Berserk Sea." Leonard subconsciously turned around and looked at the port, looking at the Berserk Sea in the distance. All he saw was pure darkness. There were no strong winds, no giant waves, no dark clouds, no lightning, no rain, and no sunlight. Although Klein's eyes were closed, his outstanding senses could still detect the movements around him. He heard the painful whispers and roars that seemed to be coming from Mr. Aztec, and he sensed the almost tangible sense of silence and death. What happened? Although the artificial death deep in the mausoleum didn't attack Mr. Aztec, it affected him negatively? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. He was anxious and flustered. His spiritual intuition told him that what was about to happen wasn't something he wanted to see. However, he couldn't think of anything he could do. He didn't even dare to open his eyes and look at Mr. Aztec's current state and encounter. This wasn't a problem that could be resolved with courage alone. This was a difference in level, a difference that couldn't be made up for. At that instant, Klein felt a strong sense of helplessness, but he didn't give up. He tried his best to think of what he could use. Creeping hunger? No, this isn't even on the same level. It won't be of any use, death knell? Even worse, Gu Roselle's travels. I didn't bring it. Dark Emperor card, Tyrant card, I didn't bring it either. Fate Siphon Charm. Yes, Fate Siphon Charm. Klein was delighted, as he already had an idea. That was to use the Fate Siphon Charm to temporarily swap his and Mr. Aztec's fates, allowing him to suffer the effects of artificial death in his place. At the very least, I still have a chance of being revived. As for Mr. Aztec's previous deaths, who knows if he can awaken again under such circumstances? Klein didn't consider if the Fate Siphon Charm would be effective against Aztec and artificial death. All he thought was that he had to give it a try no matter what. He suddenly raised his right hand and reached into his pocket. Then his movements became hesitant. His arm lifted up a little, then fell back to its original position. His entire body froze for a moment, as though he had become a statue carved from stone. Klein's lips quivered a few times as his expression warped in an indiscernible manner. Following that, he suddenly swung his right arm and pulled his palm out of his pocket. In his palm was a charm that resembled a black crystal card. At the same time, Aztec was getting closer to the mountain-like illusory feathered serpent. His footsteps were getting faster, as though he was returning to his throne. However, his eyes under the pale white flames were filled with pain as his expression warped to the extreme. No, Aztec muttered once again. On the exposed parts of his body, between the gaps of his pitch-black scales, white feathers stained with yellow oil grew out. The intense cry and desire made him lose control of himself. He wanted to soar into the sky and leap towards the gigantic feathered serpent that had his face on it. The pale white flames on the bird-shaped accessory on his forehead suddenly spread out and flowed to other parts of his body. Klein's spiritual intuition warned him frantically as he hurriedly chanted a word in ancient Hermes. Fate! Just as he was about to use the charm, his surroundings suddenly fell silent. A slender and fair female palm appeared out of thin air and pressed down on the golden bird-shaped accessory on Aztec's forehead. A figure then outlined itself between Aztec and the mountain-like illusory feathered serpent, cutting off the two's approach. With the help of external forces, Aztec finally resisted the desire to fuse as one and the irresistible cry. The pale white flames in his eyes reflected the figure floating in midair. It was a beautiful lady wearing a classic robe and a black hood. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were dark but lacked spirituality. Chapter 941. The strange changes in the mausoleum left Klein, who had his eyes tightly shut and had his spirituality converged, momentarily unable to figure out what was happening. He wasn't sure if it was a preference or a bad one. Therefore, even though he had already recited the incantation and held the Fate Siphon Charm in hand, he didn't dare rashly use it. He was afraid that it would cause negative effects and result in the opposite outcome. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Klein felt that time was passing so slowly, as though an entire century had passed. Finally, he heard Mr. Aztec's slightly hoarse and uncertain voice. "It's you." Right on the heels of that, a monotonous voice that clearly belonged to a woman sounded. "You have 3 choices. The first is to continue forward and seek completeness, allowing Salinger to be reborn from your body. The second is for me to help you extract that half of your soul and let you leave with it. Think of a way to stitch it up yourself. This will allow you to return to your original state. You won't die and revive again and again, but this doesn't mean that the current you will truly degenerate into a dream. The third is to give up everything and directly leave. You will forever be stuck at your current level, unable to advance any further. You will continue to die again and again, waking up again and again from the loss of all your memories, repeatedly searching for your past experiences." Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He never expected that there would be an additional person deep in the mausoleum. Furthermore, she seemed to have absolute authority and could give him different choices. This left the former death consul, Aztec Eggers, with no choice but to make a decision. This is the artificial death hidden in the depths of the black fog? No, he didn't seem to have much intelligence to begin with. I didn't see him attempt to communicate with him. Even after all this time, extract that half of my soul and think of a way to stitch it up myself. What does that mean? Mr. Aztec's soul wasn't complete to begin with? Where did I extract it from? The lady who spoke can actually do something that Mr. Aztec can't? Also, who is Salinger? Why would he be reborn from Mr. Aztec's body? Is he the death that stirred up the pale disaster? Mr. Aztec's father or grandfather? He foresaw his own death, so he left a catalyst for resurrection in Mr. Aztec's body? Both the second and third options have their own problems. One would no longer be who I am now and would become an unfamiliar me, while the other would forever suffer the curse of immortality, never to be freed. If I have confidence in myself and truly view my past lives as an anchor, then I can consider the second option, which is to reconcile with myself and compromise with myself. However, this involves the other half of my soul that has been separated from me, a soul that has never experienced those lives. There is no way to guess what will happen in the future, and the anchor may not be able to solve the problem. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. He was puzzled, curious, troubled, and puzzled. However, he could only stand far away. He couldn't even watch from the side. That was Aztec's life. It was the future he would face. No one else could make that decision for him. Klein had already said what he needed to say. He stood there helplessly and worriedly, waiting for Mr. Aztec to speak. Aztec looked at the beautiful hooded lady in front of him and didn't say a word for a long time. The pale flames in his eyes flickered. The illusory yet real mountain-feathered serpent seemed to have sensed some ominous change. It suddenly whipped out its tail and swept its surroundings in a frenzy. It buried its head and opened its huge mouth, revealing dark red flesh and fangs stained with yellow oil. It spat out its pitch-black tongue and dark green mucus, wanting to devour Aztec eggers. However, all of its attempts failed to produce any effect. It seemed to live in another world. Amidst the unsettling silence, Aztec raised his right hand, rubbed his temples, and smiled calmly. He smiled calmly and said, "Perhaps I'm already used to my present life. I choose the third option." Just as he said that, the hooded lady opposite him clenched her fist and tightly gripped the bird-shaped golden accessory. Then, she slowly retracted her arm and pulled the ancient item out from the crack on Aztec's forehead. Aztec's expression warped once again, as though he was enduring unimaginable pain. Every drop of his blood and every muscle had a tiny bit of spirit seeping out, interweaving into a transparent soul body. This soul body looked complete, but it was filled with a sense of disharmony and contradiction. This was because half of it was golden in color, from its eyebrows and eyes to its limbs. It had an ancient beauty to it. As the bird-shaped accessory was pulled out, Aztec's translucent spirit began to split in the middle, inch by inch, as though someone was peeling off his skin alive with a knife. His throat produced an inhuman hiss once again. It made the distant Klein's head feel dizzy and stinging, as though steel needles were stirring crazily in his brain. In just a few seconds, Aztec's spirit body was completely split into two. Half of it transformed into a golden stream of light and shot into the bird-shaped accessory's eye, while the other half returned to his body and fused with his flesh and blood. The two pale white flames in Aztec's eyes were extinguished as the white feathers and pitch-black scales that grew on his body receded. The warped expression also eased, no longer looking as hideous. His face turned slightly pale and translucent as his forehead twitched. Clearly, he was suffering from pain that stemmed from deep within his spirit body. "Thank you for your help." He bowed at the beautiful hooded lady and turned around. With light footsteps, he walked up the stairs and came to Klein's side. "You can open your eyes now," Aztec said with an exhausted smile. Klein hurriedly opened his eyes and sized up Mr. Aztec. Only when he realized that he didn't show any signs of madness or losing control did he feel completely at ease. He curiously cast his gaze deep into the mausoleum. Black fog emanated, concealing everything at the bottom. "Who was that?" he couldn't help but ask. Aztec smiled and reached out to grab his shoulder. "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to hear it unless he wants you to know." As he spoke, Klein also subconsciously grabbed the shoulders of his two marionettes. The colors around them thickened as they clearly overlapped one another. The two men and two marionettes quickly passed through the spirit world corresponding to the Berserk Sea and returned to the hotel room Klein stayed in Colane City. The moment Aztec released his grip, he pinched his forehead and smiled warmly. "I'll need to sleep for an unknown period of time to recover. If you have any questions, you can seek guidance from the spirit world's 7 lights. You should have already grasped the corresponding ritual." "Mr. Aztec, are you all right?" Klein asked in concern. At the same time, he lampooned himself. "How can I be fine after losing half my soul forever?" Aztec smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. I'll just maintain my previous state. I'll foresee my death and arrange everything, severing my connection with my original life. Then I'll forget everything, revive, and wake up to search for the past. Compared to before, at least there's still you, a person who knows a lot about me. If I forget again, I should be able to recall a lot of things after seeing your letter." He paused, nodded indiscernibly, and laughed in a low voice. He chuckled softly and said, "Deep sleep isn't a bad thing. At least I can dream. In my dream, I've never left. I'm still basking in the sun with her. I'm still guiding that stubborn child on how to use a broadsword. I'm still building a swing for that little fellow who likes to whine." Before he finished his sentence, Aztec threw out the copper whistle and smiled warmly. "Remember to write, but I won't reply to you before I wake up." Just as Klein reached out to catch the ancient and exquisite copper whistle, Aztec had already vanished from the room. It was unknown where he went. After staring blankly for a while, Klein suddenly sighed softly. To head elsewhere from Colane City by land, one had to follow the spiraling path upwards, passing through many streets and arriving at the highest point of the city. Only then could one cross the mountain ridge and enter the plains. At this moment, the Red Gloves team, led by Sostel, was standing on the square at the highest point, looking down at the abnormal Berserk Sea. Daily Simone, who had been pressing her forehead the entire time, suddenly lowered her hand and said curiously, "Everything is normal again. Everything is back to normal. There are no more problems. Normal again." Leonard asked in surprise. From his point of view, it was very difficult for Daly to return to normal before the anomaly in the Berserk Sea ended. Perhaps it's intermittent? Sostel hesitantly gave his guess. Daly was just about to reply when everyone's spiritual perception was triggered. They looked towards the Berserk Sea again. In the pure darkness, resplendent stars lit up one after another. Bakeland, inside St. Samuel Cathedral. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson received an urgent telegram from the sea. The telegram's content was rather simple, but it was sufficiently shocking. German Sparrow has reappeared. He boarded the Black Tulip with someone and turned Ludwell into a marionette. The person he follows is called Death Consul by Ludwell. German Sparrow, Death Consul. Saint Anthony silently repeated these two names. He slowly leaned back and closed his eyes. Once again, the information regarding sealed Artifact Euro to 17 surfaced in his mind. It was complete information. Number 17. Name, Angel of Concealment Danger Level. 0, extremely dangerous. Of the highest importance. Security clearance. Not to inquire, not to divulge, not to describe, not to pry. Security clearance. Pope, Time researchers, and the Archbishop in charge of the Bakeland Diocese. Note: when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Bakeland Diocese, he needs to use sealed artifact 1 to 29 to erase the relevant memories. Sealing method: Complete the seal through the combination of 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. Description: this is not an item. Warning: he cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the Fourth Epoch. Exact year missing. Exact date missing. Exact location missing. Appendix 2. According to the information, he has been awakened 5 times. Appendix 3. There are limitations to not being used. It has been confirmed that he can be used as a vessel for the goddess's descent. Chapter 942. Colleen City in a hotel room. Klein sat in a reclining chair as he reached out to receive the black tea with lemon slices from Winner Enzo. On his other side, Admiral Hal Ludwell wore a mask and had a rapier by his waist. He stood straight like the most loyal guard. Only at this moment did Klein, who had completely calmed down, have the mental strength to analyze what had happened in Death's mausoleum. Among them, he was most concerned about the existence that had helped Mr. Aztec escape his predicament at the critical moment. He had given him 3 choices. First, the female voice. Second, this matter is definitely beneficial to her. Otherwise, no one would cross such a great distance to provide aid. Of course, if it was just a coincidence, it's understandable and acceptable to help out of goodwill. But the problem is that the mausoleum is a product of Death's divine powers, characteristics, corpse, and the natural environment when he perished. Without the corresponding key, even a deity wouldn't be able to discover it or open the door. So how could anyone possibly pass by? Third, Mr. Aztec's actions were very sudden. He didn't first seek out the members of the charismatic order who were carrying out the artificial death project to inquire for information. He directly followed the shouts and came to the Berserk Sea, entering Death's treasure vault. If it wasn't for the fact that he or I could be located, or if they had powerful clairvoyant powers, almost no existence would be able to arrive in such a timely manner. Finally, Salinger, who was able to return from Mr. Aztec's body, is almost certain to be Death from the Fourth Epoch. I'm mad, and I'm stronger. That female voice actually addressed him by his name without any respect. This, as Klein seriously analyzed the situation, he suddenly had a guess, but he couldn't help but avoid the possibility. According to what he knew, the Evernight, Death, and Giant Beyonder pathways belonged to the same group. They could be interchanged at high sequences. As for the goddess, apart from using the honorific name of Lady of Crimson or the possible existence of a specific Grade 0 sealed artifact to occupy a portion of the moon's authority, she also had the title of Mistress of Repose and Silence, which could completely point to the underworld or Death's domain. And after his experience in the Foggy Town, as well as the fact that he had used the Holy Sword in Tinjin City and had made a vow with the goddess as his witness, as well as the fact that the goddess clearly possessed the authority of misfortune, Klein believed that he was on her special watch list, just like how he had used the sea god Scepter to mark certain believers. Make bold assumptions and verify them carefully. If she really is a goddess, then almost all questions can be answered. As one of the 7 orthodox gods and one of the final victors of the Pale Era, he has the status and level to call Death by his name. And having been marked by her, once there's an anomaly, such as entering a strange place like Death's treasure trove, she will definitely be able to sense it and respond. And because this will definitely take a period of time, she wasn't able to stop it from the beginning to her that artificial death, or the uniqueness of the death pathway that has just been activated, can clearly strengthen the authority of repose and silence. It can even allow her to directly erode the death domain, just like what the Mother Tree of Desire did to the Chained God. When Death perished, the 3 sequence ones should have separated on their own accord. It's unknown who obtained them. If the goddess were to gather them again, perhaps ruler of the ancient underworld, Lord of all undead, would be added to her title. Although Mr. Aztec was being pursued by the Church's high-sequence Beyonders, he ultimately didn't receive any actual threats. From the looks of it, the goddess has been waiting for today's incident. With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt guilty. He was rather pious, or at least on the surface. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. He then muttered to himself, "Praise the lady." This made him recall the answer he received back when he asked Snake of Fate will a Septon about how to obtain the high sequence beyond her potion formula of Seer. You can only find the crazy Zeradal or head to the Hornacis mountain range. If you are a blessed of Evernight, pretend I didn't say anything. After the incident in the foggy town, Klein had already discovered that heading to the Hornacis mountain range and finding Zeradal were the same choice. Even stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from St. Samuel Cathedral was the same. But only today did he realize that the latter half of the sentence wasn't completely meaningless. He raised his hand to rub his chin and silently muttered to himself, maybe, I'm really considered a blessed of Evernight. With regards to this, Klein wasn't too against it. On the one hand, he had spent the first few years of his life in the church of Evernight's Tingen Nighthawks team after he came to this world. He had a group of good teammates and colleagues, a relatively warm life, and a philosophy that he recognized. Even now, he would often recall it. Therefore, although he couldn't be considered a believer of the Evernight goddess, he had the highest recognition of this deity. On the other hand, the Evernight goddess had yet to show any ill intentions. Instead, she had given him certain blessings. Klein believed that, since he had already been specially marked, he wouldn't be able to escape it any time soon. All he could do was learn to accept it and make full use of it. Of course, it's necessary to be vigilant. In addition, there are too many enemies like the Mother Tree of Desire, the True Creator, the Primordial Demoness, the Primordial Moon, Blasphemer Amon, and Angel of Fate Ouroboros. Some of them might even be able to grasp my whereabouts at any time. If I don't find someone to cozy up to, the future will be very difficult. Having faced so many things, Klein quickly adjusted his state of mind. To him, as long as the goddess marked him from the moment he made the oath with the holy sword, and not before that, and that she wasn't constantly monitoring him, he could accept it. At the very least, from the sea god's scepter's marking of special believers, it's impossible to constantly monitor him. Mr. Aztec will be in a slumber for a very long period of time. The goddess doesn't do a divine descent just because she says so. There will definitely be the corresponding obstacles and difficulties. Otherwise, the 7 Orthodox gods would have long done a divine descent across the world to resolve all sorts of problems. Therefore, I have to keep a low profile in the southern continent and behave myself. I shouldn't pin my hopes on external matters. Klein reminded himself as he observed his new marionette, Admiral Hell Ludwell. To be frank, he had always been rather curious about the face beneath the silver mask. However, thinking of the anomaly Ludwell had caused when he took off his mask during the previous battle, he held back his thoughts. He planned on leaving the city and entering the forest or other uninhabited lands before making an attempt. After some work, Klein gained a basic understanding of his new marionette sequence and powers. Ludwell was a sequence 5 gatekeeper of the death pathway. Furthermore, he wasn't a normal human. The corresponding sequence 9 was corpse collector. Back in Tingen City, Klein already knew of the exact situation. He knew that they possessed certain characteristics of corpses. They would appear rather sinister and have a relatively low body temperature, preventing them from being attacked by unintelligent departed spirits. At the same time, they would also receive an enhancement in their physique, allowing them to withstand the corrosion of rotting, cold, and death auras. They were born with spirit vision, and they understood the traits and weaknesses of various undead creatures. Sequence 8 was Gravedigger. After advancing to this level, a corpse collector would have a stronger physique. Their spirit vision would be better, and they would be more agile. They would be able to communicate with a small number of spirits nearby and get them to provide help. Apart from that, a gravedigger could observe even when facing unfamiliar undead creatures and spirit world creatures. They could quickly find their weaknesses. This was known as Death's Eye. Sequence 7 Spirit Medium was a qualitative change. Beyonders grasped all sorts of mysticism, rituals related to spirits. They could directly communicate with the natural spirits and wandering souls of the dead in the real world. To them, there were informants everywhere. At the same time, they could use different spirits to realize all sorts of magic and create all sorts of supernatural phenomena. It was rather comprehensive. Sequence 6, Spirit Guide, and Sequence 5, Gatekeeper, didn't have any substantial changes compared to Spirit Medium. It only expanded the range of communication. Spirit Guide began to set foot in the spirit world and could recruit messengers on his own, obtaining the help of certain spirit world creatures. Gatekeeper could sense the entrance to the underworld and control the dead spirits inside, just like guarding the boundary between health and death. Starting from Spirit Medium, with every advancement in the sequence, the number and quality of natural spirits, undead creatures, and spirit world creatures that a Beyonder could control and drive would increase exponentially. A spirit guide would also have the additional mastery of the language of the dead, which allowed him to bypass the protection of flesh and blood. He could elevate the ability to communicate with a spirit body to drive, or even enslave them. As for a gatekeeper, he could make limited use of the mysterious door between life and death, the door that led to the underworld. If not for the Aztec copper whistle naturally restraining the corpse collector pathway's control over spirits, I might not have had the right to fight Admiral Hell back then. And even now, if I didn't have traveling as my trump card, I probably wouldn't be able to finish off Ludwell even if I used powers at the demigod level. In the future, when I seek revenge on Insangwil, I have to take note of this. He was once a gatekeeper. Klein nodded gently as he raised his cup and drank a mouthful of black tea. As for Ludwell's weapon, it was called Harris Rapier. It originated from an ancient prince of the southern continent, and it didn't directly correspond to any pathway or sequence. It was closer to the product of King of the North Ulysses, a regular combination of similar characteristics. It only had one Beyonder power, and that was to bring absolute destruction to anything it stabbed. As a pirate admiral with the highest bounty, Ludwell didn't only have one mystical item. Unfortunately, his most precious death ring had been taken away by Aztec. The silver mask he wore on his face was something that Klein couldn't take off to study in a short period of time. Also, he really doesn't like money. He has no need for money at all. Klein put down his cup and retracted his gaze. He decided to leave Colane City while it was still early and wait for Donez to complete his investigations elsewhere. Chapter 943. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs, who was taking an afternoon nap, suddenly woke up from her dream. She saw the boundless grayish-white fog and Mr. Moon, who was praying with his head lowered. She heard his clear words. In the southeastern suburbs of Bakeland, in the middle of Delaire Forest, there's an abandoned ancient castle. There are at least 2 ancient wraiths in it, as well as other departed souls. We can't eliminate the possibility of Beyonders living there. The coordinates are... There's finally news of the main ingredient for Scribe. News worth 300 pounds. Furs was delighted as she immediately thanked Mr. Fool. She then asked him to inform the moon that she would be paid later. After finishing this matter, she got out of bed and went to the first floor. She planned on pouring herself a glass of alcohol and thinking about when she would explore the abandoned castle, as well as what preparations she needed to make. Lamino's travels can't be rented out for the time being. I have to bring Zio along. There are quite a number of departed souls in that abandoned castle. It's rather dangerous. I have to consider the combination of magic. If there's any flaw or it's insufficient, I'll spend money to hire Mr. World, the Hanging Man or Sun to record the corresponding Beyonder powers. Although Furs didn't have much combat experience, she had been in a few Beyonder circles for several years. Later, she even joined Tarot. She had heard a lot and seen a lot, so she naturally knew how to make preparations before an adventure. As for directly hiring Mr. World to do it for her, she had long stopped considering it. She believed that giving him all her gains and her savings wouldn't match the remuneration. Of course, if her explorations proved that the abandoned castle was indeed extremely dangerous, a place that wasn't something a beyonder at her level could enter, she would bravely shoulder the debt. After all, only by being alive would there be hope and a future. In theory, it's impossible to reach this stage. Lamino's Travels still has 2 demigod-level beyonder powers left behind by Mr. World. At most, I can use them first and think of a way to make up for them later. The only problem is that those 2 demigod-level beyonder powers might not be suitable for dealing with wraiths and departed souls. Furs took a sip of her winter black rand as all sorts of thoughts gradually formed. At this moment, she heard the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole and instinctively looked towards the door. The door flew open as Zio walked in with 2 paper bags that emitted a rich fragrance. "Desi pies?" Furs first blurted out the question, then frowned in confusion. "Don't you have a lot of commissions recently? Why are you back so early?" Zio threw one of the bags of Desi pies over and couldn't hide her smile. "I'm just passing by. I haven't had lunch yet, so I'm going to take a break." Without waiting for Furs to ask again, she took the initiative to say, "I've earned enough merit points. I'll be able to exchange for the interrogator potion formula very soon." Although her mission of monitoring the captain of the Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford, hadn't made any substantial progress, this was a daily task that allowed her to accumulate merit points. As long as she submitted a satisfactory report every week, she would receive the corresponding bounty. Therefore, with the other commissions completed at different levels, Zio was already able to obtain the interrogator potion formula. Finally, Furs was sincerely happy for her friend. She swirled the wine glass in her hand. "Do you want to have a drink to celebrate?" At the same time, she thought of her own matters. This is great. After becoming a Sequence 7, Zio would likely experience a qualitative change. She would have more confidence in exploring the ancient castle. Zio looked at the transparent liquid in the glass and shook her head repeatedly. "Drinking isn't good." As she spoke, she frowned. "Besides, I hate the taste." Before Furs could say a word, she suddenly recalled something. She stood up and walked to the door. "I saw that the mailbox is filled with things. Haven't you opened it today?" "I haven't had the time." Furs put on a look as though she was very busy and needed to rush a draft. Zio was a very proactive person. She didn't listen to her explanation and had already opened the door to fiddle with the mailbox. After about 10 seconds, she returned to the house with a pile of newspapers and a few letters. As she looked at the recipient, she said, "I'm sorry." As she looked at the recipient, she said, "They're all yours." 2 from a publishing company. One is an invitation for a surgical exchange, and the other is from Pritz Harbor. Pritz Harbor. Furs's heart stirred as she put down her glass and caught the letter Zio threw at her. In front of her friend, she opened all the letters in a seemingly calm manner and discovered that one of them was indeed from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Calderon City is a rather special place deep in the spirit world. I can't confirm its origins, but I know that it's extremely dangerous. A demigod once entered and never came out. When you sold the exact coordinates of the spirit world to that gathering member, you need to remind him. Mr. World's goal is such a dangerous city in the spirit world. Furs stared at the letter in her hand as her eyes widened slightly. The Red Gloves team that had arrived at the next East Balam city met up with the local Nighthawks and occupied one of their offices. "Everyone, rest for half a day. We'll begin the operation at midnight." Sostel took out his pocket watch and opened it. This time they were going to strike a secret stronghold of the Charismatic Order and find more information about the Artificial Death Project, as well as dig out another group of enemies hidden in Bakeland. As for the information obtained from Yulika, it had already been sent back to Bakeland via telegram. There was no need for them to worry about the follow-up. After all, they weren't the only Red Gloves team. The local Nighthawks in Bakeland were numerous and powerful. Leonard, Daly and company were just about to find a place to rest when a nighthawk with partial East Balham blood entered with a piece of paper. "There's a new telegram from Bakeland." Sastel reached out to take the piece of paper and unfolded it for a few seconds before saying with a heavy expression, "German Sparrow has appeared again. German Sparrow has appeared again. I've used divination to confirm that it's him. German Sparrow." Leonard wasn't surprised by this outcome because he had already learned from Don Dantes that his former colleague, Klein Moretti, was still alive. He asked curiously, "What did German Sparrow do?" Sastel looked around and said solemnly he boarded the Black Tulip and transformed Hell's High Lord Ludwell into his marionette. Klein said, "Admiral Hell." Ludwell, "Marionette." The Red Gloves couldn't hide their shock as they exclaimed. Even Leonard Mitchell was extremely surprised. After all, Admiral Hal Ludwell, who wore the ring left behind by death, had the highest bounty among the 7 pirate admirals. He was the strongest, publicly recognized as the strongest person beneath the 4 kings. He wasn't someone an ordinary Sequence 5 could compare with. Yet, German Sparrow was able to turn him into a marionette on his ship while surrounded by his undead army and subordinates. Although they didn't know much about faceless and marionettist, just the term marionette was enough for them to intuitively know that Admiral Hal Ludwell's outcome might be worse than death. He's that powerful. He infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate because of a demigod ritual? Leonard gradually fell silent and didn't ask further. At this moment, Sastel took the initiative to say, according to the crew members who escaped from the Black Tulip, there wasn't a battle back then. German Sparrow boarded the ship with another man. The moment Admiral Hal Ludwell saw him, he gave up resisting and prostrated himself on the deck, calling himself Death Consul. Later, he allowed German Sparrow to turn him into a marionette. Death Consul. Leonard subconsciously turned his head to look at Daly Simone. From his point of view, this Sequence 5 of the Corpse Collector pathway should know what Death Consul represented. Daly scoffed and shook her head. "I only know that in the past Balham Empire, the ones who ruled the real world were the blood descendants of death. They were known as Death Consul, but the leader of the Charismatic Order's royal faction has never called himself Death Consul." Another Red Glove, Cindy, said in puzzlement. This was rather public information among the Nighthawks. Anyone who was above Sequence 7 or joined a Red Glove had the right to read it. As for the artificial Death faction, it was even less likely for anyone to call themselves Death Consul. Who knows? Perhaps the Charismatic Order has split and multiplied again, resulting in the addition of a Death Consul faction. Daly first replied casually before saying in thought, "German Sparrow's origins are mysterious. His goal for infiltrating Cheney's Gate is unknown. Perhaps it really has something to do with the Charismatic Order." The Charismatic Order had always been the main target of the Church of Evernight. Both parties had deep conflicts. This sentence reminded Leonard Mitchell. This was because he knew that German Sparrow was Klein Moretti. Furthermore, he had joined a secret organization that worshipped the Fool and used tarot cards as a symbol. At most, it had a cooperative relationship with the Charismatic Order. The few factions of the Charismatic Order currently don't have a Death Consul. Admiral Hal Ludwell can almost be confirmed to be an arm of the Charismatic Order. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the Charismatic Order. Don Dantes once said that the members of the secret organization come from different places. They have different goals. Klein's goal is revenge. Then, could there be one whose goal is to strike at the Charismatic Order and gradually subjugate them so as to resurrect or recreate death? Since there's an undying monster like Don Dantes who survived from the 4th epoch, it's very normal for that secret organization to have an ancient Death Consul. Perhaps his corresponding tarot card is death. As his thoughts raced, Leonard felt that he had grasped the truth. Then he thought of a few more details. Don Dantes is an undying monster who survived from the 4th epoch. He knows the southern continent very well. He recently left Bakeland, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Leonard was alarmed. Taking the opportunity while his teammates were discussing, he raised his teacup and covered his mouth. He muttered to himself, "Old man, could Don Dantes be a death consul?" Palazarost's slightly aged voice had a hint of a smile. "No. The Balam Empire's Death Consul is both a status title and the name of a Sequence 2 of the Death Pathway back then. Sequence 2. That secret organization has a Sequence 2 angel." Leonard's pupils constricted as he muttered once again, "Why are you so sure that Don Dantes isn't a Death Consul?" "Because he's not an angel." Palaz immediately chuckled. "No, the reason is simple. You've seen a portrait of the real Death Consul. Back when you Nighthawks were investigating Welch's suicide, you might have even come into contact with him. He's a teacher from Koei University's history department, Aztec Eggers." Aztec Eggers. Leonard was first taken aback before he came to a realization. He finally understood why Klein Moretti was able to revive after death and why he could join the secret organization symbolized by tarot cards. Furthermore, he usually didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The reason was that there was a member of a secret organization behind Klein, and the corresponding tarot card was Grim Reaper. Chapter 944. Biam the Slums. The masked and hooded the hanging man Alger met Admiral of Stars Catlia once again. The two of them sat across a table without speaking for a long time. Finally, Catlia said, "That's right. Have you heard of that information?" Alger didn't give a direct answer as he returned with a question. "It's from German Sparrow?" Catlia fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. He turned Admiral Hell into his marionette. And be it the previous Admiral of Blood or the present Admiral Hell, they were pirates with bounties higher than hers. No matter how confident she was, she didn't believe that the two best Sequence 5 Beyonders were clearly weaker than her. "You learned of it earlier than I expected." Alger tactfully confirmed that the Hermit's information was correct. As one of the people who controlled the seas for the Church of the Storm, he could directly obtain information from official channels. Catlia curled the corners of her mouth. "If the future were sailing at sea, I might have to wait a few days or even a few weeks to know of it. However, I've been in Biam recently." She didn't reveal the source of her information. After a pause, the Admiral of Stars frankly asked, "What else do you know about this matter?" "What else do you know about this matter?" The hanging man Alger shook his head. "I was just about to figure out the exact situation when I saw your contact symbol. I rushed over to meet you." Catlia nodded slightly. German Sparrow and Admiral Hell didn't engage in battle. Ludwell himself gave up resisting because the man who boarded the Black Tulip with German Sparrow was addressed as Death Consul by him. Death Consul. Alger's pupils dilated as he felt an indescribable pressure. Such a title wasn't something any demigod could bear. Furthermore, it wasn't him flaunting it. It was Admiral Hell Ludwell who had taken the initiative to address him respectfully. He had even given up resisting and was willing to lose his life. Seeing that the hanging man didn't say anything, Catlia added, "In the Death Pathway, Death Consul is the name of a Sequence too. Of course, the past emperors of the Balam Empire would also use this title. Indeed, an angel from the Death Domain." Alger automatically ignored the latter possibility. After all, according to the acting method, the position of emperor would definitely be held by a Sequence 2 angel before the destruction of the Balam Empire. And for Admiral Hell to become German Sparrow's marionette without any resistance, it was definitely not something a mere title could do. At this moment, Alger suddenly thought of something that left a deep impression on him. After Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings successfully escaped, he stood stiffly by the side of the artificial lake. His face rapidly rotted as flesh and blood fell piece by piece. Even his eyeballs had separated from his head. Without a doubt, this was the damage caused by the powerful powers of the Death Domain, and Alger later confirmed that it was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. To make a pirate admiral, especially one with a powerful sealed artifact, die so quickly and without putting up any resistance? The attacker's level was obvious. The Church of the Storm's Spellzinger of God, Archbishop Snake, immediately determined that it was done by a high-sequence Beyonder of the Death Pathway, and it wasn't the one he knew. Alger didn't have any doubts about this. He initially believed that it was done by a sequence 4 or 3 demigod, which was a saint. Furthermore, he was shocked and horrified that one of Mr. Fool's blessed was a high-sequence Beyonder. Now he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. He believed that he had underestimated Mr. Fool, and that, blessed back then, the other party was not a saint, but an angel on earth on the same level as the triple-crowned ones of the various Orthodox churches. In the field of religion, the Triple Crown referred to the Pope, and Patriarch of the major churches. A death consul as a blessed. Although Mr. Fool is still recovering, he has quite a bit of power at his disposal. Alger's thoughts raced as his eyes shimmered. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Catlia sensed his silence and took the initiative to say, "That's right. You seem to have remembered something." Alger deliberated for 2 seconds and said vaguely, "According to what I know, there's an angel of death among Mr. Fool's blessed." "That makes sense." Catlia seemed to be talking to herself. Could the mythical creature blood that world promised come from this angel of death? Perhaps. Although Alger felt that there was nothing wrong with Admiral of Stars' speculation, he habitually didn't give an affirmative answer. Catlia didn't continue the topic and changed the topic. Instead, she said, "We'll begin the operation from 7:30 to 8 tonight. If you can participate, head over with me." "She's finally figured out the situation with the artisan?" Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he asked in puzzlement, "Why is it between 7:30 to 8? This wasn't the best time for covert operations. Once there were any slip-ups, the official Beyonders would quickly notice and rush over." Catlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge as she replied with a complicated smile, "Because that's their dinner time. And their dinner today is mushrooms. What's the connection?" The experienced Alger realized that he couldn't understand what Admiral of Stars was implying. East Balam, in a dense and humid forest. Klein deliberately deviated from the main path and came to an uninhabited area. He planned on getting Ludwell to take off the silver mask on his face. This wasn't only because of his curiosity, but also because of reality. The silver mask was too eye-catching. If he didn't do anything to it, there was no way he wouldn't attract attention, no matter how he disguised himself as Admiral Hell. The greatest problem for a marionettist is likely the marionette's identity. The more powerful a marionette is, the more famous they are when they were alive. There's definitely the risk of being exposed when one carries one with them. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't deal with the pirates of the Black Tulip back then, there's a way to avoid it. For example, I can let Ludwell continue being the captain while I disguise myself as a subordinate. To a faceless, this is very simple. As Klein sighed, he continued traversing through the forest. There were many mosquitoes around him, but none of them harassed him. All of them circled Admiral Hal Ludwell in a bid to suck his blood, but they failed to obtain anything. Klein had assigned the green essence ring that attracted mosquitoes to his new marionette. As its effects were completely overpowered by the Flower of Blood ring, it was meaningless for Winner Enzo to wear 2 rings at the same time. In addition, Klein had confirmed that Ludwell's situation was special. He wasn't afraid of mosquito bites. After walking for a while, Klein casually tossed a coin and stopped. He considered for a few seconds and decided to finish something else before removing the new marionette's mask. This was because during this process he could confirm how dangerous the mask was. Taking out the corresponding items, Klein quickly set up a ritual and moved the radio transceiver from above the gray fog to the real world. He wanted to contact Rhodes. Before he left Colane City, he had paid £350 to obtain the spirit world coordinates of Calderon City from Miss Magicians. He had also received a warning that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he planned on obtaining more information from 2 channels in preparation for his hunting operation. The 2 channels were first to ask the magic mirror, and the second was to ask the red light. With Mr. Aztec being in a prolonged slumber, Klein decided to stop hesitating and take the initiative to expand his connections. At the very least, he couldn't rely solely on the Evernight goddess. He needed to find some strength to balance things out, and the relatively friendly 7 lights of the spirit world was the best target. With the appearance of the radio transceiver, the surrounding forest suddenly turned dark and gloomy. It was as though the spirit world had fused with the real world here. In just about 10 seconds, there was a clicking sound as the illusory white paper was spat out. Great, supreme, transcendent master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has come to answer your summons. There's temporarily no danger here. What do you think? Upon seeing the obsequious form of address, Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally confirmed that he was connected to a Rhodes. He was previously very afraid that the white paper would say things like, "I want to give birth to your child." Of course, he had divined the danger level of contacting a Rhodes above the gray fog and received an answer that there weren't any problems. However, with the mother tree of desire interfering with his divination, as well as the error in his interpretation of the revelation he received after infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate, he didn't dare to be too at ease. Indeed. Klein nodded reservedly and asked, "What do you know about Calderon City in the spirit world?" Click, 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 click. A piece of illusory white paper hesitantly left the radio transceiver. "I can't see the city clearly, so I don't know the exact situation inside. I can only confirm that a saint once perished there. There were also some angels, travelers, and spirit world creatures who entered to explore. They left relatively smoothly, but they didn't gain much. Also, I know the origins of that city." Without waiting for Klein to press further, the illusory white paper spat out more information amidst the clicking sounds. Its former name was the City of the Dead. It was the divine kingdom of the ancient goddess, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. Ever since this ancient goddess opened up the underworld, her divine kingdom was moved there. The City of the Dead gradually became a holy land for her descendants and believers. Before this ancient goddess was severely injured by the ancient sun, Gregrace uprooted the city and threw it deep into the spirit world. None of the residents ever came out again. The name Calderon came from the angel who first entered the house of Abraham. In the language of the dead, it means unknown soul.